Chapter 1908. Small-scale missions gave between 1 and 10 merit points. On the other hand, the reward for mid-sized missions was between 11 and 100. Fang Yuan exchanged for a good person title. He could take on medium-scale missions now. Medium-scale missions were at the Gu Immortal level. The Tiger King salamander that Fang Yuan dealt with was a rank 6 desolate beast, but its battle strength was rank 7. The difficulty of this mission was not something mortals could handle. The higher the difficulty, the higher the rewards. So, my merit points are 90 this time. Fang Yuan realized. The reason why it did not reach the limit of 100 is because I took the Tiger King salamander's corpse away. If I left it there, the Dao marks on the corpse would spread and raise the standard of the environment. Fang Yuan did this on purpose. He was very curious about the reason behind the Tiger King salamander's rampage. Thus, he brought this corpse with him and prepared to conduct in-depth research. In the previous life, Miao Mingshen and the rest encountered this situation many times. They researched together but could not find the reason. This time, Fang Yuan wanted to try it himself. The immortals looked at Fang Yuan and the board. Their expressions and moods were terrible. They worked hard to complete missions, but each mission gave them 10 merit points at most. Looking at Fang Yuan's one mission, he got 90 merit points. This comparison was truly infuriating. Even though small-scale missions were simple, they were a waste of time. The efficiency of medium-scale missions was much higher. Looking at Fang Yuan walking towards the merit obelisk, some of the Gu immortals present were envious, some felt their hearts pounding, and some felt despair. With Fang Yuan's efficiency, it was like he was walking with large strides while they were crawling like snails. How could they catch up to him? They would only be left further and further behind. Immortal Huadai looked at Miao Mingshen. She wanted to ask Fang Yuan, but Miao Mingshen shook his head at her. Shen Songxing glanced at Shen Xiao. Shen Xiao was helpless. He forced a smile and walked towards Fang Yuan. Brother Chu. He cupped his fists, speaking with a sincere tone and great attitude. Name a price. As long as I can do it, I will try my best to satisfy you. Fang Yuan smiled. You want to know how I obtained such a huge amount of merit points? Indeed. Shen Xiao cupped his fists again. Brother, please enlighten me. Just tell me, with my great Shen clan's foundation, we will not disappoint you. Furthermore, you will not just obtain my friendship, you will also obtain our Shen clan's friendship. Earlier, Shen clan had pressured Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan did not fall for it and had an arrogant attitude. Shen Xiao changed his mind and tempted him with great benefits. It was a wise move. Fang Yuan smiled. Sure, use your Shen clan's true inheritance to exchange for it. Shen Songxing's eyes brightened. He did not expect Fang Yuan to really agree. He could not help but ask, what true inheritance do you want? Shen Songxing's lips twitched. He did not expect Fang Yuan to agree. He could not help but ask, what kind of true inheritance do you want? Shen Songxing's lips twitched. Immortal Gu? You really dare to dream. After thinking about it, he tossed out an information path Mortal Gu. Fang Yuan received it and scanned it with his divine sense. There was a transformation path Gu Immortal True Inheritance among the information path Mortal Gu. Of course, the content was incomplete. There was some suspense. The truly valuable things were with Shen Songxing. Fang Yuan pouted, tossing the information path Mortal Gu to Shen Songxing. Change to another one. Shen Songxing received the information path Mortal Gu, erasing the content and inserting a new one. Of course, it was also incomplete. Fang Yuan looked at it and nodded, tossing the information path Mortal Gu to Shen Songxing again. Change to another one. Shen Songxing received the information path Mortal Gu and looked at Fang Yuan, saying solemnly, Chewing, you kept looking left and right, you sure got lucky this time. Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. Don't worry, Chewing, always abide by my principles. I am not a petty person. People who treat others as fools are the true fools. How about this? Give me a portion of unending wave sound. I will tell you the reason for the huge increase in my merit points. Alright, I will believe you this once. Shen Songxing did not hesitate, taking out a conch from his immortal aperture and tossing it to Fang Yuan. This conch was palm-sized. It was a desolate beast. The conch contained a wave sound. This wave sound was a sound path rank 7 immortal material. It was a specialty of Shen clan, it could resonate for years without stopping. Fang Yuan inspected it and found nothing suspicious. He placed this immortal material into his sovereign immortal aperture. He looked at Shen Songxing and smiled. Then I will tell you this secret. But do you want me to tell you privately, or do you want me to tell everyone? This time, it was Shen Songxing's turn to have a solemn expression. But he only hesitated for a moment before smiling. What is there to hide? Please tell me directly. As expected of someone who had been in charge of Shen clan for many years. Once he said that, even the Gu immortals on Miao Mingshin's side had a good impression of Shen Songxing. Miao Mingshin snorted coldly in his heart. We cannot set an alliance agreement here. Shen Songxing cannot restrict Chu Ying. Chu Ying was sowing discord. Since he can tell Shen Songxing, he can tell others in the future. Shen Songxing can see through this. Even if he is unwilling, he can only tell everyone. Good, Lord Shen Songxing is a man of noble character and integrity. You are truly admirable. Fang Yuan turned around and placed his palm on the obelisk. The words related to the mission on the obelisk started to disappear, before appearing again. But the new words were completely different from before. Thousand soul fog appeared on White Light Mountain. Living beings were in dire straits. It needed to be dealt with. In Swimming Horse Sea area, coral seahorses were killing each other. Many seahorse kings were rioting. They needed to be suppressed. Joyous Separation Island's formation had not been repaired for a long time. The living beings on the island were greatly disrupted. Please repair the formation. Round Fish Island lacked rain. Please go there and rain for 3 days and 3 nights. The Gu immortals were stunned. These missions were clearly different from the previous ones. For example, Thousand Soul Fog was a rank 7 soul path immortal material. It was very famous. For example, every coral seahorse was a rank 5 wild beast, and the Seahorse King was at least a desolate beast. Shen Zhao's eyes shined as he watched. He could not help but sigh. These are the missions that Gu immortals should accept. Those small-scale missions earlier were limited to mortals. Compared to these missions, they were simply too weak. Shen Zhao copied Fang Yuan and placed his palm on the obelisk, but his expression turned into one of shock. Why can't I accept these missions? Of course not. In order to accept these missions, I did not hesitate to spend 100 merit points. Fang Yuan smiled. The immortals immediately pricked up their ears. In the end, Fang Yuan kept his mouth shut. Shen Zhao was anxious. He cupped his fists at Fang Yuan. Brother Chu, please enlighten me. Fang Yuan looked at him, his brows slightly raised as he said with slight mockery, Why should I tell you? Shen Zhao's expression froze. We made a deal. That's right. You want to ask me how I obtained such a large amount of merit points. I have already completed the transaction. I will tell you the reason. It is because I accepted these missions. As for how to accept these missions, that is another problem. Fang Yuan said. The immortals were dumbfounded. Shen Songxing's expression turned grim. Shen clan's Gu immortals started to look at Fang Yuan angrily. Shen Zhao was stunned before laughing, but this time his laughter was mixed with anger. Brother Chu, you really made a good deal. Just one question and you obtained an unrivaled rank 7 immortal material in the world. Fang Yuan nodded. Shen clan's reputation is still the same. It is indeed unrivaled in the 5 regions. I made a profit from this transaction, but I did not intentionally deceive you, nor did I intentionally give you false information. I, Chu Ying, am not such a vile person. Fang Yuan still had a conscience and a bottom line, but this made the immortals here feel even more hatred. Shen Songxing's anger surged. He was a grand righteous path rank 8, but he was actually fooled by an unknown rank 7 lone immortal like Chu Ying. Where would his face go? Once we leave Dragon Whale Paradise, I will definitely deal with you. Shen Songxing swore inwardly, but he laughed heartily. There was no trace of malice on his face as he clapped. Good, Chu Ying, you are able to discern the situation clearly and earn the reputation of Shen clan. That is your own ability. Don't worry, how can the Grand Shen clan pursue such a small matter? Come, let's make another deal. Tell me, what did you exchange for to accept these missions? The immortals looked at Fang Yuan with envy in their eyes. It was too easy to earn immortal materials like this. But from Shen Songxing's perspective, he had a huge business. he could exchange 1 or 2 rank 7 immortal materials for such precious information. This was definitely not a loss. Fang Yuan, however, shook his head. I do not intend to sell this, you can all give it a try. Shen Songxing stared with wide eyes. Chu-Ying, I hope you can consider it properly. Fang Yuan ignored him, white light flashed and he disappeared again. Shen Songxing's expression turned ashen, he could not find a way out. This Chu-Ying, don't let me catch you outside. Shen Songxing swore inwardly. This was the first time he had seen a rank 7 Gu Immortal disregard him like this. Fang Yuan needed to maintain and expand his advantage on the merit board. This was beneficial to his overall plan. As for Shen Songxing's group, I don't believe they can unite. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly. He did not succeed in sowing dissension earlier because his method was superficial, but this time, he dug a trap. He did not need to worry that Shen Songxing would not jump in. From a certain perspective, Fang Yuan needed helpers. It was necessary to divide this group. He could complete mid-sized missions by himself, but above mid-sized missions, there were large-sized missions. These missions often required different Gu Immortals to cooperate and complete them together. Even though Fang Yuan had many Gu Immortal subordinates in his immortal aperture, it was useless. In this Dragon Whale Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables methods restricted this. It seemed that only Gu Immortals who passed the outside world's test and were brought to this island while asleep had the qualifications to enter and complete missions here. After Fang Yuan left, the atmosphere under the merit obelisk became heavy. Because Shen Songxing had a very strong request, he forced the surrounding Gu Immortals to expend their merit points to exchange for some suspicious rewards. Shen Songxing hoped to win the rewards that Fang Yuan exchanged for. Since Fang Yuan did not tell him, he would try it himself. Chapter 1909. Shen Songxing stared intently at the merit obelisk's surface. Even though he did not show it on the surface, he was indeed feeling slightly anxious now. As Shen Clan's first Supreme Elder, he had a high status and authority. As a rank 8 great expert, he could be said to be at the peak of Gu cultivation. But in the face of Paradise Earth's true inheritance, his foundation was still inferior without any suspense. Fang Yuan could take on mid-sized missions, he had a huge advantage in competing for Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Shen Songxing was forced to think of ways to catch up to Fang Yuan. Even though he had a motive for coming here, Paradise Earth's true inheritance was right in front of him, he would not be satisfied if he did not try his best to obtain it. Thus, even though Shen Songxing knew that Fang Yuan was trying to sow discord, he still forced the other Gu Immortals to try and exchange for the rewards. To ease the other Gu Immortals' emotions, Shen Songxing even took out all sorts of immortal materials from his immortal aperture to compensate them. But it was clear which was more important between these immortal materials and Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Because of Shen Songxing's prestige, the immortals had no choice but to comply. The hatred in their hearts grew deeper. Shen Songxing lost the people's support, and even worse, the rewards that the immortals exchanged for could not be used for mid-sized missions. There are too many rewards on this list. Other than the rewards that I exchanged for earlier, there are 3 that are most likely. Shen Songxing felt a headache. Let's take a gamble. He knew that time could not be wasted. After thinking about it, he used his merit points to exchange for one of the rewards. At the next moment, Shen Songxing's expression turned green. Not this. He gritted his teeth, feeling very dejected. He lost the gamble. His luck was really bad. This way, they spent almost all of their accumulated merit points, but the rewards that they exchanged for were not very useful, even though they were useful. Don't tell me it's because of this good person title? Shen Songxing looked at the list and sighed deeply. There was no point in saying anything now. What he needed to do now was to make the most of his time and accumulate more merit points so that he could continue exchanging. But before that, I need to appease the Gu Immortals. Shen Songxing turned around and looked at the Immortals. The Immortals did not look too good either. Shen Songxing was quite eloquent. After speaking for a while, he took out another batch of immortal materials and gifted them to the Immortals. Although the Immortals received the immortal materials, their expressions only softened slightly. In this dragon whale paradise, Xianxia had rank 8 battle strength, but he could not do anything to them. This was the most important foundation for Xianxia's declining influence. Hua hua hua. The tide rose and fell, and the fishy sea breeze blew on his face. Fang Yuan stood in the clouds, looking down at the sea market below him. The sea market was a place where cultivation resources were distributed and exchanged. Usually, its location was fixed. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had disguised himself as Qi Sea ancestor and held the Eastern Sea banquet. From a certain perspective, it was a super large-scale sea market that included almost all of Eastern Sea's Immortal world. Dragon Whale Paradise also had sea markets, and there were many of them. The sea market that Fang Yuan was observing had an island as the core, with countless fishing boat-type gu houses surrounding the island. Half of the year, this island would be submerged by seawater, so this sea market was not open all year round. And because of its superior location, the island's sea market became an indispensable trading place. Even if it was not open for half a year, as long as it was open, the surrounding gu masters and forces would flock here. Fang Yuan was very familiar with this island. It was a place he had entered in his previous life. In his previous life, Xia Lin was framed by a certain unscrupulous merchant on this island, and the mission that Fang Yuan received was to punish this unscrupulous merchant, so he saved Xia Lin. In this life, Fang Yuan also received a mission and came here, but it was a mid-sized mission. It was completely different from the previous mission. The sea market was bustling. There were people moving about, there were humans and mermen. Come, take a look, these are the best crystal corals. There are 3 gu house river wheels left, hurry up and buy them. Buying Great Ming clay, buy as much as you can, Xia Lin appeared. She walked on the deck, observing the goods on the stalls as she moved towards the core island. Different from before, she was in high spirits, her eyes were shining brightly. After the baptism of life and death and Fang Yuan's guidance, she had undergone a complete transformation both inside and out. Fang Yuan activated his investigative method, covering the surrounding 100 li as he continued to probe. He sensed Xia Lin's presence the moment she appeared. Fang Yuan did not approach Xia Lin. He continued to investigate the interior of the island and the depths of the sea. An immortal-grade grand array gradually appeared within his senses. Fang Yuan saw this and praised in his mind. This immortal formation structure was very exquisite. It was an earth path and water path formation. It was used to maintain the island, manage the surrounding sea currents, and improve the environment of the entire sea area. But now, this immortal formation was damaged. The earth path portion was corroded while the water path portion did not change much. Originally, earth path and water path were balanced, but now that earth path was weakened, water path was stronger. The island's sea market was open all year round, but because the formation was damaged, the island would be submerged in water for half a year. What Fang Yuan needed to do was to repair this formation. Fang Yuan's ability was still lacking. His formation path attainment level was not bad, it was at Grandmaster level. But to use natural Dao marks to set up a formation, he needed to be a great Grandmaster. At the same time, his water path attainment level was at Grandmaster, but his earth path attainment level was only at Master. And this formation needed to be repaired in the earth path aspect. This formation is not the work of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, it is the work of a certain formation path Great Grandmaster. Fang Yuan analyzed. If Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did it personally, it would definitely have the style and scale of the Gu formation in Regret Crying Sea. In the previous life, Fang Yuan and the rest found that they were not the first batch of Gu Immortals to enter Dragon Whale Paradise. There were predecessors who came here to accept missions and earn merit points. Evidently, this formation that Fang Yuan saw was the work of a certain predecessor. No need to be anxious, looking at the time, Wu Shuai's clone should have some gains soon. Fang Yuan continued to investigate and passed the information to the time path clone for deduction, while concealing his figure and quietly descending, following behind Xia Lin as he blended into the crowd. Xia Lin entered a gambling den. The stone gambling den had the words Golden Jade House written on it. It was a high-level gambling den for mortals. The hall of the gambling den had dozens of huge rocks on display, suppressing the scene. Behind the hall were small rooms with all kinds of rock-dissecting goo worms. They could satisfy the customer's hobby of personally dissecting rocks. I am here to return the money. Xia Lin took out an information path mortal goo. Several months ago, her only relative, her grandfather, had passed away. Mermaid's sea burial required a high price. To bury her grandfather at sea, she had to borrow yuan stone on credit. And to repay the debt, she had to take the risk to collect black oil. She almost died in the earth trench black oil. After meeting Fang Yuan, Xia Lin profited from the disaster. Not only was she saved, her strength also rose drastically. Like in the previous life, Xia Lin obtained gather oil goo from Fang Yuan. Her oil extraction efficiency rose sharply. She soon obtained a large amount of yuan stone from selling the oil. The one who received her was a scarred merman. After receiving this information path mortal goo, he smiled sinisterly. "Little girl, you must have seen wrongly. Our agreement was not this." Xia Lin was slightly stunned. "What do you mean?" The surrounding goo masters were familiar with Golden Jade House's methods. Seeing this, they shook their heads. Sigh, another goo master who was scammed. Xia Lin negotiated with the other party for a while before reacting. "You shameless scoundrel, you actually tampered with the agreement. The loan we agreed on only had 10% interest. But now you secretly increased it by 60%. Her face was flushed red. She was very angry. The scarred merman's expression turned solemn. He looked at Xia Lin with a ruthless gaze. "You cannot say such things, little girl. You are trying to ruin our reputation. All businessmen care about their reputation. If our reputation is ruined, who would come to our shop? Will you be able to bear the losses caused here? Even if I die, I will expose the true face of your unscrupulous shop." The scarred merman's tone changed. He said eerily, "Die? So naive. Sometimes, the feeling of living a life worse than death is more terrifying." Xia Lin's eyes shined with a sharp light. "I will fight you to the death." She let out a delicate shout and suddenly attacked. Swoosh! With a loud sound, a torrent of water shot out. The scarred merman did not expect such a situation to occur. An inexperienced girl actually attacked him, a rank 3, at the same time, in Golden Jade House, his territory. The scarred merman was caught off guard. He was sent flying by the torrent of water, crashing into 2 walls and a large number of decorative bottles. This commotion was too huge. The goo masters who were quietly choosing rocks, dissecting them, and gambling on them came to the hall. A large number of gazes landed on Xia Lin and the scarred merman. "What happened? What happened?" The scarred merman fell on a pile of rubble. He looked at Xia Lin with disbelief and extreme hatred. He wanted to stand up, but he could only raise his finger with difficulty. Then, with a thud, he stopped breathing. Dead, he died. Oh heavens, who is this little girl? She actually killed the merman in one go. The one who died was a rank 3 goo master. The entire place went into an uproar. The goo masters were shocked. Xia Lin was also surprised at this situation. She only had rank 2 cultivation level, but the goo worms and killer moves that Fang Yuan gave her were all of extreme quality. Xia Lin used these goo worms to form a rank 2 killer move to kill a rank 3 goo master in one hit. The merman girl was also stunned. She was stunned on the spot. Fang Yuan smiled as he transmitted to her. "Master Chu." The merman girl heard this and her eyes shined. She was overjoyed. Chapter 1910. Sightseeing Blessed Land. The palace was deep. There were countless buildings. The shade of the trees was dense. The summer cicadas were singing. The palace doors opened. The Featherman girls along the way knelt on the ground. They respectfully welcomed the owner of this palace, Xianxia. Xianxia's expression was ugly. She had a gloomy expression. After being in closed cultivation for a long time, she tried all sorts of methods, but she could not advance from rank 5 to rank 6. All methods had been used. There was only one way left: to buy the rank 6 second aperture Immortal goo from Fang Yuan. As Xia Clan's first supreme elder, Xianxia had rank 8 cultivation level, but during the battle in the River of Time, she was captured by Fang Yuan. Even though she survived, her rank 8 Immortal aperture was taken away by Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan let Xiacha go, he took the chance to sell second aperture gu, extorting Southern Border's super forces using another method. Xiacha thus obtained the opportunity to recultivate. She was like a drowning person who saw her only hope. She grabbed onto it tightly. Xiacha had already cultivated to rank 5, but she was stuck at the most crucial step. Immortal Ascension. Her countless attempts at Immortal Ascension had all failed. Sigh. Xiacha sighed. She finally understood reality. Prepare clean water for me to wash up. Also spread the news that I have come out of closed cultivation. Call second and third Supreme Elder here. Xiacha instructed the featherman maid beside her. However, after a full hour, Xiacha still did not see the second and third Grand Elders. Instead, they sent back a message saying that they each had important matters to attend to and could not come. These two old fools. Xiacha cursed in her heart. A chill crept into her heart. Even though she knew that this day would come sooner or later, when this day truly arrived, she still felt a chill in her heart. She had once been in charge of Xia clan, she had done all sorts of things for them, she could make decisions in all matters, but now she was only a rank 5 cripple, she had to submit to others. Once upon a time, Xia clan's second and third Supreme Elder had to follow Xiacha's lead. In fact, their rise and current status were all because of Xiacha's nurturing. It seems like these two old men are also going to establish their own sections. Xiacha looked at the empty hall and sighed in her heart. There wasn't much anger in her heart, but more of helplessness and sorrow. Call them ungrateful? It was not accurate. In fact, Xiacha understood the choices of these Xia clan Gu immortals. Because of her, the Xia family had been extorted by Fang Yuan too harshly. Their treasury was in a huge deficit. After painstakingly managing and accumulating the treasury for so many years, it was equivalent to letting Fang Yuan look after the treasury. Even if Xiacha wanted to recultivate, she would have to start step by step. The resources consumed in the long process would inevitably be a huge figure. Should he give these resources to Xiacha or keep them for himself? After the initial panic and hesitation, Xia clan's Gu immortals started to form a tacit understanding. Xiacha's title of First Supreme Elder had completely become an empty title. Rank 5 cultivation was simply not enough to become a Gu immortal. Xiacha thought about it for a while before taking out an information path mortal Gu and handing it to the featherman maid, asking her to bring it to Second Supreme Elder. But in the evening, Second Supreme Elder's reply made Xiacha furious again. Even the reputation of First Supreme Elder is worthless now. Xiacha gritted her teeth. It turned out that she was willing to complete a transaction with Second Supreme Elder in the information path Mortal Gu. In this transaction, Xiacha was willing to give up her title of First Supreme Elder and hand over her position to Second Supreme Elder. Second Supreme Elder could rightfully ascend to the highest position of authority in Xia clan. The price he had to pay was a sum of cultivation resources. But Xia clan's Second Supreme Elder did not accept it. He rejected it politely. Evidently, he had already reached an agreement with Third Supreme Elder. They were prepared to make Xiacha a mere figurehead and let her continue to be the First Supreme Elder. Xia clan's situation was different from Ba clan. Ba clan's Ba Shirba had the same experience as Xiacha. He had already stepped down from his position as First Supreme Elder. The newly advanced rank 8 Gu Immortal Bada took over. Meanwhile, Xia clan's Xia Zhao and Xia Chen Yuan, these two Supreme Elders, only had rank 7 cultivation level, and they cultivated Earth Path. Many years ago, when Xiacha first gained authority, she was not a rank 8 Gu Immortal yet. To control Xia clan, she nurtured Xia Zhao and Xia Chen Yuan, using them to resist Xia clan's old forces. Right now, Xiacha's cultivation level had fallen to rank 5, while Xia Zhao and Xia Chen Yuan had high authority. They had different thoughts. But in the righteous path, they did not dare to touch Xiacha, who they were indebted to. They would rather place the title of the First Supreme Elder on Xiacha than let their own reputation be tarnished. Xiacha knew that her influence in Xia clan had fallen to a dangerous level, and it was falling faster and faster. She had to become an immortal as soon as possible, otherwise, she would be completely ostracized by Xia clan's higher-ups. However, She could not break free from this predicament because she did not have the capital to negotiate or make transactions. Xiacha's situation was not an exception, it was the norm. The direction of Southern Border's righteous path had changed. The person who played the most important role here was Wu Clan's Wu Yong. He used the Celestial Court while using his own methods to raise his reputation and influence in Southern Border's righteous path. The fall of veteran rank 8s like Xiacha and Ba Shirba gave him a rare opportunity. Even though Lu Wei-yin appeared, the virtue paradise behind him did not just consist of humans, it also included a large number of mushroom men. This was a natural political shortcoming in Southern Border's righteous path. Wu Yong made full use of it. Lu Wei-yin could not obstruct Wu Yong. Wu Yong's influence in the Southern Alliance was growing day by day. There was already a voice in the Southern Alliance that was getting louder and louder. Wu Yong was the main advocate. He advocated for the Southern Alliance to resist Fang Yuan and not accept his extortion. Compromising with a demon like Fang Yuan would only fuel his arrogance. Southern Border's righteous path forces had almost all taken back their hostages. They were also hurt by Fang Yuan's extortion. Southern Border's Gu Immortals responded to Wu Yong's call with a more active attitude. Wu Yong was making use of the righteous path Gu Immortals' hatred towards Fang Yuan. Under the moonlight, Fang Yuan's pure dream reality seeker physique body and Qi Chu Yu moved side by side. A secret transaction regarding dream realms had just ended. Lord Qi, let's stop here. Fang Yuan's dream path clone smiled. He was a temporary clone created from a dream realm. He had Gu Immortal cultivation level and would self-detonate into a lump of dream realms after the time limit was reached. Qi Chu Yu cupped his fists and sighed. Fang Yuan, I am not trying to make things difficult, but the risk of this transaction has increased. The situation is so tense now. Once this matter is exposed, our Qi clan's reputation will be ruined. The pure dream reality seeker physique clone snorted coldly in his heart. Qi Chu Yu raised the price. He was no longer satisfied with the previous price. The reason was that Southern Border's righteous path was putting more and more effort into dealing with Fang Yuan. Wu Yong was uniting more and more Southern Border righteous path members. This reason was bullshit. The true reason was that Qi Chu Yu was using this opportunity to increase his appetite. He wanted to obtain more dream path research results. Fang Yuan wanted the dream realms, but extorting Southern Border's righteous path was getting harder. Qi Clan and Fang Yuan's secret transaction had become the main channel. Qi Clan controlled the dream realm formation. They were the only clan in Southern Border. Fang Yuan could only steal a portion of the dream realms by cooperating with Qi Clan. I will explain this to my main body. The dream path clone said this before flying away. Qi Chu Yu stayed on the spot, watching as Fang Yuan's dream path clone vanished into the horizon. His expression turned cold as he snorted and left. He had thought of attacking the dream path clone, but he did not have dream path methods to deal with dream path Gu Immortals. Furthermore, he was wary that Fang Yuan's main body might be lying in ambush nearby. Fang Yuan's main body was far away in Eastern Sea, but for this transaction, Wu Shuai was already nearby with Dragon Palace. If Qi Chu Yu attacked, he would not be able to gain anything. The pure dream reality seeker physique clone quickly returned to Dragon Palace. This was a temporary clone with immortal level cultivation level, but after the time limit was up, it would break apart and turn into a lump of dream realms. Qi Clan's old man's transaction is over, unless we raise the price. The Dream Path clone said coldly. He opened his immortal aperture and let out several Dream Path clones. This batch of dream realms is probably the last batch we can get. This was something that could not be helped. Fang Yuan and Qi Chu Yu did not have any alliance agreement between them. Qi Chu Yu raised the price at the last minute. He even used Southern Border's situation. A great enemy lies ahead. Once we get past this hurdle, the Qi clan is nothing, Wu Shuai said. Right now, he could not attack casually. If he attacked too many times, the Celestial Court might notice the true relationship between Wu Shuai's clone and Fang Yuan's main body. The killer move Dreamy Light Smoke had to be left for the Celestial Court. Using it on Qi Chu Yu was like using a sledgehammer on a chicken. Rather than dealing with Qi Clan, it was more efficient to attack the formation. In fact, if Fang Yuan's main body stayed in Eastern Sea, with just Wu Shuai's strength, they could deal with Qi Clan. But exposing these trump cards in advance, the celestial court would probably wake up laughing in their dreams. A lack of forbearance in small matters would spoil great plans. Moreover, if southern border preserved its strength, it would cause more trouble for the celestial court in the future. Directly killing the enemy, even though it was efficient, could not gain the greatest benefits. For example, after Fang Yuan released Xia Cha, Ba Shirba, and the rest, these people were already being ostracized and neglected by their clans. Fang Yuan would secretly help them in the future. Their current situation could be said to be single-handedly caused by Fang Yuan. But without Fang Yuan, they could not rely on others. And Fang Yuan needed these people to be his eyes and ears, to be placed among southern border's righteous path forces, so that he could maintain a certain amount of influence in southern border. But currently, Fang Yuan lacked some methods to restrain them. Regarding this, the time path clone was already deducing it day and night. Boom boom boom. With a series of dull sounds, the temporary pure dream reality seeker physique bodies self-detonated, turning into lumps of dream realms that merged into one. These were all Earth Path dream realms. Chapter 1911. The world was dark and gloomy, dark clouds covered the sky, thunder rumbled. Scarlet lightning flashed within the rumbling dark clouds. The dark clouds created a whirlpool. From the center of the whirlpool, lightning balls fell. These lightning balls had a strange shape. They were like porcelain. They were as large as water tanks and shined with red light. Grand Tribulation, Red Porcelain Lightning Ball Tribulation. The lightning balls landed and exploded with a crisp sound. On the ground, an immortal goo house was silently enduring the damage from the lightning balls. Large amounts of debris flew in the air, turning back into countless goo worm corpses. Inside the immortal goo house, Wu Shuai endured the rumbling thunder as he inspected himself. He found that he was now an Earth Path Rank 8 Goo Immortal. His fingers were wide and his body was muscular. His battle robe was covered in injuries. Not far away from him, a female immortal was lying on the ground. Her face was pale. Her aura was not only weak but also strange. She was activating a certain light path healing killer move. Her body was covered in a layer of holy white light. But on her face, exposed arms, legs, and feet, there were lines of dark Dao marks that looked like ink lines. These dark path Dao marks were so dense, they were at the level of rank 9 immortal materials. They formed a halo of Dao marks that Goo Immortals could see with their naked eyes. The female immortal's cultivation level was clearly rank 8. A rank 8 light path Goo Immortal actually had such a large number of dark path Dao marks. Wu Shuai was truly surprised. Even more strangely, the dark path Dao marks on the female immortal were still changing. Not only were their numbers increasing, their positions and arrangement were also changing rapidly. The female immortal grunted. The killer move's activation had ended. The halo on her body stabilized. The dark path Dao marks changes were also temporarily suppressed. The female immortal was covered in sweat. She opened her weak eyes and looked at Wu Shuai, smiling bitterly. I am beyond saving. This is my strongest healing method, but it can only temporarily suppress my injuries. When the killer move's time limit is up, my injuries will erupt with terrifying power. Oh Xingyang, my true love, I cannot stay by your side anymore. You need to live on. The female immortal said as tears flowed down her face. No, there must be a way, there must be. Don't give up hope. This peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress of mine used up all of my immortal goo. Its defensive power is #1 since ancient times. We still have time. You have to continue working hard. I will always be by your side. Wu Shuai roared with tears in his eyes. Of course, this was the natural evolution of the dream and was not controlled by him. However, after this conversation, Wu Shuai truly gained control. Peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress? I've never heard of it before. Wu Shuai's eyes gleamed as he analyzed the short conversation that he had just heard, searching for clues. He inspected his immortal aperture. There was a lot of white lychee immortal essence in the immortal aperture, as well as a large number of mortal goo, but no immortal goo. Like Zheng Yang said earlier, He used all of his immortal goo to construct this rank 8 immortal goo house peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress. That is to say, I am mainly relying on this damaged immortal goo house? Wu Shuai immediately understood. He tried to control this immortal goo house. Peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress had a complex structure. It used up to 100 million goo worms, among which there were more than 20 immortal goo. Wu Shuai had just started to interact with it, but he could not tell which one was the core immortal goo. These immortal goo were placed in an ingenious position and had a mysterious relationship. The entire immortal goo house's design was deep and profound. It was like a grand mountain range that stretched for 10,000 li, connecting heaven and earth. There were layers of or veins in the mountain range. There were all kinds of them intertwined with each other. Wu Shuai was like a mortal goo master who wanted to mine in this mountain range. He had to dig out the minerals he wanted and understand the relationship between these or veins. Just understanding this immortal goo house is too difficult. And I need to rely on this immortal goo house to resist the red porcelain lightning ball tribulation. Wu Shuai's heart sank. He knew that he was going to fail. As expected, the development of the dream realm went as he expected. The red porcelain lightning ball continued to explode. Wu Shuai tried to activate the immortal goo house and repair it. But it was no use. He had too little understanding of this immortal goo house. Even if he wanted to repair it, he did not know where to start. Eventually, the red porcelain lightning ball destroyed the immortal goo house. Along with Wu Shuai and the female immortal, they became victims of the lightning tribulation. After leaving the dream realm, Wu Shuai immediately healed himself. This time, Feng Yuan's main body explored Dragon Whale Paradise. He had made ample preparations and arrangements before he left. Not only did he give Wu Shuai the Dream Path Goo worms, he also gave a large number of Guts Goo. With Guts Goo, Wu Shuai's injuries were no longer a problem. This Dream Realm exploration was different from the Dragon Palace Dream Realm. Wu Shuai had many chances to redo it. The second failure, the third failure, the fourth failure, the fifth failure. After 8 attempts, Wu Shuai finally had a clear understanding of this peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress. Even though he did not completely repair this immortal goo house, Wu Shuai's efficiency was already comparable to the red porcelain lightning ball's bombardment. Black clouds rumbled in the sky. The red porcelain lightning balls became sparser and sparser until they completely stopped. But within the black clouds, a second grand tribulation was brewing. The female immortal sighed. Sigh. It is all my fault for not listening to your advice. I went to search for reckless savage demon Venerable's burial ground, causing this curse to happen continuously. Serves me right. Zheng Yang, leave quickly. I don't want to implicate you. The light on the female immortal's body had clearly dimmed. And those dark path Dao marks were closely arranged. They were like pieces of black thread sewing wounds, covering the female immortal's skin and face. Compared to before, the female immortal's aura had weakened greatly. Her aura was even stranger. Not only were light and dark paths intertwined, an Adam's apple was growing on her neck. Before Wu Shuai could analyze the female immortal's situation, light rain started to fall from the sky. Even though the rain was small, it was bone-chilling. It had a coldness that could freeze one's soul. The heat and violence from the lightning ball's bombardment disappeared without a trace. Howl, howl, howl. Mournful ghostly howls grew louder and louder. They quickly soared into the sky. Numerous gray threads descended from the dark clouds in the sky and rapidly extended towards Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai's heart sank. He recognized this tribulation. This is a grand tribulation. Ghost Spirit Ice Silkworm tribulation. One grand tribulation after another. It seems like it will not stop. Wu Shuai had no choice but to resist the silk. The red porcelain lightning balls exploded fiercely, while the ghost spirit silk was soft and crafty. Wu Shuai had no offensive methods. He did not know much about the immortal goo house peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress. At least, he had not found any offensive methods yet. Thus, Wu Shuai could only watch as the silk stretched towards him, entering through the immortal goo house's cracks and gaps. Wu Shuai tried to resist, but peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress was already completely penetrated by the silk. It lasted for a while before collapsing. The silk wrapped around the female immortal. It also attacked Wu Shuai. wrapping the two of them into a solid white cocoon. At the next moment, Wu Shuai was expelled from the dream realm. This time, he suffered heavy injuries, his vision turned black, he gulped as he retched, he almost fainted. I failed the ghost spirit silk tribulation. My injuries are 10 times more severe than before. Wu Shuai smiled bitterly. With such injuries, he could only rest and recover. He had to postpone his plans. These injuries were only light injuries to Fang Yuan's main body. They were not severe. He could even continue exploring dream realms. But it was different for Wu Shuai's clone. Wu Shuai's clone's soul foundation was at 30 million man-soul. Even though he cultivated in Eastern Sea, it could not compare to the main body. Wu Shuai was a dragon man. He cultivated enslavement path. His soul path cultivation was only supplementary. If his soul foundation was too strong, he would have too many soul path Dao marks. It would restrict his enslavement path development. And Fang Yuan's main body had the sovereign immortal body. He had non-conflicting Dao marks. His soul path and other paths were not restricted. Wu Shuai rested for a long time before moving out again. After repeated failures and challenges, Wu Shuai's situation was very difficult. He did not have a time path clone to deduce. Even though he had Dragon Palace, dreamy light smoke had no use in exploring dream realms. The most reliable method, other than Unravel Dream, was the recovery ability of Guts Gu. As he progressed, Wu Shuai finally had some progress. He roughly investigated Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. Wu Shuai finally grasped the 3 killer moves of this Immortal Gu house. The first was called Accumulating Soil Mountain, the second was called Resting in the Ground, and the last was called Making a Comeback. What broadened Wu Shuai's horizons was the first killer move, Accumulating Soil Mountain. This killer move was very unique. It was not used for offense, movement, healing, or other abilities. It was an Earth Path killer move that had Formation Path effects. Using this killer move, the Gu Immortal could stack Earth Path Gu worms and make them form an Immortal Gu house. Even if the Gu Immortal using this killer move had no Formation Path attainment level. Because of this killer move, this Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was created. Grasping this killer move meant grasping the foundation of this Immortal Gu house, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. No wonder Wu Shuai could not find the core Immortal Gu. The core of this Immortal Gu house was not an Immortal Gu, but this Immortal killer move, Accumulating Soil Mountain. Thus, I only need to activate this killer move and scatter Earth Path Gu worms into the Immortal Gu house to repair it. After understanding this, Wu Shuai endured the Ghost Spirit Silk Tribulation and repaired Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. Boom! The moment he repaired it, the female Immortal self-detonated. The power of the explosion was even more terrifying than the Grand Tribulation. Not only did it destroy Wu Shuai, the entire Immortal Gu house was also torn into countless pieces. Thus, I need to take care of this female Immortal. After understanding this, Wu Shuai entered the dream realm again. Immortal killer move, Peaceful Burial. Using this method, the female Immortal suffered a benign seal. Her injuries were suppressed and she was continuously healed by the Immortal Gu house. When Wu Shuai finished repairing the Immortal Gu house, the third Grand Tribulation appeared. Purple stars fell from the sky. This was the combination of Poison Path and Star Path Tribulation, Corrosive Purple Star Tribulation. The purple stars continued to fall, landing on the Immortal Gu house and creating holes from corrosion. Wu Shuai tried his best to repair it, but he failed again and again. This Grand Tribulation did not stop. The third Grand Tribulation seems to be endless. This is not normal. Could it be? After many failures, Wu Shuai had a flash of inspiration. He tried to undo the female Immortal's seal. Without the suppression of Peaceful Burial, the female Immortal was on the verge of self-detonation again. Zheng Yang, if there is a next life, I hope to meet you again. Goodbye, my Dao companion. While Wu Shuai was resisting the Grand Tribulation with difficulty, she suddenly flew out of the Immortal Gu house's hole. Boom! She self-detonated, turning into a lump of pitch-black fire that burned intensely with a terrifying aura. The heavenly Dao seemed to be enraged. At once, countless purple stars shot down. The black fire was not huge, but after being attacked by these poison stars, it became extremely tough. Even though it was shrinking, the extent was minuscule. Seeing that this grand tribulation was not going to work, the black clouds in the sky changed again, countless lightning snakes shot down, the black fire was instantly bombarded by tens of thousands of lightning bolts. The black fire, however, seemed to have taken a huge tonic. Its body expanded to the size of a small mountain. But the black fire's form had completely changed. It turned into a white gold mist. The grand tribulation in the sky continued to change, attacking the white gold mist. The mist also continued to change, turning into wind at times, rocks at times, flowers, birds, and beasts at times. What is this female immortal hiding in her body? So many grand tribulations are actually unable to do anything to her. Wuxia was shocked. He acutely sensed that this realistic dream realm recorded a certain secret. This secret was likely related to the Venerable's cause of death. It was related to the deepest mystery of heaven and earth. The female immortal died, but Wuxia's dream realm continued. He had to survive this terrifying shockwave. He could only rely on peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress. Eventually, after countless grand tribulations descended, that strange black fire was finally extinguished bit by bit. Even the last bit of residue lasted for an hour under the suppression of the grand tribulation. What in the world is this thing? The dream realm dissipated, but Wuxia was still in shock. He had invested so much, but his gains were also shocking. Almost at the same time as the dream realm dissipated, Feng Yuan's main body in Dragon Whale Paradise's eyes brightened. Chapter 1912. Island, Golden Jade House. Little girl, why did you invite us here? Speak quickly, I still have things to do. That's right, the sea market only opens for this period of time every year. Wasting time is a waste of wealth. Many Gu masters gathered in Golden Jade House, staring at the blue-scaled girl, Xia Lin, speaking one after another. They were getting impatient from waiting. Xia Lin looked around and smiled. Everyone here is a reputable person, I will make it short. From today onwards, this island is my territory and is under my control. If you want to do business here, I welcome you, but you need to pay taxes and cannot stay on the island for long. As for who can stay here for long, that is to join me and become my subordinates. The house immediately went silent. Shortly after, the Gu masters went into an uproar. Was this a joke? The several rank 3 Gu masters who were leading the group had unhappy expressions. Little girl, you're too daring. Juniors nowadays, TSK, they really don't know their limits. Do you really think you can shoot your mouth off just because you killed a rank 3 Gu master? Don't forget, you are only a rank 2 Gu master. Facing the doubts of the crowd, Xia Lin was anxious, but remembering that it was Master Chu's order, she forced a smile and said, Everyone, you don't have to worry too much, you will know what I am relying on next. What is it? Someone immediately asked. Xia Lin was still smiling, because even if she said that, she did not know what it was. But right at this time, the ground started shaking. What's going on? Someone screamed, because the shaking was getting stronger. An earthquake. The Gu masters were bewildered and panicked. Fortunately, this Golden Jade House was a Gu house. It had some defensive properties. But the outside world was already in chaos. Screams and shouts could be heard everywhere. No, I need to go back and defend my shop. I am leaving too. The Gu masters ran out of the house, but a thick yellow light suddenly rose from the ground. The yellow light covered the whole island. It also blocked the entrance of the Gu house. No matter what method the Gu masters used, they could not break through the yellow light. They were shocked. What is going on? This is no ordinary tremor. Xia Lin, you must know something. Someone saw that Xia Lin was still smiling. An idea flashed in his mind as he screamed. Thus, all the Gu masters in the room focused their gazes on Xia Lin. Xia Lin was also shocked, but at this moment, Feng Yuan's voice could be heard, guiding her to deal with the situation. Everyone, there is no need to panic. This change is beneficial to all of you. There's no point in talking too much. Everyone, just watch carefully. This change won't last long. Xia Lin was still keeping them in suspense, But the Gu Masters did not dare to underestimate her anymore. This was obviously not a natural disaster, but a man-made one. What kind of person could do this? Of course he was an immortal. A name appeared in the Gu Masters' minds at the same time: Immortal. This was indeed the work of an immortal. To be precise, Feng Yuan was repairing the Immortal array at the bottom of the sea. He took out immortal materials from his immortal aperture and threw them into the formation, activating killer moves to repair it. Yellow light surged on the island and spread in all directions. New pieces of land around the island appeared in the yellow light. The ships that were surrounding the island started to run aground. The people on the ships screamed, but they were locked in place by the yellow light, unable to move. As the yellow light faded, the entire island's area expanded by more than double. At the edge of the new island, huge waves surged, countless fishes, prawns, and sea beasts appeared. This was the part where Feng Yuan started to adjust the water path after repairing the earth path formation. Finally, when he finished repairing this immortal formation, the huge waves on the sea gradually calmed down. But Feng Yuan did not stop. Then, he added a small and exquisite subsidiary immortal array on top of the foundation of this great array. After the small formation was set up, he waved his hand and lent the small formation to Xia Lin. Thus, a white light descended from the sky and enveloped Xia Lin. Next, the white light fused into Xia Lin's body. Xia Lin did not have formation path attainment, but this small formation that Feng Yuan designed was very approachable. Xia Lin immediately felt that she had gained many instincts. This instinct was as natural as breathing or moving her legs. She could move the land and the surrounding seawater with her thoughts. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With a muffled sound, the entire golden jade house started to expand, becoming bigger and bigger. Soon, it turned from a small house into a beautiful palace. This was naturally Feng Yuan's doing. He expanded Golden Jade House and turned it into a formation core, secretly connecting with the formation in the depths of the sea. This series of shocking changes made all the Gu Masters present dumbfounded. They were dumbfounded on the spot. Xia Lin had a smile on her face, but in truth, she was also extremely shocked. Feng Yuan's words entered her ears again. She spoke according to the script. "Everyone, you have seen it with your own eyes. I will not hide it from you. I was favored by Master Immortal and was fortunate enough to be accepted as a disciple. Master Immortal has just set up an immortal formation and ordered me to guard this place. I will be in charge of the mortal affairs." Saying so, Xia Lin willed. Yellow light surged and engulfed all the Gu Masters present. Xia Lin willed again. The Gu Masters cried out in shock. They were suppressed by the yellow light and could not move. They were lifted into the air without any ability to retaliate. Xia Lin smiled, the yellow light dissipated and these Gu Masters were put down. This immortal world, this is an immortal world. So there really are immortals in this world. May I be so bold to ask Lady Xia Lin, why did Master Immortal set up an immortal formation here? I wonder what his thoughts are? Xia Lin only smiled. She had also just found out that Master Chu was an immortal. The shock in her heart was no less than the others. Now, does anyone have anything to say about my previous suggestion? Xia Lin looked around and asked warmly. How could the Gu Masters dare to question her again? They lowered their heads and some even knelt on the ground, expressing that they wanted to submit to Xia Lin, while some wanted to become Feng Yuan's disciple. Xia Lin could only appease them one by one. Feng Yuan's divine sense only circled around Xia Lin once. After giving some instructions, he left her alone. Although there were immortals in Dragon Whale Paradise, be it in his previous life or this life, Feng Yuan had not seen a single native immortal. Legends about immortals had always been circulating in the mortal world, but they were just rumors. This time, Feng Yuan displayed the immortal world and set up an immortal formation, leaving behind many things for Xia Lin. Soon, countless people heard the news and rushed over. Some of them were here to admire the immortals, while others were here to join Xia Lin. In the previous life, Feng Yuan helped Xia Lin become the mermaid saintess. In this life, he directly made a move in advance and supported Xia Lin's force first. In the following period of time, Xia Lin would deal with various forces and Gu master experts. She would establish her own force according to Fang Yuan's instructions. Even if she did something wrong, there was still a will left behind by Fang Yuan in the formation to guide her and help her fill in the gaps. Regarding Xia Lin's investment, it was not even a drop in the ocean. What truly made Fang Yuan pay a price was repairing the underwater formation. Fang Yuan's earth path attainment level had increased, it made up for his shortcomings and he quickly found a good method to repair it. His formation path attainment level was at Grandmaster level. He could not use natural Dao marks yet, so he used immortal materials. These immortal materials that were placed here were his greatest expenditure. Mid-sized missions not only had higher difficulty, they also needed the Gu Immortal to pay a price. Merit points were not so easy to earn. Fang Yuan returned to the merit obelisk. This mission gave him 100 merit points. This was the highest reward for a mid-sized mission. His performance in setting up the formation was perfect. Thus, he completely occupied the first place on the merit board. The sudden increase of 100 merit points made others feel discouraged. This time, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to leave. He started to study the merit board. His earth path attainment level had risen to Grandmaster level. Could he comprehend this immortal Gu house? If he could comprehend it and use some methods, could he create a loophole in the merit obelisk and refine this immortal Gu house? Earlier, Fang Yuan followed the rules, but that could not be helped. Deep down, he had never given up on the merit obelisk. After a while, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with disappointment. The merit obelisk had the profundity of earth path, but it also included sound path, human path, and heaven path. In terms of composition, earth path and sound path were only supplementary. The true core was human path and heaven path. If I want to comprehend it thoroughly, I would need to be at least Great Grandmaster in each of these 4 paths to have any hope. After realizing this, Fang Yuan smiled bitterly to himself. Refining the merit obelisk in a short period of time was an unrealistic hope. But it made sense. Before Fang Yuan, who knew how many Gu Immortals had come here? These predecessors definitely had their own strengths, but they could not do anything to this rank 8 immortal Gu house. Fang Yuan's foundation in this aspect was not strong. How could he easily refine this rank 8 immortal Gu house? There was no breakthrough in this aspect, so Fang Yuan could only follow the usual routine and continue to accept and complete missions according to the rules. When his merit points reached over 900, Xianxia shouted excitedly under the merit obelisk, "I finally found it, so it was this. This is the title of this good person." At this moment, Shen Zhao's eyes were brimming with tears. He could not wait to report this discovery to Shen Songxing. Soon, Shen Clan's Gu Immortals experienced a surge in merit points. Following them were Ren Xiaoping, Tong Hua, and the rest. 4 echelons appeared on the merit list. The first group was Fang Yuan. He was the only one in the lead. The second group was led by Shen Songxing. Shen Clan's Gu Immortals were chasing after him. The third group was Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua. As Shen Clan's subordinates, Shen Clan's Gu Immortals only told them this secret after some time. The fourth group was led by Miao Mingxin and the rest. They had not discovered anything yet. After completing another mission, Fang Yuan's merit points rose to over 1,000. He looked at the merit board and smiled internally. They finally found the title of good person? These people are really unlucky. Maybe it is because of my luck suppression. He came to the obelisk and started to exchange for his reward. After spending 1,000 merit points, Fang Yuan obtained the title of very good person. Chapter 1913. Beehive Island was a very peculiar island. The entire island was a huge dark yellow beehive. There were countless holes on the surface of the beehive. The interior was even more intricate with countless tunnels. A rank 6 Gu Immortal with a broad back and thin waist, wearing jade green armor, was inside the beehive. This person was one of Miao Mingxin's followers, Feng Jiang. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The densely packed red thread venomous beasts shot towards Feng Jiang from all directions. Red thread earthworms could shoot themselves out with a single movement. They were extremely fast. Feng Jiang could only see traces of red light. Red thread earthworms had sharp attacks. Groups of red thread earthworms could force desolate beasts to retreat. Feng Jiang retreated as he fought. He was under huge pressure. After a while, his forehead was covered in sweat. His battle strength far surpassed desolate beasts. He had many killer moves. But the mission he took was to pacify the red thread earthworm disaster on Beehive Island, to restore balance to the ecology of Beehive Island. If Feng Jiang used unscrupulous methods and attacked fiercely, he could easily get rid of these red thread earthworms. But that way, Beehive Island would suffer a huge blow. Feng Jiang's merit points would be pitifully low. Damn it. Feng Jiang was wary. He could only retreat, flying out of the beehive and floating in the air. The red thread earthworms were still chasing after him. They shot out in the air and chased after Feng Jiang. From the countless holes, large numbers of red threads shot out. Feng Jiang sighed as he flew away from the beehive, causing these red thread earthworms to return in vain. Red thread earthworms fell from the sky but did not die. Their bodies were soft and tough. After coiling around the surface of the beehive for a while, they went back into the beehive. They did not go through the original holes in the beehive. Instead, they went through the walls of the beehive. This was a huge blow to Beehive Island. There are too many red thread earthworms. There might even be desolate beasts inside. After all, I took on a mid-sized mission. There is another problem. The deeper I go, the narrower the tunnels inside the beehive. It is very disadvantageous to me. Beehive Island was already riddled with holes by the red thread earthworms. If Feng Jiang fought inside, the entire Beehive Island would be destroyed. Feng Jiang was silent for a long time before making up his mind. He opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance and summoned a large group of wasps. These wild bees were very elite. Each of them had rank 5 battle strength. Their leader's aura was even more vigorous. It was a wild wasp. The shape of the wasp's abdomen was peculiar. It was not ellipsoidal but gyroscopic. The waist was the widest, and it extended from the waist all the way to the tail, becoming smaller and smaller. On the surface of the gyroscope-like abdomen, there were black spiral patterns that were quite eye-catching. All the wild bees were covered with thick fur, and their wings were large and wide. They were yellow Euro bees. Feng Jiang's Immortal Aperture raised a large number of wild bees. Yellow Euro bee was one of them. It had a special status. Although ordinary wild bees formed groups, they were all of the same species. Different kinds of wild bees did not live together. However, yellow gyroscope wasps could not only live together with other wasps, but they could also reproduce and nurture other wasps, helping to strengthen their colony. Yellow Euro bees could be said to be the core bee species of Feng Jiang's Immortal Aperture. Feng Jiang was an Eastern Sea Goo Immortal. He had abundant cultivation resources. He had many kinds of bee colonies in his Immortal Aperture, and more than 10 desolate beast bees. Yellow Euro bees had always been heavily nurtured by him, but he only had 3 desolate beast-level yellow Euro bees. This time, Feng Jiang took out this group of yellow Euro bees. He had paid a huge price. Under Feng Jiang's command, the yellow Euro bees buzzed like a yellowish-brown cloud, entering the beehive. There were still bee groups on Beehive Island, but compared to the red thread earthworms, they were at a disadvantage. With the help of the yellow Euro bees, the bee groups were chaotic for a while before they started to counterattack, attacking the red thread earthworms at the bottom of Beehive Island. This was a battle of life and death for the entire tribe. It was naturally very intense. Beehive Island continued to shake. Large numbers of cracks appeared on the surface and were expanding rapidly. Feng Jiang was already prepared. He immediately used all sorts of methods to repair the beehive. He let the bee groups attack while he became the babysitter. He was lucky. When the red thread earthworms lost a lot of their numbers, the only desolate beast red thread earthworm retreated without a fight. It led the tribe and left the beehive. Feng Jiang looked at the sea. Millions of red thread earthworms converged into a huge red current that moved far away. He heaved a long sigh. The burden on his heart was finally lifted. He hesitated for a moment. Should he continue to pursue and kill these red thread vipers, or should he just ignore them? While he hesitated, the red thread earthworms had already entered the deep sea. Feng Jiang gave up on chasing them. Fighting in the deep sea was like pulling a hair and affecting the whole body. Moreover, There were many sea beasts in this sea region. It is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. I should repair this beehive island first. This repair process took him a day and a night's worth of effort. Not only was the beehive island completely repaired, Feng Jiang even reinforced many crucial areas. At the same time, he took out a lot of honey and special plants from his immortal aperture. After doing all this, Beehive Island was completely renewed. Not only was the ecology balanced, there was even more potential for development than before. This is already a mid-sized resource point. Feng Jiang sighed. If possible, he wanted to take this Beehive Island for himself. But this was related to the merit mission, and he was restricted by Paradise Earth. Feng Jiang could only give up on this thought regretfully. After returning to the merit obelisk, Feng Jiang looked at his merit points. He found that after completing this mission, his merit points had increased by over 80. Feng Jiang was stunned before regretting. I did not reach 100 merit points. It seems that I did not do it perfectly. I should have exterminated the red thread earthworms back then. If I let them go, Beehive Island will be invaded by them again. That's not right. The mission was for me to balance Beehive Island's ecology. Did I really do it? Actually, I did not. The so-called ecology, even though the core is Beehive Island, the surrounding sea area is also a part of Beehive Island's ecology. I only modified Beehive Island. I did not touch the surrounding sea area. This was my mistake. Thinking of this, Feng Jiang sighed. A few days ago, Fang Yuan returned to the merit obelisk. After seeing the list, he immediately understood the situation and told Miao Mingshen's group about the secret of the good person title. Feng Jiang then exchanged for the good person title. He could take on mid-sized missions. Right now, he completed his first mid-sized mission, but he was not in a good mood. This was not only because he did not understand the mission's content, more importantly, he had put in a lot of effort in this mission. In order to gain merit points, he could not take back the yellow Euro bees. Of course, this was the correct exchange. After all, merit points were related to Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Feng Jiang gave up his bees to gain merit points. He could exchange for an immortal goo after accumulating 10,000 merit points. This transaction was definitely worth it. Because in the outside world, Feng Jiang did not have such a channel to obtain immortal goo. No matter how many desolate beasts he had, he could not exchange for an immortal goo. But the difficulty of the mid-sized mission is really high. I specialize in raising bees. This mission is suitable for me, but I only gained 80 or so merit points. What about the other missions? Feng Jiang looked at the obelisk. There were many missions there, but he could not take them. For example, the mission to repair the immortal formation, Feng Jiang did not have the methods to do so. Or the mission to heal an ancient desolate beast, Feng Jiang's healing methods were useless. Feng Jiang suddenly realized why Feng Yuan wanted to keep the good person title a secret. As long as he took the lead, Feng Yuan would be able to get missions that were suitable for him. He would be able to accumulate merit points rapidly. But Feng Jiang thought about it and felt something was amiss. No, even so, Chu Ying's efficiency in accumulating merit points is too high. Even so, Chu Ying's efficiency in accumulating merit points is too high. He had completed almost every mission perfectly. Is transformation path really so useful? At this time, Feng Jiang was stunned. Beside him, white light flashed. Feng Yuan appeared in front of him. Lord Chuing. Feng Jiang took the initiative to bow. Feng Yuan nodded at him, his gaze moving to the obelisk. On the surface of the monument, his merit suddenly shot up from the bottom, surpassing the majority of the people, and ascended to the top 3. My merit points rose by 500 at once. Feng Jiang saw this and his heart shook. I spent another 1,000 merit points to exchange for the good person title, so I can take on higher ranked missions. Feng Yuan said with a smile. Feng Jiang was stunned again. He bowed deeply. Thank you, Lord, for your guidance. Feng Yuan nodded. He walked to another obelisk and exchanged for the 3rd good person title. His merit points fell by 500. He was at the bottom again. Feng Jiang opened his mouth. He was very curious about Feng Yuan's choice, but he was very tactful. Feng Yuan did not say, so he naturally would not ask. But Feng Jiang was sure that Fang Yuan had exchanged for something extremely useful. Calculating the time, they should be back by now. Fang Yuan walked to Feng Jiang's side. He did not take on any more missions. Feng Jiang nodded. He knew that Fang Yuan was referring to Miao Mingxin and the rest. He replied, should be. Feng Jiang was not outstanding among Miao Mingxin's group. He had already completed his mission and the other three would be back soon. Fang Yuan did not mind waiting for a short while. As expected, Miao Mingxin and the rest returned soon and saw Fang Yuan. Feng Jiang then told the secret of the good person title to Miao Mingxin and the rest. Miao Mingxin had a thought. The good person title can take on medium-ranked missions, the good person can take on large-ranked missions. This is the same, knowing the good person title. The secret of the good person title is actually not a secret, you can easily associate it. But even so, Miao Mingxin was still very grateful to Fang Yuan. Because before this, Fang Yuan took the initiative to remind him about the good person title. But Shen family, Ren Xiuping, and the rest hid it from them. The order of the merit board was very important. Many rewards were unique, first come, first served. Brother Miao does not need to be afraid of Shen Zongxing. I am confident that when I teleport out, I can stay far away from Shen Zongxing and the rest. The distance is enough for us to leave safely. Fang Yuan lied, but Miao Mingxin and the rest were shocked. Gu Qiyi frowned. Is it a type of reward from the merit obelisk? Fang Yuan nodded. He did not know about it. Miao Mingxin and the rest believed him. Look at Chu Ying's attitude toward Shen Zongxing. He was courting death. He was so fearless, he definitely had something to rely on. Fang Yuan added, I can take on large-ranked missions. This is not something I can do alone, I need your help. Saying so, he took the large-ranked mission on the obelisk and shared it with Miao Mingxin and the rest. Miao Mingxin and the rest were shaken, they received the mission information at the same time, their expressions changed. There was such a thing. In fact, this secret was discovered by Miao Mingxin himself in the previous life. The good person title allowed him to share missions with others. For Gu Immortals, a medium-ranked mission was very difficult. If they had help, it would be easier. Even though the merit points were less, the efficiency of completing missions increased. In the long run, the benefits far outweighed the disadvantages. Miao Mingxin could choose to accept it or not. Fang Yuan could share missions, but he could not force others to accept them. Miao Mingxin only thought about it for a while before accepting this mission. He had just completed a medium-ranked mission. He felt the same as Feng Jiang. Fang Yuan cultivated all paths, that was why he could do it so easily. Meanwhile, Miao Mingxin and the rest were normal Gu Immortals. They only cultivated one path most of the time, only some missions were suitable for them. Chapter 1914. 5 white lights flashed in the sky, bringing Fang Yuan, Miao Mingxin, and the rest from the merit obelisk here. The 5 of them were familiar with the mission. They looked down and activated their investigative killer moves. Fang Yuan took the lead and looked around carefully. Although his investigative skills had always been his weakness, that was only for himself. Compared to Miao Mingxin and the rest, his shortcomings were not something Miao Mingxin and the rest could compare to. This was a vast sea area. The sea was turbulent, thousands of waves were set off, countless sea beasts were moving in the waves. In this sea, there were 5 small islands. One was Jade Island. There were countless jade pillars on the island, clanking when the wind blew. One was White Bone Island. There were only a few bone beasts. One was Hidden Space Island. It was faintly discernible. It seemed to be a void. One was Sword Wind Island. There were 3 tornadoes on the island. They did not stop all year round. One was Treasure Moon Island. The island was in the shape of a crescent moon. The island was always shrouded in darkness. Every inch of sand on the island shone with faint moonlight. Among the 5 islands, 3 of them had already begun to drift along with the current. Among them, Sword Wind Island had the fastest current. It was chaotic. As for the remaining 2 islands, Jade Island was in danger. The pillars under the island were already damaged. After a while, it would start to drift in the sea like the other 3 small islands. As for Hidden Space Island, it was very stable. It had been firmly guarding in the distance. This was because this island was filled with phantom path Dao marks. The culprit for the island's drift was the impact currents that spread in the depths of the sea. This kind of current was huge to the point of endangering the bottom of the sea. Suppressing the current, reorganizing the ecology of the sea area, and restoring the five-island chain of the past, this was the content of this large-scale mission. Fang Yuan started to calculate and deduce in his mind. All the signs showed that this sea area was originally formed with the five-island chain as the core. It formed an ingenious ecology. The impact currents did not exist before, but now they were like a shark that suddenly entered a calm lotus pond, causing severe damage to the ecology of the sea area. While Fang Yuan was deducing, Miao Mingshen and the rest also gradually included the entire sea area into the scope of investigation. They frowned with solemn expressions. This is a large-scale mission? The difficulty is several times higher than mid-sized missions. Immortal Hua Dai's heart sank. Feng Zhang's expression was ugly. He thought to himself, I tried my best to balance the Beehive Island's ecology, but it was not perfect. The large-scale mission this time was not to balance the ecosystem, but to reorganize it. The situation of every island was more serious than that of Beehive Island. Furthermore, the five islands are only a part of the mission. There's still a large area of the sea and the impact currents at the bottom of the sea. The roots are intertwined. To reorganize the ecology of the sea, we need to peel off the silk from the cocoon and comb through it one by one. Without wisdom path Gu immortals, we would need to continuously experiment and improve step by step. Gui Qiyi sighed in his heart. Miao Mingshen was calculating the inputs and outputs. I just finished a mid-sized mission. I expended a lot of rank 7 immortal materials. I'm afraid the resources, celestial core power, and energy needed to reorganize the ecology here will be an extremely huge figure. The more Miao Mingshen and the rest observed, the faster their fighting spirit fell. The difficulty of the large-scale mission made them shrink back. In fact, they were already regretting it. Blindly following Fang Yuan to take a large-scale mission was not a wise decision. Brother Chu, let's discuss this. At this point, Miao Mingshen could only smile bitterly. He went to discuss with Fang Yuan. He did not intend to give up. Taking the mission did not mean they could give up on it. In fact, if they wanted to give up on the mission, they would need to obtain another title. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Using the time path clone and his main body to deduce at the same time, he had already obtained a perfect plan. He waved his hand at Miao Mingshen. Brother Miao, I have a plan. Follow my arrangements and we will definitely complete this mission. Miao Mingshen was stunned. Even though he did not believe it, he did not retort. He nodded. Brother Chu, please instruct us. We will do our best. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Brother Miao is too polite. We will work together to complete this mission. It will be beneficial to both of us. If we complete a large-scale mission well, the rewards will be several times that of a mid-sized mission. I'm just afraid we won't be able to complete it well. Miao Mingshen sighed in his heart, but did not say it out loud. He did not have much confidence. He could only pin his hopes on Fang Yuan now. But he felt comfortable listening to Fang Yuan's words. Fang Yuan did not act high and mighty, but had an equal and cooperative attitude. This was unlike Shin Songxing. Brother Miao, please occupy Jade Island and prevent the current from crashing into it. Gui Qiyi, please station yourself on Sword Wind Island and make sure it does not roam around. Feng Jiang, Fairy Hua Dai, please guard Jade Island and White Bone Island respectively, and guard against the current. I will go deal with Hidden Space Island first. Fang Yuan made the arrangements. Miao Mingshen's group did not have any clues, so they followed Fang Yuan's instructions. With the four immortals taking action, the situation on the island was quickly alleviated. It no longer drifted with the current. Its drifting speed decreased sharply. It was restricted to a certain area. Seeing Fang Yuan land on Hidden Space Island, the four immortals could not help but feel suspicious. Hidden Space Island is a phantom path island. It is the most stable part of the entire sea area's ecology. It is also the easiest part of the entire mission. Why does Chu Ying want to deal with this island first? He should deal with the other islands first before dealing with Hidden Space Island. After all, this island does not exist. Dealing with this island first will instead become an obstacle for the other islands. In my opinion, we should deal with the crashing into the current. This is the main culprit behind the collapse of the 5 islands chain. To reorganize the ecology here, we must deal with it step by step from the source. Fang Yuan landed on Hidden Space Island and quickly flew out. His speed was so fast that Miao Mingchen and the rest were surprised. Fang Yuan entered White Bone Island. Under Immortal Huadai's gaze, Fang Yuan took out immortal materials from his immortal aperture and casually scattered them. He is actually setting up a formation. Immortal Huadai was seeing Fang Yuan setting up a formation for the first time. Fang Yuan's method of setting up the formation was extremely skilled. The entire process was smooth like flowing water. Immortal Huadai felt a deep sense of joy when she saw it. Soon, Fang Yuan's subformation was set up. Immortal Huadai's mouth opened wide in shock. She could not close it. Chu Ying can actually use immortal materials to set up a formation. Doesn't this mean that he has the attainments of a grandmaster in the Tao of formations? So he is not a transformation path Gu Immortal, he is a formation path Gu Immortal. No, that's not right. Back then he defeated Gu Wen and saved us. He clearly used transformation path methods. Don't tell me he cultivates 2 paths? It was rare for Gu Immortals to cultivate 2 paths, but it was not unheard of. But for Fang Yuan to be so proficient in both paths and have such deep attainment, that was very rare. White Bone Island subformation was set up. Fang Yuan activated this subformation and connected it with the main formation on Hidden Space Path. Under the effect of the immortal formation, White Bone Island shook intensely before fixing itself on the surface of the sea, showing no signs of drifting. Immortal Huadai finally understood Fang Yuan's intention, so he is using Hidden Space Island as the foundation to guide the other islands and fix them in place. Wonderful! The Hidden Sky Island is the perfect base for us, because the impact currents cannot do anything to this island. Immortal Huadai immediately thought of the weakness of this method, but the other islands are being guided by Hidden Space Island. This is the effect of the formation, but these islands are still affected by the impact currents. The Gu formations on the islands are constantly damaged. As time passes and the Gu formations are destroyed, these islands will still drift with the currents. Fang Yuan had no intention of explaining to Immortal Huadai. Next, he landed on the remaining 3 islands and set up a formation, fixing them in place temporarily. Miao Mingchen and the rest looked at Fang Yuan with a complex gaze. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment shocked them. An array formation grandmaster was a rare sight. And the transformation path attainment that Fang Yuan displayed earlier was also extraordinary. With such strength, Fang Yuan became even more mysterious in the hearts of the immortals. However, fixing 5 islands for now is just a good start. The true problem is the impact currents on the islands. Without water path methods, how can we deal with these currents? Miao Mingchen and the rest discussed. In Dragon Whale Paradise, they could not transmit directly, but they could use information path mortal Gu like carrier pigeon Gu. The impact currents rampaging in this sea area were too huge. The only thing Miao Mingchen and the rest could think of was to use immortal methods to bombard the impact currents, causing them to break apart bit by bit. This method was very stupid, and it consumed a lot of time, celestial core power, and so on. There was also a big drawback, which was that the impact current would cause serious damage to the surrounding sea. But other than that, Miao Mingchen and the rest had no good ideas. Boom! At this time, Fang Yuan floated in the sky, activating the Gu formation. The 5 islands shot out pillars of light that shot into the sky. The Gu formation's power surged, breaking through its original limit. So this is the true power of the formation. Miao Mingchen and the rest's expressions changed. They were shocked. These 5 islands had dense Tao marks. They could be seen as huge immortal materials. Fang Yuan's immortal formation naturally included them in the scope that he could use. I am going to start drawing in the impact currents. Everyone, please guard the islands. During this period, if there are any sea beasts or huge waves, you will need to take action. Fang Yuan shouted, his voice spreading throughout the sea area. Miao Mingshen and the rest quickly responded, expressing that they would do their best. The formation buzzed, the 5 pillars of light gradually dissipated, turning into pure white light snow that filled the sky. The light snow soaked into the seawater, dyeing the seawater around the islands with white light phantoms. It was beautiful. In this white light phantom, the impact currents were like blue whales that were attracted by fish and prawns. They slowly moved their bodies and swam faster and faster, crashing towards Jade Island at the front. Miao Mingshen, who was on Jade Island, gritted his teeth. He was under huge pressure. He became nervous. He was on full alert. If the Immortal Formation's protection was not enough, the impact of such a current could completely shatter Jade Island. Boom! The impact currents collided with the formation, causing an earth-shattering explosion. A huge wave, as tall as 100 feet, crashed towards Jade Island. Miao Mingshen immediately flew up and shouted, activating a killer move to resist. The impact currents were hit by this collision, slowly changing direction, turning to the left of Jade Island. But before it could go far, it was pulled back by the Immortal Formation of the second White Bone Island. The one guarding the White Bone Island was Immortal Huadai. She saw the current coming towards her and almost couldn't help but moan. In the discussion of Miao Mingshen and the others, the impact currents had to be repelled and weakened. The best result was to completely break them up. But Feng Yuan's move was to lure the impact currents to hit the island. This was exactly the situation that Miao Mingshen and the others wanted to avoid. Isn't Chu Ying a little too crazy? Immortal Huadai soon had no time to think. After the impact currents hit the White Bone Island, the entire formation made a terrifying creaking sound, and then set off huge waves. There were also many sea beasts in the waves. Immortal Huadai used all her strength to resist. Just like this, under Feng Yuan's continuous guidance, the impact currents hit the 5 islands one after another. Each time they hit, the power of the current would decrease by a layer, then it would go around the island and be led to the next place. After the impact current crashed into the last island, its power and momentum were less than half of what it was before. At this time, Feng Yuan activated the formation again, making the impact currents go around the island, turning around and crashing towards the second last island. Thus, the Gu Immortals guarding the islands felt their hearts jump again. After the impact currents hit the island 5 times, they returned to Jade Island. The power of the impact currents was almost gone. They almost turned into ordinary currents. The 5 islands shook lightly. The Immortal Formation completely stabilized. The impact currents quickly calmed down, starting to flow evenly from the beginning to the end. But the 4 Gu Immortals on the island felt a huge wave in their hearts. They never expected Feng Yuan to deal with the impact currents like this. Although the impact currents still existed, they had become a protective layer around the islands. Around the 5 islands, the impact currents flowed rapidly, far faster than ordinary seawater, firmly protecting the 5 islands while helping the Immortal Formation to stabilize the position of the 5 islands. If Miao Mingshen and the others' plan was used to destroy the impact currents, this sea area would definitely be destroyed beyond recognition. Feng Yuan's move cleverly avoided this drawback. Instead, making full use of the impact currents, the disaster became a blessing, greatly enhancing the natural foundation of the sea area. This was simply a stroke of genius. Miao Mingshen and the others were all in awe. To achieve this, the difficulty was simply too great. Not to mention the arrangement of the Immortal Formation, even Waterpath Gu Immortals did not have the ability to guide the impact currents. And to perfectly weaken the impact currents, rigorous calculations were needed. When the impact currents returned to Jade Island, their power had to be weakened to almost nothing. A little more or a little less would greatly affect the overall situation. It would not be possible to achieve the perfect balance of the current. The overall situation is set. Next, I will ask you to repair the Immortal Formation and the ecology of the islands. You can ignore the impact currents. Feng Yuan smiled. He was quite satisfied with this result. In the future, if impact currents appeared again and hit the islands, they would be swallowed by the surrounding protective currents under the effect of the Immortal Formation. Chapter 1915. The impact current was like a hungry tiger, but under Fang Yuan's arrangements, it became a house cat that guarded the 5 islands. When Fang Yuan accomplished this, the situation was set. Next was to clean up the mess. This was not difficult, but it was complicated and consumed time and energy. Fang Yuan did not care about it. Thus, Fang Yuan negotiated with Miao Mingshun, Feng Jiang and Fairy Hua Dai were left here, while the rest returned with him. With a flash of white light, Fang Yuan, Miao Mingxin, and Gui Qiyi returned to the starting island. Ren Xiaoping was thinking about the missions on the Merit Obelisk. He was an enslavement path Gu Immortal. He enslaved many desolate beasts and a small number of ancient desolate beasts. These existences each had their own strengths. He had many methods to deal with. However, even so, Ren Xiaoping felt the difficulty of mid-sized missions. Fang Yuan and the rest appeared beside him. His heart jumped as he thought, why did these 3 appear at the same time? Is it a coincidence? Fang Yuan nodded at Ren Xiaoping with a smile. Ren Xiaoping was stunned. He did not know how to respond to Fang Yuan's unexpected attitude. Fang Yuan walked to his side as the words on the obelisk changed, revealing all the large-sized missions. Fang Yuan only took a glance before quickly taking one of them. Next, he shared this mission with Miao Mingxin and Gui Qiyi. At the next moment, white light flashed again as the 3 of them vanished on the spot. Ren Xiaoping witnessed the entire process. His expression turned grim. The mission that Chuing took is completely different from mine. It is of a higher level. It seems that his merit points fell earlier because he obtained a new title. He can take on a higher level mission. This title is likely to be Great Good Person. Good Person title could take on mid-sized missions. Great Good Person title could take on large-sized missions. This was a simple relationship that Gu Immortals could easily link to from the names. But the problem was, even if they thought of it, what could they do? Mid-sized missions are already so difficult. Large-sized missions must be even more difficult. Ren Xiaoping was gloomy. Also, why are Miao Mingxin and Gui Qiyi working together with Chuing? Can they accept the same mission? This discovery made Ren Xiaoping's heart palpitate. Some mid-sized missions were very difficult, but if there was someone to help, this difficulty could be mitigated. Although many people complete the mission together, the merit will be distributed. But as long as he controlled it properly, the efficiency of completing the mission would increase, and the rewards would be much higher. Isn't that what Chuing is doing? Ren Xiaoping was very astute. After thinking for a moment, he understood Fang Yuan's intentions. Fang Yuan did not intend to hide it. In fact, he had deliberately leaked it. Miao Mingxin's group could be fought over. Why couldn't Ren Xiaoping? The hatred from before? Could hatred be compared to the benefits in front of them? Ren Xiaoping was not a lunatic. It was precisely because of his shrewdness that there was a possibility of cooperation. As for Ren Xiaoping and the Shen family, there must be an alliance between them. But it didn't matter. There were rewards on the Merit Obelisk that could remove the restrictions on the Gu Immortal. Even without Fang Yuan's reminder, Ren Xiaoping had already seen it. The second large-sized mission was naturally more difficult than the mid-sized mission, but it was not a problem for Fang Yuan. After spending some effort, Fang Yuan opened up the situation, leaving Miao Mingxin and Gui Qiyi to clean up the mess. When he returned to the Merit Obelisk, he waited for a while before Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang teleported back. Once they returned, the first large-sized mission was officially completed. Miao Mingxin and the rest also hugged onto Fang Yuan's thick thighs. Their merit points increased steadily. It was a win-win situation for both sides, but for Shen Songxing, Ren Xiaoping and the rest, it was an extremely bad situation. These people watched as Miao Mingxin and the rest's merit points increased step by step on the merit board, surpassing them and becoming the first echelon. They were angry and hateful, but there was nothing they could do. Looking at Fang Yuan's merit points, he had already accumulated several thousand. It could be said that he was far ahead of the rest of the Immortals. Such a huge realization made the Immortals lose any desire to chase after him. Immortal Gu can be exchanged for tens of thousands of merit points, but for Chu Ying it is not far. Many people saw this and had complex emotions. They were filled with envy and disappointment. It's really strange, how can Chu Ying complete so many different missions so smoothly? He must know many secrets of this place. It is a pity that we cannot attack him casually. Miao Mingxin and the rest are really lucky. How did they manage to get to know Chu Ying? The Immortals were filled with jealousy and hatred. Shen Songsheng sighed. He had sighed more times in the last 10 days than in the past few years combined. The ranking on the merit board was very eye-catching. Shen Songsheng's ranking was below Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang. He was a grand rank 8 Gu Immortal, but he could not compare to 2 rank 6 Gu Immortals. How could he maintain his reputation? How could he endure this? If I can take on large-scale missions, my rank 8 strength will be fully displayed. By then, my merit points will rise by a lot. But how can I get others to take on the same missions as me? It was easy to think of the title of being a good person, but what about the title of sharing missions? This needed to be tested. And trying would test the luck of Shen Songsheng and the rest. They would need to expend their merit points. This was undoubtedly adding insult to injury to their already terrible situation of falling behind. I can get Shen Clan's Gu Immortals to contribute merit points. But what about Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua? If I do this, won't I push them towards Chu Ying? Shen Songsheng was wary. He knew that his influence was slipping. After knowing that the alliance agreements on Gu Immortals could be removed by the rewards in the merit obelisk, Shen Songsheng became more cautious in his relationship with Ren Xiaoping and the rest. Fang Yuan, Miao Mingxin, and the rest worked together to complete missions. They were much more advanced. Shen Songsheng wanted to copy them. He wanted to unite Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua. Their paths were something that his Shen clan lacked. Shen Songsheng was already regretting it. He should not have forced Miao Mingxin and the rest to use their merit points to exchange for rewards. This caused the Immortals to lose their trust in him. It was a wise move back then, but now it seemed like it was a huge mistake. This could not be blamed on Shen Songsheng. He knew nothing about the merit obelisk after all. The decision he made at that time was undoubtedly correct under the circumstances at that time. There were many types of missions on the merit obelisk. Mid-sized missions became difficult from the start. If there was a corresponding path, the difficulty of the mission would be much lower. Thus, the more paths one had, the more advantageous it was for completing missions. Fang Yuan had already united Miao Mingxin and the rest. After suffering a loss, Shen Songsheng learned his lesson and tried to win over Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua. His prestige as a rank 8 was still there. Ren Xiaoping's alliance agreement had not been removed, and most importantly, Ren Xiaoping had enmity with Miao Mingxin and Chu Ying. All these factors caused Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua to stay by Shen Clan's side. When Fang Yuan came to the merit obelisk again, a new large mission appeared. The demonic immortal imprisoned in regret crying sea has lost his mind. Please cooperate with the formation to kill him. Regret crying sea appeared? Fang Yuan was slightly stunned. He accepted this mission without hesitation. At this time, missions related to Merman City had already appeared 4 times, but the Mermaid Saintess selection had not started yet. Fang Yuan's rebirth had greatly changed the missions on the merit obelisk. With this mission, Fang Yuan could collect regret Gu in advance. This was a good thing. Chapter 1916. The sky was gloomy, the wind was evil, and the waves were surging. This was the regret-crying sea region, and Fang Yuan, Miao Mingxin, and the rest had already entered this place for a long time. I regret it. I shouldn't have killed so many people. I regret it. I shouldn't have run away to seek power. If only I could stay by my parents' side and fulfill my filial duties. I repent. I deceived everyone. I hid the immortal Gu. I let my most trusted friend take the blame and obtain the benefits myself. The cries were like an immortal killer move, entering the immortals' ears and disturbing their emotions. This was already the center of the regret-crying sea region. Miao Mingxin and the rest stayed in the sky and waited patiently as they looked at Fang Yuan, who was deep in thought. Even if they did not have much array formation foundation, they could still detect the majestic array at the bottom of the sea. This was obviously the work of the giant sun immortal. It made Miao Mingxin and the rest feel small just by looking at it. It was the same for Fang Yuan in his previous life. He had once lamented that this array was as vast as the starry sky. If he wanted to comprehend all the mysteries of this array, he would need at least 10 years. But now, that time had been greatly reduced. I'll need around 8 years to fully comprehend it, and I'll be able to understand this array like the back of my hand. Fang Yuan thought. The reason for this improvement was none other than Fang Yuan's Earth Path realm. In his previous life, Fang Yuan's Earth Dao was not at the Grandmaster level, and this array was a Super Earth Dao Immortal array. There is no movement from Regret Gu. Fang Yuan stared at a place at the center of the seabed. This was not a good situation, but Fang Yuan was not surprised. In order to stay in the Dragon Whale Paradise, Fang Yuan destroyed the Stone Lotus Island in advance. Without the Stone Lotus Island, Regret Gu's venerable method had no destination. How could it be activated? According to the historical memories Fang Yuan obtained on the Stone Lotus Island, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had once entered the Stone Lotus Island and borrowed Regret Gu. Even though the Stone Lotus Island had the Red Lotus Will and the Red Lotus methods, how could they compare to a living Venerable one? Red Lotus Will compromised, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable successfully borrowed Regret Gu and even wanted to snatch the inheritor from Red Lotus Demon Venerable. This successor was none other than Fang Yuan. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had chosen the Stone Lotus Island, but in this life, he had taken everything from the Stone Lotus Island in advance and rushed to the Dragon Whale Paradise. He wanted to inherit the Paradise's true legacy. In my previous life, Regret Gu mutated and flew out to take me away. It hasn't made any movements in this life. It seems like I'll have to do it myself. Fang Yuan came to a realization. Venerables had great methods. Fang Yuan was sent to the Stone Lotus Island by Regret Gu in the previous life. He had no way to resist. Regret Gu did not activate. Fang Yuan was happy to see this situation. After carefully comprehending it for a few hours, Fang Yuan collected his scattered thoughts. He thought for a while before saying to Miao Ming Shen and the rest, "To get rid of the demon immortals here, we need to borrow the formation." However, even though Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's formation was powerful, it could only suppress and seal. It had no offensive power. My idea is to set up a supplementary array outside, then activate the supplementary array to infiltrate the interior of the array and kill the Fiend Immortal. Miao Ming Shen and the rest nodded in agreement towards this idea. It would be extremely dangerous to break the formation and release the Fiend Immortal. Just think about it. This mysterious Fiend Immortal was from the same generation as Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable died of old age, but this Fiend Immortal was still alive. In terms of lifespan, he had already lived for more than 100,000 years. Who could live for 100,000 years? The one with the longest lifespan, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, was only 25,000 years. He had lived longer than the Supremacies. Just this point alone made this demon immortal extremely fearsome. Don't overestimate the Fiend Immortal inside the formation. Fang Yuan smiled. This formation has a lifespan extension method other than sealing. It can make this Fiend Immortal sleep and extend his lifespan greatly. That is why he can live for so long. The expressions of Miao Ming Shen and the rest eased slightly. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable is truly merciful. Not only did he not kill this person, after suppressing the Fiend Immortal, he even extended his lifespan. Does Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable have the Celestial Quartz lifespan extension method? According to the Celestial Quartz lifespan extension method, not to mention 100,000 years, even 1,000,000 years can be easily extended. Sigh, how can we estimate a Venerable's methods? Fang Yuan turned his gaze towards Miao Ming Shen, saying solemnly, "But I want to set up a supplementary formation. I need a Gu Immortal to suppress a formation core. When the supplementary formation is activated, the more Gu Immortals there are, the more formation cores there are, and the stronger the supplementary formation will be. In my plan, I need at least 8 Gu Immortals to suppress the formation cores." Miao Ming Shen and the rest stopped sighing. Including Fang Yuan, there were only 5 Gu Immortals here. Fang Yuan's words meant that he wanted to invite more people. He needed at least 3 more. This was a little strange. Because even with Zheng Luo Zi and Tu Tu Tuo, there was still one vacancy. As for the other Gu immortals, other than Shen Clan's group, there were Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua. This was clearly not on good terms with Miao Mingshen's group. Shen Clan had bullied them, Ren Xiaoping was their enemy, Tong Hua was a traitor. Who should they invite? Gui Qiyi, Fairy Hua Dai, and Feng Jiang showed troubled expressions. Miao Mingshen laughed heartily, replying with a sincere expression, "Brother Chu, the most important thing now is Paradise Earth's true inheritance. This is a rare opportunity, we should grasp it. What grudge can't we put aside for now? If we want to settle scores, we can do it outside. In my opinion, Zheng Luozi and Tu Tua can be invited, Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua can also be invited. If Shen Clan's Gu immortals can come, it will be safer." Saying so, Miao Mingshen added, "Of course, everything is up to you, Brother Chu." Gui Qiyi and the other immortals' expressions changed. Some wanted to say something, but since Miao Mingshen said so, they had nothing to say. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Miao Mingshen was indeed Miao Mingshen. Fang Yuan said warmly, "Brother Miao is righteous and broad-minded, I am in awe. Let's do this. I will set up several supplementary formations and ask the four of you to guard one formation core each, activating the supplementary formations to infiltrate the underwater formation. Next, I will invite the other Gu immortals to join us." Miao Mingshen continued, "I am friends with Tu Tua and Zheng Luozi. I can write letters to them and help them make the right decision." Fang Yuan nodded. That would be for the best. Eventually, Fang Yuan obtained several information path mortal Gu from Miao Mingshen. Miao Mingshen not only wrote letters to Tu Tua and Zheng Luozi, he also wrote letters to his enemies, Ren Xiaoping, Tong Hua, and Shen Clan, to help Fang Yuan invite them. Fang Yuan read the contents of the letters several times. He did not find anything strange. In the letters, Miao Mingshen expressed his sincerity in cooperating, saying that the grudge between them could be put aside for now. He also praised Fang Yuan's methods and urged them to cooperate with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not help but look at Miao Mingshen in a new light. The truth was, Miao Mingshen's letters were just icing on the cake. There was no qualitative change with or without letters. Fang Yuan was very confident that he could successfully invite more people. Even if Miao Mingshen objected, Fang Yuan would invite other Gu immortals. Miao Mingshen clearly knew that he was not irreplaceable. He chose to compromise for the sake of the benefits of the cooperation. If he was not an outstanding talent, who was? The process of recruiting Zheng Luozi and Tu Tua was extremely smooth. Fang Yuan had only mentioned it once, and they could not wait to join, even having a certain degree of excitement in their hearts. After all, Fang Yuan supported Miao Mingshen's group on the merit board. Even Shen Songxing was suppressed by them. Everyone saw that. Fang Yuan invited Tong Hua. She was hesitant. She said that she needed to consider it. Fang Yuan invited Ren Xiaoping. Ren Xiaoping agreed without thinking. He was much faster than Zheng Luozi and Tu Tua. Ren Xiaoping even brought a small unexpected news to Fang Yuan. Shen Clan's Gu immortals also wanted to join. The leader of Shen Clan's Gu immortals was the rank 8 Gu immortal Shen Songxing. Without his permission, the other Shen Clan Gu immortals would not dare to side with Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang Yuan soon met with Shen Songxing. Fellow immortal Chu Ying. This time, Shen Songxing's attitude was very sincere. He treated the rank 7 Chu Ying as an equal rank 8. The reason I came here is because of Celestial Court's information. Not long ago, Duke Long and Qi Si ancestor fought. I'm sure Chu Ying has heard about it. In this battle, I captured Gue Fangjing. To redeem him, Celestial Court gave me an important piece of information. So in this Dragon Whale Paradise, there is a rank 8 Immortal Gu, Echo Worm. This Gu is extremely useful to me, Shen Songsheng, and even Shen Clan. I have been searching for it for many years, but to no avail. Shen Clan is willing to cooperate with Chu Ying. If you see this Gu in the Merit Obelisk's reward, please be magnanimous. If we encounter this Gu during a mission, my Shen Clan would like to cooperate with you to capture this Gu. Shen Clan will reward you handsomely. Fang Yuan's expression changed. Echo Worm? This worm is in the top 10 of the mystical Gu list. It can make a sound and anyone who hears it will become a slave if they respond to it. And a rank 8 Echo Worm can already enslave rank 8 Gu Immortals. Your clan has been searching for such a precious treasure. What sincerity can you show me if you want to cooperate with me? In this Dragon Whale paradise, we cannot directly set up an alliance agreement. Xianxia laughed loudly. Chu Ying, I have already prepared for this. This cooperation is for the sake of my Shen clan's reputation. You can use Gu worms to record the entire process. And these things are a small portion of my Shen clan's sincerity. Please accept them, Chu Ying. Saying so, Xianxia took out a huge immortal material and handed it to Fang Yuan. This immortal material's value was so high that even Fang Yuan's heart jumped. Regret Gu was right in front of him, but the immortal materials needed to advance immortal Gu on a large scale were lacking. This immortal material from Xianxia could fill the gap. It was something that Fang Yuan urgently needed. Fang Yuan nodded, accepting this immortal material. Xianxia continued. I heard that Chu Ying's mission involves a super Gu formation personally set up by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. I want to go with you. Maybe the Echo Worm is inside. Even if it is not, Shen Clan's Gu Immortals can work together to help Chu Ying complete this mission. Chapter 1917. Regret Crying Sea Area. Immortals stood in the air. Miao Mingshen and the rest each occupied a supplementary formation, activating it as the formation's power continued to seep into the underwater formation. Fang Yuan was setting up an immortal formation. His aura surged. He was still at rank 7 level. His body was covered in a layer of green light. His eyes were filled with blue light that resembled the sea and lightning. With a wave of his hand, a large number of mortal Gu flew into the air like a swarm of mosquitoes, circling around and quickly forming a supplementary formation. Next, Fang Yuan took out immortal materials and used killer moves to create the supplementary formation. The newly joined Ren Xiaoping and the rest stared at Fang Yuan with shining gazes. They were silent as they watched him set up the formation. The Gu Immortals had complex expressions. Even Xianxia was the same. Being able to use immortal materials to set up a formation, this is a formation path grandmaster. Chu Ying cultivates transformation path. To think that he has such attainment in formation path as well, this is very rare. How did he cultivate both? I'm afraid he found a way to cultivate transformation path and formation path at the same time. Just like how Celestial Court's Thunder Ghost True Monarch cultivates soul path and lightning path, while 9 Spiritual Fairy cultivates transformation path and enslavement path. It is not as simple as formation path grandmaster attainment. Chu Ying's method of setting up formations is so familiar, and more terrifyingly, he does not lack formation path immortal killer moves. His efficiency in setting up formations is truly rare. The immortals became more shocked as they watched. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment made their hearts shake. With such methods, he can deal with many of the Merit Obelisk's missions. Most of the missions on the Merit Obelisk are to organize the mountains and rivers and harmonize the ecology. This is very beneficial to Chu Ying. No wonder he can complete so many missions. Ordinary formation path Gu Immortals need to use immortal Gu to set up an immortal formation. But Chu Ying is a formation path grandmaster. He only needs to pay immortal materials. This qualitative change is too terrifying. The Gu Immortals could not help but feel jealous. They also envied Miao Mingshen and the rest. They had truly found a powerful backer by getting close to Chu Ying. Ren Xiaoping had already begun to seriously consider whether he should abandon the Shen family after this mission was over and rely on Fang Yuan. Based on the current situation, Fang Yuan was very magnanimous. The enmity between him and Ren Xiaoping had been temporarily thrown to the back of his mind. What worried Ren Xiaoping was that Fang Yuan already had Miao Mingshen's group by his side. Even Tu Tu Tua and Zheng Luozi's relationship with Fang Yuan was much better than his. As far as Chu Ying is concerned, he can totally cooperate with anyone he likes. Why would he join hands with someone like me, who is his enemy? Ren Xiaoping's heart moved. Even though Chu Ying is able to use immortal materials to set up formations with his Array Dao Grandmaster realm, it is impossible for him to do so. Therefore, his greatest shackle was immortal materials. If he lacks immortal materials, I can use this to contribute immortal materials and cooperate with him more closely. Ren Xiaoping decided to give up some of his own benefits. Only by doing so could he move Fang Yuan and make him cooperate with him. After setting up this formation, Ren Xiaoping, please go and guard it. Fang Yuan spoke at this time. He had already set it up. This supplementary formation was similar to the previous ones, even though it was set up in the air. Once it was set up, it would sink into the sea. Ren Xiaoping chuckled as he flew down. He did not inspect the supplementary formation, he directly entered it. Ren Xiaoping did not have formation path attainment. Even if Fang Yuan set up the formation in front of him, he would not be able to see the profundity of this supplementary formation. But he believed in Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's methods. He was not afraid of Fang Yuan plotting against him. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable prohibited Gu Immortals from attacking each other. It greatly increased the trust between Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan continued to set up the formation. 1, 2, 3. As Gu Immortals entered the formation, the supplementary formation became stronger and stronger. Ren Xiaoping's expression turned ugly. Fang Yuan had an endless supply of immortal materials. During this period of time, he saw Domination Copper, Earthly Limit Astral Chi, Green Jade Wind Flow, Dark Ink Stone, Heaven Flying Jade. Fang Yuan's wealth made the immortals speechless. Ren Xiaoping even sucked in a few breaths of cold air. With such wealth, how could he compare to the other party? What made Ren Xiaoping feel even more dejected was Fang Yuan's attitude. He used these immortal materials to set up the formation, but he did not even blink. He was decisive. He did not care about these sacrifices at all. Even though Fang Yuan lacked immortal materials, that was for the advancement of immortal Gu on a large scale. The immortal materials used to set up the formation here were just a small portion of Fang Yuan's storage. Even if there were 100 of these supplementary formations, Fang Yuan could afford them. Thus, Fang Yuan's behavior, in the eyes of Ren Xiaoping and the other Gu Immortals, was that he was extremely wealthy. After spending a lot of time and effort, the supplementary formations were finally set up. Shen Songsheng and the rest entered the supplementary formations. These supplementary formations were scattered around the underwater formation. If seen from a bird's eye view, it would look like a peacock spreading its tail. Each supplementary formation was like the core of the peacock's tail. The power they emitted gathered into a stream that flowed into the underwater formation. The supplementary formations looked similar, but they all had their own differences. These were adjustments made by Fang Yuan according to the characteristics of the Gu Immortals. For example, Miao Mingshen's supplementary formation had a lot of space path immortal materials mixed in. It could help him unleash his full potential. Ren Xiaoping's supplementary formation had a few empty spots. He could place his desolate beasts inside and display his enslavement path specialty. Other than that, the positions of the supplementary formations were also meticulously arranged. Fang Yuan placed weaker Gu Immortals like Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang at the periphery. And Shen Songsheng's supplementary formation was the closest to the underwater formation. Fang Yuan also set up a supplementary formation for himself. He entered the supplementary formation. This supplementary formation was a refinement path Gu formation. Its only use was to amplify the power of Fang Yuan's refinement path killer moves. Inside the supplementary formation, Fang Yuan activated his killer move, Refinement Rain Formation. At once, a drizzle fell on the surface of the sea. Countless raindrops entered the underwater formation. The power of refinement path started to activate as Gu worms were refined by Fang Yuan. Shen Songsheng and the rest did not feel that this rain was very powerful at first, but after a while, their eyes widened. Because during this period of time, Fang Yuan had already refined the outermost layer of the underwater formation. What killer move is this? It can even break the underwater formation. It seems to be a refinement path killer move? Someone was unsure. Such a powerful refinement path killer move. Does Chu Ying cultivate refinement path as well? Someone felt that this was unimaginable. This should be the effect of his supplementary formation. The Gu Immortals thought about it for a long time, but still subconsciously chose to believe that this was the effect of Fang Yuan's supplementary formation. If Chu Ying had such terrifying attainment in refinement path, he could actually refine Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables formation. Wouldn't he be cultivating 3 paths at the same time? Ren Xiaoping, Miao Mingshen, and these elite Gu Immortals who cultivated one path would not be able to accept this. Even though it was just the effect of the supplementary formation, these Gu Immortals were deeply shaken. Shen Zongxing's pupils shrunk. Compared to the power of the supplementary formation, he was more shocked by Fang Yuan's ambition. He could already see it. The auxiliary formations that he and the others controlled were like iron rods, while the underwater formation was like a tightly stitched wooden box. The power of the supplementary formation seeped into the underwater formation, like iron rods moving wooden boards. And the supplementary formation that Fang Yuan was controlling was the core power. It could penetrate through the cracks of the wooden boards and make them his. This level of attainment in the Tao of arrays, and this level of ambition, he wants to take the entire array for himself. Chu Ying. Shen Zongxing had a solemn expression. He inwardly engraved this name in his mind. This was not the first time that Fang Yuan had used Refinement Rain Killer move. This move used rank 8 Water Refinement Immortal Gu as the core. Fang Yuan used many supplementary Gu worms to conceal his rank 8 aura, pretending to be rank 7. After rebirth, he annexed Langya sect and obtained rank 8 Immortal Gu Water Refinement, creating this move. Next, he returned to Southern Border and used this killer move to refine Chi Chuyu's formation, capturing many Gu Immortals inside. This time, Fang Yuan used it again. It was also rank 7 aura. With the concealment of the supplementary formation, Shen Zongxing could not see the true essence of rank 8. The power of a rank 8 killer move was extraordinary. The underwater formation was gradually refined by Fang Yuan. The more he refined, the deeper his control over the formation became. With the assistance of the many auxiliary formations outside the formation, everything went smoothly for a time, and he progressed rather quickly. However, after he refined 30% of the formation, Refinement Rain's effect fell drastically. The progress started to slow down. Refinement Rain is only a killer move. Its true effect depends on my understanding of the underwater formation. Fang Yuan had expected this. He was not surprised. He had ample patience. He decided to spend some time here. For Regret Gu and the other Immortal Gu in the formation, this investment was worth it. Originally, he was worried about the other Gu Immortals. But now, even Shen Zongxing was invited. Fang Yuan was not afraid of the other Gu Immortals surpassing him. The refinement speed became slower and slower. Finally, Fang Yuan encountered a bottleneck. This was an Earth Path rank 7 Immortal Gu. Its body was flat like a disc. It was yellowish-brown in color. It had a head and a tail, as well as 4 hook-like tentacles, growing evenly around the disc. This is Territory Gu. When a Gu Immortal plants it deep in the soil, it will emit a mystical power that permeates the soil and spreads outwards. After spreading to the limit, everything in the surrounding 1,000 li will be controlled by the Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan recognized this Gu. Territory Gu was very common, especially in the southern border. In many villages, even if they were not skilled in Earth Path, they would think of ways to get a rank 3 or 4 Territory Gu. The village would plant this Gu underground, and a Gu master with high authority would take care of it, greatly increasing their control over the territory. Territory Gu was a practical Gu worm, but it was very expensive. It was often used by forces. Individual Gu masters did not pursue this Gu. Territory Immortal Gu was kept in Dragon Whale Paradise. This Gu was very useful to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used this Gu worm to manage his immortal aperture. It was very convenient. Fang Yuan could use Territory Immortal Gu to adjust the terrain of his territory. Chapter 1918. This is a little troublesome. I need to make some deductions. Everyone, rest for now. Fang Yuan said. The obstacle of Territory Gu was not just a problem for Fang Yuan, it was also a problem for the other Gu Immortals. No matter how they activated the supplementary formation, the power of the supplementary formation could not go any further. The Gu Immortals started to rest, but they did not forget to talk. He finally encountered a problem. And here I thought that Chu Ying would be able to continue refining it. What a joke. This is a formation created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable himself. How can Chu Ying possibly refine this formation? But if he fails to refine it, what will happen to our mission? That's right, even though Chu Ying is a formation path grandmaster, deductions are a matter of wisdom path. What can he deduce? The Gu Immortals had complex emotions. On one hand, Fang Yuan encountered a problem. They let out a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Fang Yuan was stuck. Their benefits were affected too. The Gu Immortals wanted Fang Yuan to break through this obstacle, but they did not want to see this happen. Alright, I deduced it, let's continue. Fang Yuan said. What? The Immortals were surprised. This was too fast. Fang Yuan flew out of the supplementary formation, floating in the sky. To pass this obstacle, the supplementary formation needs to be adjusted. Everyone, don't be in a hurry. Next, he willed as immortal essence was expended rapidly. The supplementary formations started to move according to his will. Some of the supplementary formations moved back while others moved forward, getting closer to the underwater formation. Finally, Miao Mingshun's supplementary formation and Ren Xiaoping's supplementary formation stuck together, becoming one. Fang Yuan said to the two of them, "Next, your supplementary formations will be the main ones, the rest will assist." Miao Mingshen and Ren Xiaoping nodded with complex expressions, to think that they would work together one day. After adjusting the supplementary formation, Fang Yuan entered his supplementary formation again. He was not in a hurry to activate Refinement Rain. Instead, he controlled the Immortals in the supplementary formation to activate the supplementary formation according to his method. The power of the auxiliary formation changed. It was like layers of fine sand that were stuck in the cracks of the underwater formation, slowing down its operation. And it was precisely this slight change that gave Fang Yuan the opportunity to take advantage of. Fang Yuan continued to activate Refinement Rain. A moment later, he successfully refined the territory Gu. After passing through this checkpoint, the Immortals instantly felt relaxed. The power of the auxiliary array was released, and it rampaged through the array at the bottom of the sea. After penetrating 60% of the formation, it encountered a precipice and came to a halt. Shen Song Sheng and the rest were in a state of shock. Amazing! I didn't expect Chu Ying to be so powerful. More than half of the underwater formation is going to fall into his hands. The auxiliary formation he designed is extraordinary. It can actually be adjusted. This isn't a fixed formation, but a type of changing formation. Fang Yuan's performance shattered the highest expectations in their hearts and shocked them once again. 3 days and 2 nights later, several Earth Path Immortal Gu and a vast number of Mortal Gu were successfully refined by Fang Yuan. At this point, 60% of the formation was in Fang Yuan's control. But the remaining 40% is the core of the underwater formation. With just the supplementary formation and myself, I can't break it in a short period of time. Fang Yuan knew his limits. Being able to reach this point was already the limit of his current abilities. After all, this Earth Path formation was personally created by Paradise Earth, and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's Earth Path attainment level was at Supreme Grandmaster. Fang Yuan tried to manipulate the 60% of the refined formation to disrupt the remaining 40% core. Fang Yuan was using the underwater formation to deal with himself. A moment later, Fang Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood. His soul shook intensely as his expression turned pale. Several supplementary formations including him broke apart. The Gu Immortals inside fell into the water and cried out in shock, suffering from varying degrees of backlash. Fang Yuan's plan failed. Even though he refined 60% of the formation, it had no effect on the remaining core. As expected of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's work, even after refining most of the formation, the core is still intact. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He sighed to himself and said loudly, "Friends, I am very sorry. I did not see through the profundity of the formation and caused you to get injured." The injured Gu Immortals shook their heads, expressing that it was fine. In their opinion, it was already incredible that Chu Ying could do this. It far surpassed their expectations. Fang Yuan squinted as he thought, "It seems I can only dismantle the formation now." After resting for a while, he started to dismantle the formation. Because the outer 60% formation was already refined by him, dismantling it was very easy. But this was not a normal dismantling process. Fang Yuan only dismantled 60% of the formation, thus, during this process, goo worms were destroyed from time to time. But the immortal goo inside were well protected by Fang Yuan. He successfully kept them. As for the mortal goo, it was not a pity to destroy a small portion. Miao Mingshen, Ren Xiuping, and the rest were stunned. When they controlled the supplementary formation earlier, they could not sense the situation inside the formation, they could only vaguely sense it. Right now, Fang Yuan was dismantling the formation right in front of their eyes. They could see what goo worms Fang Yuan obtained. So many goo worms. I saw many lost Earth Path mortal goo. They were created by Paradise Earth when he was still a goo master. There are also immortal goo. Oh heavens, there are 8 immortal goo. Most of these immortal goo are rank 7. There are very few rank 6 immortal goo. They were all taken by Chu Ying. That's right, he did not give us any. The goo immortals watched as Fang Yuan took the immortal goo with dazed gazes. Some of them were drooling with greed. Most of these immortal goo were Earth Path immortal goo. They were not suitable for them. But immortal goo were unique. They could be exchanged in the future. 222's eyes were bloodshot. He was about to spit fire. He was an Earth Path goo immortal. Seeing the Earth Path immortal goo being kept by Fang Yuan, his mouth was dry, his heart skipped a few beats. While dismantling the formation, his throat moved. He wanted to speak several times, but he could only swallow his saliva. He wanted to snatch them, but his remaining rationality told him that attacking was the stupidest thing to do. Even a rank 8 like Shen Zongsheng could not do anything, not to mention him. Eventually, 222 could only sigh. He swallowed all sorts of emotions like envy, jealousy, hatred, regret, pity, and so on. His mind worked rapidly. He wanted to obtain these immortal goo. He knew that he was not indispensable. He had to cooperate closely with Chu Ying and display his value. If he could form a good relationship with Chu Ying, he would be able to transact immortal goo with Chu Ying in the future. The only thing that made him happy was that Chu Ying cultivated transformation path and formation path. He did not cultivate earth path. Thus, Chu Ying had a high desire to sell the immortal goo. The pitiful 222 did not know that Fang Yuan's Earth Path attainment level was already at Grandmaster. It was even higher than his. Fang Yuan dismantled the formation. The first thing he received was the congratulations of the immortals. Congratulations, congratulations. Chu Ying, you have truly made a huge profit this time. Even though you paid all sorts of immortal materials, you gained a large number of immortal goo. This is truly a huge profit. I won't hide it from you, my saliva is about to drip down. Fellow immortal, your methods are truly outstanding. I can only admire you. Chu Ying, I am 222 I am very interested in the Earth Path immortal goo that you have. If you want to sell them in the future, please inform me. I hope that you can trust my sincerity. Fang Yuan thanked them one by one. His mood was very calm. He had too many immortal goo. If he said it out loud, everyone would be shocked to death. The batch of immortal goo that he obtained now was not his biggest gain recently. Earlier in the River of Time, Fang Yuan defeated Celestial Court. Even though he lost the Stone Lotus Island, his gains were huge. He dismantled the 6 immortal goo houses of Celestial Court. Even though many immortal goo were destroyed in the battle, there were still many immortal goo left. For example, the core immortal goo of the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation, Goo Suppression and Bone Lock, the 2 time path cores of Moment Stages 1 Instant and that time, the immortal goo of Eternal Yachts Immortal Goo Heng, 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Platforms Early Autumn, Mid-Autumn, and Late Autumn, the immortal goo of Sun and Moon Temples Immortal Goo Day and Moonchild. Most of these immortal goo were rank 7, there were even some rank 8. As for Shark Flow Lever's immortal goo, even though they were all destroyed, its construction method was very special. It was a combination of fierce beasts and immortal goo houses. Fang Yuan cleaned up the battlefield, deducing most of Shark Flow Lever's contents from all sorts of clues. This gave him a lot of inspiration. Currently, Fang Yuan's time path clone was already deducing how to fuse the 12 zodiac battle formation into myriad-year flying warship. Right now, only 40% of the underwater formation was left in front of Fang Yuan's group. If he used Refinement Rain Killer move, the effect would be minimal. The power of the supplementary formation could not penetrate it either. Fang Yuan spent a lot of effort but made no progress. He could see that the remaining underwater formation was like a tortoise shell. Its defense was extremely tight. Should I wait for Wu Shui clone to use his strength and raise my Earth Path attainment level, or should I attack directly? Fang Yuan thought about it. He decided to save time and attack directly. After all, he had so many Gu Immortals around him, it would be a waste if he did not use them. Immediately, he asked most of the Gu Immortals to attack while he and a few Gu Immortals continued to control the supplementary formation. Boom boom boom. All sorts of killer moves bombarded the underwater formation, creating huge waves. The formation only had 40% of its original strength left, now that it was being attacked by the Immortals. Including a rank 8 Gu Immortal like Shin Tsongxing, its operation was obstructed and all sorts of flaws appeared. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He activated the supplementary formation and continued to infiltrate the formation through these flaws. I regret it. Suddenly, a loud cry resounded, assaulting the entire place. What am I doing? I shouldn't have attacked the formation. I regret it so much. Why did I listen to Chu Ying's words? I should not have come to this dragon whale paradise. Now that I am trapped here, I am filled with regret. The Immortals stopped attacking one after another. Their morale fell. They were all affected by regret. Gu. Only Fang Yuan was unmoved. His eyes flashed with bright light. The demonic immortal inside the formation has transmitted the power of regret. Gu, greatly reducing the influence on himself. He wants to escape. Boom boom boom. Loud noises came from the inside of the underwater formation. The formation had flaws to begin with. Right now, many of the flaws expanded and connected into a huge crack. Shen Tsongxing shouted, temporarily suppressing Regret Gu's influence on him. His eyes were bloodshot as he attacked the crack in the formation. Immortal killer move, grand explosion. Boom! With a loud sound, the formation broke apart as the sealed demonic immortal shot out like a black arrow. Chapter 1919. A change happened right in front of the Immortals. Shen Tsongxing got close to the mysterious demonic immortal with an excited expression. Finally, I have finally met you, Ancestor Xianxia. Shen Tsongxing said with a trembling voice. His true motive in coming here was to save his ancestor Xianxia. Xianxia was the most outstanding Gu immortal in Shen clan. He had outstanding talent and was publicly recognized. In fact, when he was only a rank 6 Gu immortal, a Wisdom Path rank 8 great expert said that he was the 100 years Eastern immortal leader, half a venerable in terms of talent, implying that if Xianxia cultivated to rank 8 in a few hundred years, he would definitely be the leader of Eastern Seas Gu immortals. His talent was peerless, comparable to half a venerable. However, Xianxia chased after strength and gradually fell into the demonic path, committing many crimes. The clan cherished his talent. Even though they punished him, they were lenient and even shielded him. Xianxia continued to commit crimes. He became more and more unrestrained. He was a righteous path Gu immortal on the surface, but he was a demon on the inside. Eastern Seas Gu immortal world was kept in the dark. He and Shen clan concealed it, but they could not hide it from Paradise Earth immortal venerable. Paradise Earth immortal venerable took action and suppressed him, but he did not expose his identity. Shen clan did not dare to announce it. They could only announce that Xianxia had died from tribulation. After Shen Tsongxing captured Guyue Fangjing, Celestial Court contacted him, telling him about Xianxia and ransoming Guyue Fangjing. Shen Tsongxing thus learned that Xianxia was still alive and was sealed in Dragon Whale Paradise. To enter Dragon Whale Paradise, Shen Tsongxing mobilized all of Shen clan's forces to investigate and search in secret. Coincidentally, at this time, Ren Xiaoping attacked Miao Mingshin's group and leaked some clues about the blue dragon whale. Shen clan obtained this information and sent Shen Songsheng personally to force Ren Xiaoping to surrender. He learned that Miao Mingshen could find the location of the blue dragon whale. Miao Mingshen gathered the 8 immortals and headed towards the blue dragon whale to search for Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Shen Songsheng and Ren Xiaoping had already gotten the news and followed them secretly. This was what led to the subsequent series of developments. Shen Songsheng came to Dragon Whale Paradise and tried all ways to find Xianxiang's location. After several missions, Shen Clan's Gu Immortal Shen Qi found the clue of Regret Crying Sea. Shen Songsheng guessed that the Devil Immortal in the Crying Sea of Regret was most likely Xianxiang. However, his joy did not last long before he received a shocking piece of bad news. Chu Ying had actually accepted the mission and was about to kill Xianxiang. This shocked Shen Songsheng, and he hurriedly contacted Fang Yuan. He pretended to tell Fang Yuan that he wanted to search for echo worms, and he gave Fang Yuan a large amount of immortal materials to display his sincerity. Because of this, Fang Yuan also brought Shen Songsheng to the Sea of Regret. Shen Songsheng had been hiding in the dark, restraining himself until the very last moment. Only then did he make a move and rescue Xianxiang. Other than Shen Clan's Gu Immortals, everyone else was stunned by this sudden change. Shortly after, Miao Mingshen and the rest had grim expressions. Their hearts sank to rock bottom. Shen Songsheng was a rank 8 Gu Immortal to begin with, and now he had Xianxiang as well. Xianxiang was also a rank 8. Back then, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had personally suppressed him. He definitely had extraordinary battle strength. With Xianxiang, Shen Clan's strength rose sharply. Not only in terms of the current forces in Dragon Whale Paradise, but even in the entire Eastern Sea, this was a shocking change. In the current Eastern Sea Righteous Path, Shen Clan became the only superforce that had 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals. Shen Clan also became the strongest force in Eastern Sea. This influence was huge. It brought countless benefits to Shen Clan. Back then, when Celestial Court exposed this secret, it was no wonder that Shen Songsheng was moved. He immediately released Fang Jing, ignoring Fang Yuan's Qi Si ancestors' hint to hand Fang Jing to him. "You are a descendant of my Shen Clan?" Xianxiang floated in the air, looking at Shen Songsheng. His eyes shined with bright light as he nodded. "That's right, you are a member of my Shen Clan. What year is it now?" Xianxiang's voice was hoarse. It was even more unpleasant than the cawing of a crow. He wore a gray robe that was tattered, his face was pale and his hair was messy, his eyes were bloodshot. Peak rank 8 aura emanated from his body. It was extremely powerful. Shen Songsheng answered his question, telling him that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had died long ago. So much time has passed. Xianxiang sighed. Lord Paradise Earth passed away in the end. Sigh. His attitude towards Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was a little strange. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable suppressed him, but he still addressed Paradise Earth as Lord. After Xianxiang sighed, he looked at Fang Yuan and the other immortals on the sea surface. He looked around and understood the situation. He smiled with his hands behind his back. "Good, it seems that my Shen Clan has many geniuses." Next, his gaze focused on Fang Yuan. He said in a gentle tone, "Young friend, I was able to escape because of you. You have contributed a lot. You have made great contributions to my Shen Clan. Are you willing to join Shen Clan and become an external Supreme Elder?" He actually wanted to recruit Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan indeed had the value to be recruited. Just a Formation Path Grandmaster was what Shen Clan needed. And from his Formation Path attainment and age, it was not impossible for him to become a Formation Path Great Grandmaster in this lifetime. Shen Songsheng cupped his fists at Fang Yuan. He added, "Chu Ying, I lied to you earlier because I had no choice. Saving Ancestor Xianxiang is extremely important to my Shen Clan. I hope you can understand." Fang Yuan nodded. He had a calm expression. There was even a hint of a smile on his lips. "Of course I understand. If I were in your shoes, I would have done the same." "But Shen Clan is recruiting me?" Fang Yuan smiled as he shook his head. Shen Songsheng said coldly, "Chu Ying, what do you mean by that smile?" Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. "What ability does your Shen Clan have to recruit me? You are not worthy." Shen Songsheng's gaze turned cold. His Shen clan was an Eastern Sea superforce. It had 7 large sea areas and thousands of small and medium sea areas. It even had 2 rank 8s now. With such strength, they were not worthy of recruiting a lone immortal like you? Chu Ying, don't be arrogant. My Shen clan is recruiting you because Ancestor Xianxia is magnanimous. Don't think too highly of yourself. Shen Xiao, Shen Qi, and the rest spoke. They flew out of the supplementary formation and met up with Xianxia and Shen Songxing. Shen Xiang's bloodshot eyes shined with killing intent. He stared at Fang Yuan and said coldly, Chu Ying, right? I need to remind you, you were brought here by the Merit Obelisk. You are restricted by Paradise Earth's methods. You cannot attack each other. But I have been trapped here for countless years. I am not restricted by the Merit Obelisk. Any one of you can be attacked by me. The expressions of Miao Mingxin and the rest changed. Their worst fears had come true. What should they do? Right when they were at a loss, they heard Fang Yuan's loud laughter. Next, they saw Fang Yuan beckoning Shen Huai, who was in the air, with a provocative expression. Miao Mingxin and the rest were dumbfounded. Was this bravery or stupidity? They could not tell for a moment. Shen Huai's eyes shined with blood-red light. He lowered his voice and said furiously, You are courting death, go and die. Saying so, he opened his mouth as a blood-colored sound wave shot towards Fang Yuan in the shape of a sphere. The sound wave was extremely fast. At the next moment, it tore through the sky and landed on the supplementary formation. Boom! The supplementary formation crumbled instantly. It could not even last for a second. With an intense explosion, a huge wave soared to the sky. It was tens of feet tall. Before the wave landed, the aftermath of the explosion swept the surroundings. Miao Mingxin and the rest had to fly into the air and evacuate their respective supplementary formations. All of the supplementary formations were destroyed in the aftermath. Miao Mingxin and the rest had ashen expressions. They were extremely unsightly. Shen Xiang's attack was definitely at rank 8 level. It was extremely powerful. In their eyes, there was little hope of Chu Ying surviving. In fact, they had already forgotten about what happened to Chu Ying. They were more worried about themselves. Because Shen Xiang had used his actions to prove his words, he could really attack Miao Mingxin and the rest. Ancestor is so impressive. Shen Songxing squinted. He knew the inside story. Shen Xiang's main cultivation path was not sound path. The sound path method he used earlier was not his true strength. Chu Ying is dead for sure. It's good that he is dead. I have not liked him for a long time. That's right, he only has rank 7 cultivation level, but he is arrogant because he knows more about Dragon Whale Paradise. He does not care about us at all. He dares to provoke a rank 8. This person really does not know how to write the word death. Shen Xiao suddenly stuttered as he said this. The waves that soared to the sky fell down heavily, stirring up another huge wave. Amidst the water vapor that filled the air, a boat that shone with a silvery white radiance appeared before the immortal's eyes. Chu Ying stood proudly at the head of the boat with his arms behind his back. He still had a slight smile on his face. Shen Huai saw this and his pupils shrunk. He could not help but exclaim, Rank 8 Immortal Gu House? The other Gu Immortals were all stunned. They were so familiar with this Immortal Gu House. No, who in the current Gu Immortals of the 5 regions did not know about it? Myriad Year Flying Warship. Ren Xiaoping gasped as his scalp turned numb. Chu Ying actually has Myriad Year Flying Warship? Who is he? Shen Xiao was tongue-tied. The Immortals' gazes were fixed on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan slowly dispelled familiar face, revealing his true appearance. Seeing his true appearance, the Immortals' hearts jumped, their expressions changed. Immortal Hua Dai even shouted in shock, It is Fang Yuan. She was too shocked. She had always felt that Fang Yuan was high and mighty, far away from them, but such a person had actually appeared beside her long ago. It was too unbelievable. It is Fang Yuan. Shen Clan's Gu Immortals gritted their teeth. Some of them drew in sharp breaths. So that's it. Miao Mingxin gulped as he gulped. So Chu Ying was Fang Yuan in disguise. I was wondering why such a powerful lone immortal suddenly appeared in Eastern Sea. So it was Fang Yuan. What kind of person was Fang Yuan? He had inherited a venerable inheritance. He was a shocking character that could not be evaluated with common sense. No wonder Chu Ying had such shocking attainment in transformation path and formation path. And this was only a small part of Fang Yuan's strength. Everything made sense now. Shen Songsheng's expression was pale. He gritted his teeth. In just a short moment, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. So it was the demon Fang Yuan. No wonder he had such an attitude, showing such disdain towards my Shen clan and my 2 rank 8s. Serves him right. Shen Songsheng's mental state immediately calmed down. His anger from being looked down upon by Chu Ying earlier dissipated into thin air. Fang Yuan even dared to provoke the Celestial Court. He even dared to kill them. What could a mere Shen clan do to him? After the anger dissipated, what followed was anxiety and fear. I actually ran into Fang Yuan. I actually kicked such a huge iron plate. Shen Songsheng sighed inwardly. His clan's luck was terrible. Why did they run into him? At this moment, rank 8 strength could not make Shen Songsheng feel confident. He was panicking internally. At this time, Shen Songsheng heard Xianxia's question. Who is Fang Yuan? Shen Songsheng looked at Xianxia. Xianxia had a confused expression. He was very strange. This Gu Immortal in front of him clearly had rank 7 cultivation level. It was just that he had changed his appearance. Why were they so afraid of him? Xianxia also looked at Shen Songsheng. His gaze carried some reproach, as if he was saying, "You are a grand rank 8, you are actually afraid of a rank 7, what are you afraid of?" Even though Fang Yuan had revealed his true appearance, he did not expose his rank 8 aura. He was still concealing it. Shen Songsheng blinked his eyes. His heart was trembling. How could he not be afraid? Fang Yuan was a person. How could he be measured by cultivation? He even dared to trample on the Celestial Court. He had destroyed all 6 of Celestial Court's Immortal Gu houses. He was a ruthless character who killed wave after wave of Celestial Court Gu Immortals. He was ruthless and crafty. Even the Celestial Court could not do anything to him. Chapter 1920. By now, Fang Yuan was no longer the same as he was in the past. The Celestial Court gave him a reputation and prestige that shook the world. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level, he could already make rank 8 Gu Immortals in the world feel fear. Ancestor. Shen Songsheng handed an information path Mortal Gu to Xianxia. It contained all the information he knew about Fang Yuan. Xianxia received the Mortal Gu and scanned it with his divine sense. He had a completely different expression when he looked at Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan? Even the Celestial Court can't do anything to you, haha, interesting. Xianxia's eyes shone with blood-red light as he laughed wildly. To think that a person like you would appear in this world, this is great, this way. I won't feel lonely anymore. Saying so, an aura surged out of his body, filling heaven and earth and shaking people's souls. Fang Yuan's information not only did not make Xianxia wary, it even raised his fighting spirit. Seeing Xianxia's performance, Shen Songsheng suddenly felt a sense of confidence. I might not be Fang Yuan's match, but with Ancestor Xianxia here, he is not an ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortal. With him here, the outcome of the battle is still unknown. Just as he was thinking, a silver light shot out and filled Shen Songsheng's eyes. Damn it! The alarm in Shen Songsheng's mind rang wildly as he quickly retreated. At the next moment, myriad year-flying warship whistled past, drawing a beautiful rainbow in the sky. If Shen Songsheng had stayed on the spot for even a breath's time, he would have been directly hit by myriad year-flying warship. Shen Songsheng did not dare to imagine such an outcome. This was the advantage of Immortal Gu houses. Activating Immortal killer moves would waste time, but directly mobilizing the Immortal Gu house to fly around was an attack method that could take effect instantly. Myriad year-flying warship flew over again. Fang Yuan dispatched the myriad year-flying warship and ignored Shen Songsheng, only looking for trouble with Xianxia. Of course, Xianxia did not dare to use his body to test the might of myriad year-flying warship. For a moment, he was chased around by myriad year-flying warship. Shen Songsheng and the Shen clan Gu Immortals wanted to help, but they awkwardly found that they could not attack Fang Yuan. Damn it. Shen Songxing gritted his teeth. In this way, the advantage that the Shen family had in numbers could not be brought into play and could only sit and watch as Fang Yuan and Xianxia fought. As for Miao Mingshen and the rest, they naturally did not dare to get involved in such a battle and had already retreated to a corner of the battlefield. Shen Huai, as an ancestor of the Shen family, do you only have the ability to run around? Fang Yuan entered the myriad-year flying warship and mocked loudly. Even inside myriad-year flying warship, he was still restricted by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's methods. Inside the Sovereign Immortal aperture, Fang Yuan had many subordinates, but he could not let them out. Myriad-year flying warship could only be controlled by him. If he could let his subordinates out, he would have a greater advantage in numbers than Shen clan. Junior, you are too arrogant. Shen Huai was provoked by Fang Yuan's words. He stopped in the air and used an immortal killer move. Shen Huai's flying attainment was extremely high and he was extremely fast. He could directly circle around myriad-year flying warship. While he was escaping, he had been preparing his killer move. He finally used it now. Immortal killer move, Night Song. A mournful song quickly spread throughout the battlefield. The sadness contained in it was like a tidal wave that flooded everyone's hearts. The song had a slow rhythm. It was mainly sung by the human voice, accompanied by the sounds of drums and zither. It was simple yet sorrowful. Myriad-year flying warship's aura surged as it shot out a dazzling white light. The water of the river of time surged out from the silver white light, and traces of silver light were reflected from the water. The silver light quickly condensed into the shape of sharp swords that shot out. The flying swords whistled past, flying toward Xianxia. Daybreak Sword was a genuine rank 8 killer move with unparalleled power, but Xianxia laughed loudly when he saw the flying swords. He did not dodge. The silver-white flying swords landed on his body. Xianxia's body surged with a mystical aura. His life was not taken away, but he was covered in injuries. But soon, the injuries all over his body disappeared, and they turned into Dao scars. Amazing! The clan's records were not wrong. Ancestor Xianxia was most skilled in healing methods. Shen Songxing saw this and sighed inwardly. When Xianxia was young, he was a healer. When he was a Gu master, he started to roam Eastern Sea, and because of his powerful and unique healing methods, he quickly became famous. And because he was kind and charitable, he often helped the poor without charging any fees. He was praised by people and was warmly welcomed wherever he went. Because he had built up such a reputation when he was young, he secretly fell into depravity and committed all sorts of demonic acts, but Eastern Sea's Gu immortals did not link these crimes to him. Inside myriad-year flying warship, Fang Yuan squinted, feeling something amiss. This healing method is another human path method. Under normal circumstances, when a Gu immortal was injured, their wounds would have dense Dao marks of different kinds. They were hard to heal. But Xianxia had human path methods. He healed himself very quickly and efficiently. The flying swords continued to shoot, and many of them pierced through his body. But these wounds were healed almost instantly. Immortal killer move, mutual destruction. Xianxia saw that the time was ripe. He activated the killer move that he had been preparing. Inside myriad-year flying warship, Fang Yuan grunted as 100 wounds appeared on his body. They burst open and blood splattered everywhere. The wounds were filled with human path Dao marks. These Dao marks quickly spread out from the wounds and connected to each other. Alarm bells rang in Fang Yuan's mind. These human path Dao marks were like ropes hanging around his neck. If they increased in scale, Fang Yuan's life would be in danger. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan first activated a wisdom path killer move. In an instant, thoughts burst out in his mind like fireworks. All sorts of thoughts collided, gathered, and melted. Xianxia's method is strange. He can actually bypass myriad-year flying warship and directly injure me. Such a terrifying killer move. His human path attainment level is definitely higher than mine. He is likely a human path quasi-supreme grandmaster. Any killer move needs to be able to sense the target before it can take effect. How did he sense me? Right? The Night Song killer move earlier was just a trap to lure me to investigate him. And he followed the connection of this investigation and sensed me instead. Everything in the world interacted with each other. When a fist hits the sand, a dent will appear on the sand, the fist will also be stained with sand and mud. Earlier, when Eastern Sea Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Hua and tried to deduce Fang Yuan used this connection to deduce Hua An's situation instead. Not long ago, Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals used the River Suppression Lotus Sealing Formation to seal the Stone Lotus Island. It was because of this seal that Fang Yuan was able to use this connection to destroy the River Suppression Lotus Sealing Formation. Right now, Xianxia used Fang Yuan's investigative connection to sense Fang Yuan. It was the same logic. In just half a breath of time, Fang Yuan had already figured it out. He immediately took action, controlling Myriad Year Flying Warship to retreat while dispersing the Daybreak Flying Swords. At the same time, he started to prepare a healing killer move, preparing to use it on himself. His reaction was so fast that even Xianxia was slightly stunned. At the next moment, this demonic immortal who was personally suppressed by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable laughed loudly with a trace of madness. Fang Yuan, you think you will be fine if you don't attack me? Watch carefully. Saying so, he activated a killer move again. He spread his fingers and pressed his palm on his chest. Immortal killer move. Light injury. Xianxia grunted. He was hit by his own killer move. His expression turned pale. Chapter 1921. Non-conflicting Dao Marks. The sovereign immortal body's advantage was also its greatest flaw. It was exposed at this moment. All along, Fang Yuan had been avoiding this flaw, but now, Xianxia's killer move was too strange, it was hard to defend against. Who could have thought that Night Song killer move was just a trap? Xianxia was being chased by Myriad Year Flying Warship. It was normal for him to use this killer move to conceal himself. If Fang Yuan did not use investigative methods, he could only let Xianxia hide in the darkness, his attacks would stagnate. The human path Dao marks on Fang Yuan's wounds were increasing rapidly. The light injuries that landed on Xianxia also affected Fang Yuan because of the mutual injury killer move. And on Fang Yuan, because of the non-conflicting Dao marks, the light injuries turned into heavy injuries. But thankfully, all sorts of healing killer moves in the world could be fully used on Fang Yuan. Immediately, a powerful healing method was used on himself. Fang Yuan instantly recovered. Immortal killer move, heavy injuries. Xianxia laughed sinisterly. He started to mutilate himself again. He used much more strength than before. Fang Yuan's body shook intensely. His vision turned dark as his 7 orifices started to bleed. No. In terms of healing methods, I cannot compare to Xianxia. I need to find another way. Fang Yuan realized as determination appeared on his face. Immortal killer move, heavy injuries. Immortal killer move, heavy injuries. Immortal killer move, heavy injuries. Xianxia continued to mutilate himself. He gradually went crazy. He laughed loudly as blood splattered out of his mouth. He heavily injured himself but quickly recovered before continuing. This rare battle method made the spectating Gu immortals dumbfounded. Miao Ming Shen and the rest had ugly expressions. They were very worried. Shen Clan's Gu immortals were extremely excited. Even though they did not see Fang Yuan's situation, the flying swords disintegrated on their own. Myriad Year Flying Warship continued to retreat. Ancestor Xianxia actually forced Fang Yuan to retreat. Amazing! Shen Songxing was extremely excited. He could already see the rise of Shen Clan. Miao Mingshen's eyes shined brightly as he thought, not good. Even though Fang Yuan had Myriad Year Flying Warship, Xianxia's attacks seemed to be able to bypass this immortal Gu house. It countered Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is only a rank 7 after all, while Xianxia is a genuine rank 8. Gui Qi, Tu, and the rest were very confused. This Xianxia was suppressed by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable back then. It is not normal for him to live until now. What makes me even more confused is that he does not seem to lack immortal Gu. Back then, when Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable suppressed him, did he not take away or destroy his Gu worms? At this moment, Xianxia's maniacal laughter suddenly stopped. A look of shock and confusion appeared on his face. His sense of Fang Yuan was rapidly weakening. How did Fang Yuan do it? How could he be able to break through his technique so quickly? Immortal killer move, self-cleansing. Self-cleansing could gradually remove the harmful Dao marks on one's body. Fang Yuan used this immortal goo and killer move to quickly remove the human path Dao marks on his body. Xianxia's eyes flickered with a bloody light. He mutilated himself even more intensely to increase the number of human path Dao marks on Fang Yuan's body. As long as a trace of human path Dao mark remained on Fang Yuan's body, he would be able to sense Fang Yuan and bypass myriad year flying worship to continue attacking Fang Yuan. But at this time, Fang Yuan had already stabilized the situation. Myriad year flying worship flew closer as Fang Yuan's voice came from within. It is my turn, Xianxia. 12 Zodiac Ancient Battle Formation. Boom. With a loud sound, the huge gray stone giant appeared again. The giant was extremely fast. It opened its arms and grabbed at Xianxia. Xianxia squinted as he snorted coldly, retreating rapidly as he tried to pull some distance from the giant. Under Fang Yuan's instructions, the gray stone giant only captured Xianxia and did not attack him. The gray stone giant's offense was extremely powerful. Even though it could not compare to the River of Time here, it was still at the peak of rank 8. Most importantly, its fighting method was to capture. It did not want to kill or injure Xianxia. It made Xianxia retreat immediately. The battle entered a stalemate. Xianxia dodged the 12 Zodiac battle formation while activating his killer move to mutilate himself. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan controlled myriad year flying worship while healing himself and using self-cleansing to remove the trace Dao marks on his body. Myriad year flying worship and the gray stone giant cooperated, chasing and intercepting Xianxia. Xianxia was already having a hard time dodging myriad year flying worship. Now that there was a gray stone giant, he fell into a disadvantage. Whenever he was about to be captured, Xianxia would let out a loud roar. The sound waves would explode and create a path for him. Both sides fought back and forth in the battlefield. The shock waves affected Miao Mingshen and the rest, as well as the Shun clan immortals. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang were the first to fall. They were teleported away from the battlefield. Next were Tong Hua, Tu Tu Tua, Gui Qiyi and the rest. After them were the Shun clan immortals, Miao Mingshen and Ren Xiuping. Eventually, only Shen Songxing was left in the battlefield. Not everyone was qualified to watch the battle of rank 8s. Shen Songxing's expression became increasingly ugly. The battle was tilting towards Fang Yuan. Xianxia's situation was getting worse. In contrast, Fang Yuan was becoming more composed. This child has deep wisdom path attainment. He has many thoughts in his mind. He is multitasking. In this aspect, I am too far behind. Xianxia gritted his teeth. At this point, he felt like he had fallen into a swamp. He struggled with all his might but was sinking deeper and deeper. The battle was already out of his control. Suddenly, Fang Yuan walked out of the cabin and appeared at the bow of the ship. He pointed at Xianxia and unleashed a time path killer move. Xianxia was caught off guard. He could not dodge. After getting hit by this move, his movements immediately slowed down. His time flow was slowed down by half. The gray stone giant took the chance to grab Xianxia and slowly retracted its hand. Xianxia laughed loudly. His hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were red but he had no fear. Go ahead and kill me. Fang Yuan snorted coldly as he ordered the gray stone giant. The latter's hands formed a 10-finger cage that bound Xianxia tightly, making him unable to move for the moment. After understanding Xianxia's offensive method, Fang Yuan was able to find a way to deal with it. But the restriction did not harm him, it was harmless to him. Xianxia struggled and screamed in a frenzy, but he could not break free. Shen Songxing saw that the situation was bad and wanted to save him, but he suffered a backlash once again. He was restrained by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's methods. I finally succeeded. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. Xianxia lived up to his status. He was able to force Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable to suppress him personally. He was indeed quite capable. His methods were strange and unpredictable, they were hard to guard against. Fang Yuan also fell into a disadvantage for a while. Of course, Fang Yuan controlled a portion of the battle, all of his trump cards were still in his hands. Even in the worst-case scenario, Fang Yuan could still teleport back to the starting island. With this guarantee, Fang Yuan was in an invincible position. Xianxia screamed, his expression was distorted. Fang Yuan started to frown. Xianxia's current state was a little strange, he was laughing and struggling intensely, but he did not use any immortal killer moves. At the next moment, his bloodshot eyes turned pitch black. The darkness spread rapidly until it filled his entire eye sockets. With a soft sound, a lump of black fire suddenly burned on his body. Within the fire, Xianxia's body shook intensely like he was suffering from epilepsy, saliva flowed out of his mouth as he bared his fangs and claws, screaming like a wild beast. The black fire on Xianxia's body was not eye-catching, but when it spread to the gray stone giant's hands, the gray stone giant roared in pain as it was burned. His hands started to melt after coming into contact with the black fire. They were completely defenseless against this strange black fire. Fang Yuan's gaze turned even colder. The black fire was strange and powerful, it was beyond his imagination. Seeing that the situation was bad, Fang Yuan immediately deactivated the ancient battle formation. The gray stone giant vanished, and 12 immemorial year beasts appeared in the air. 2 of the immemorial year beasts lost their minds after coming into contact with the black fire. They rolled around in the air as they screamed in pain, struggling with all their might. The surviving 10 immemorial year beasts seemed to have seen their natural predator. Once they regained their freedom, they scattered in all directions in fear, getting as far away from the black fire as possible. Fang Yuan and Xianxia frowned deeply, their expressions grim. This lump of black fire was too strange, they could not find out what path this black fire belonged to. At the same time, the two felt an intense sense of threat. This sense of threat even made their scalps go numb. The black fire was like the natural enemy of all life forms. The 2 immemorial year beasts were already covered in the fire, they screamed as they fell from the sky. Fang Yuan had a strong premonition that once these 2 immemorial year beasts fell into the sea, the black fire would cause an even greater tragedy. But he did not make a move, instead controlling myriad year flying warship to retreat. Xianxia, who was no longer restrained by the gray stone giant, floated in the air, still laughing wildly like a madman. Xianxia called out to his ancestor a few times, but Xianxia turned a deaf ear. Seeing this strange situation, Xianxia also began to wisely retreat. Just as the 2 immemorial year beasts were about to touch the sea surface, a platinum pillar of light suddenly shot out from the underwater formation, supporting the 2 immemorial year beasts and raising them up. Chapter 1922. This black fire can transform? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light as he shook his head. The silver-white water chi still had a strange aura. It did not belong to any path. The silver-white water chi did not seem to be any different from the black fire. Xianxia was still going crazy under it. The 2 immemorial year beasts were also howling in pain. Fang Yuan shot daybreak flying swords again, but found that the power of daybreak flying swords was actually strengthening the silver-white water chi, causing the latter to grow in size. Under his bewilderment, Fang Yuan immediately changed his attack style and used wind blades to rush forward. The silver-white water chi was weakened again, but the weakening was still very small. After attacking for a while, the silver-white water chi turned into 3 whirlwinds that enveloped Xianxia and the 2 immemorial year beasts. Fang Yuan's wind blades shot into the whirlwinds and started to strengthen them again. Fang Yuan stopped after a while. He wisely started to change his methods. If it were other Gu immortals, they would have given up already, but Fang Yuan was different. He cultivated all paths, he had an astonishing number of immortal Gu, he had many attainment levels in different paths, he could easily switch between them. The strange black fire continued to change under Fang Yuan's attacks, becoming smaller and smaller. The 2 immemorial year beasts were the first to die. Fang Yuan soon only had Xianxia as his target. Wait. Fang Yuan, I have a huge gift for you. Shen Songxing could not watch it anymore, he shouted. What made him overjoyed was that Fang Yuan actually stopped. Fang Yuan looked at Shen Songxing with a smile. Shen clan friend, you want me to let your ancestor go? After all, this is a demonic immortal. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had personally suppressed him back then. You have seen his current state. He is insane like a beast. His mind is not clear. It is the same as described on the Merit Obelisk. You still want to save him? Shen Songxing was silent. He took a deep look at Xinshang, who was trapped in the light pillar, and made up his mind. I believe this madness is only temporary. Wouldn't it be too much of a coincidence if Ancestor Xinshang fell into madness when I rescued him? What kind of price can you pay? Fang Yuan asked. What do you think of this? Shen Songxing took out an immortal material. This is a bag. The bag wasn't big, and it seemed like it could only fit an adult man's fist. However, the surface of the bag was covered with veined patterns. These veined patterns looked like gems, but also like blue vortexes. If one looked closely, one would notice that these sapphire-like vortexes were constantly rotating. But when people came back to their senses, these lines were still lines, as if what they had just seen was just an illusion. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly and chuckled. So it's the stomach pouch of the sapphire raccoon. The treasure blue raccoon was an immemorial desolate beast. It often traveled between the eastern sea and the immemorial blue sky. Now, the immemorial blue sky had long since shattered, and the treasure blue fox was also extinct. In history, the Gu immortal who killed the most treasure blue raccoons was Old Immortal Kongju. Old Immortal Kongju was one of the 3 refinement path supreme grandmasters, comparable to long-hair ancestor. The treasure blue raccoon that he coveted and acknowledged was naturally extraordinary. Not to mention anything else, just this stomach pouch was half an immortal aperture. It contained space path Dao marks and water path Dao marks. There was a universe inside that could store countless treasures. If a Gu immortal obtained it, they could fuse it into their immortal aperture and increase the space inside their grotto heaven. Precisely because of this characteristic, the treasure blue raccoon had always been hunted by Gu immortals. Thus, it was not strange that the treasure blue raccoon went extinct. The stomach pouch of the treasure blue raccoon could be said to be its most valuable item. Moreover, with the current situation where the treasure blue raccoon was extinct, the value of this stomach pouch would rise by several times. Simply put, this was an extremely rare and valuable treasure. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and directly took the stomach pouch from Shen Songxing's hand. The stomach pouch was light and had a very smooth surface. Fang Yuan inspected it and did not find any tampering. He openly placed the stomach pouch into his immortal aperture in front of Shen Songxing. Next, he smiled. What else is there? Shen Songxing breathed in deeply and took out a long black rod with great difficulty. And this, catch it. He tossed the black rod to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan caught it. This rod was very heavy, but he had many strength path Dao marks on him. It was easy. He was not like Shen Songxing, who was a pure sound path Gu immortal. This black rod was taller than Fang Yuan by a head. It was as thick as a goose egg and had a rough surface. It was not light and seemed like a crudely made metal weapon. However, Fang Yuan could sense an intense aura of life from it. This was an immemorial desolate plant. But it had no roots or leaves, it only had a single tree trunk. At the top of the tree trunk, there were star marks. Some had 5 corners while others had 2. They were closely arranged and emitted faint starlight. Falling star rod tree. Fang Yuan said. Shen Songxing nodded, praising. Fang Yuan, your knowledge is truly admirable. This tree's growth conditions were still a mystery. It was extremely rare since ancient times. There were very few of them. It had a unique innate skill that allowed it to continuously attract stars into the tree trunk and turn them into star patterns. That was why it was called falling star. According to rumors, one of the reasons why Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable traveled the world alone was to collect this tree. The value of the falling star rod tree was not just in itself. When Gu immortals planted it in their immortal aperture, they could use it to create a system of stars. This was a unique ecosystem. The benefits it brought would increase every year. Over time, The total amount of benefits would be inestimable. Like the treasure blue fox's stomach, Fang Yuan placed the falling star rod tree into his immortal aperture again. His expression was so natural that Xin Songxing almost had an illusion. It was as if this rare immemorial desolate plant belonged to Fang Yuan to begin with. What else? Fang Yuan smiled. These alone are not enough to exchange for a rank 8 great expert. Shen Songxing gritted his teeth, saying with a pained expression, I believe this immortal material is enough to satisfy you. This time he took out a lump of water. The water was bound into a lump. It continued to create waves. The waves were not only on the surface of the water, even the inside of the water was surging endlessly. Even though there were countless waves, there was no chaos. The waves advanced and retreated in unison. They advanced at one moment and retreated at the next. They advanced and retreated in an orderly fashion. Fang Yuan saw this and his eyes shined, saying solemnly, advancing and retreating tidal water. That's right, this was one of the 3 waters of the world, advancing and retreating tidal water. It was a rank 9 immortal material. Just this alone far surpassed the sum of the treasure blue fox's stomach and the falling star rod tree. Not to mention it had many other uses. I have a total of 12 portions of advancing and retreating tidal water. I can give them all to you. Shen Songxing stated his price. Fang Yuan could not help but sigh. Shen clan is indeed worthy of being a super force of Eastern Sea. Your assets are truly impressive. Shen Songxing smiled. Thank you for your praise. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan said, but this is not enough. Not enough? Shen Songxing's pupils shrunk. His expression was unsightly. Fang Yuan sneered, activating Daybreak Sword again and again, stabbing Xinshang. Xinshang was still roaring crazily. Shen Songxing looked at his ancestor being abused and gritted his teeth. Ancestor has gone crazy. He is not a complete rank 8 Gu immortal. We both know this. But just like what you said earlier, he should still have moments where he does not go crazy, right? Fang Yuan was still sneering. Fang Yuan. Shen Songxing shouted. What? Fang Yuan waved his hand. A large number of daybreak flying swords shot toward Xinshang. Shen Songxing almost crushed his teeth. All right, what other requests do you have, Immortal Gu? I'm not so greedy. Fang Yuan shook his head, saying calmly, the immortal materials I want are not the 3 you gave me. Their ranks are too high. I need a large number of rank 7 and rank 6 immortal materials. The more the better, and the larger the scale, the better. Shen Clan is one of the super forces of Eastern Sea. It controls 7 large sea areas and hundreds or thousands of small and medium sea areas. It is likely that there will be 2 rank 8s in the future. You won't reject such a small request, right? Of course. I won't. Shen Songxing's expression was grim. Then what can our Shen Clan get? A crazy rank 8? And he even has a hidden danger. And this danger is something that even the benevolent Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wants to eliminate. Shen Songxing was definitely a qualified leader. When it came to the clan's benefits, his rationality was almost cold. Needless to say, Xinshang's madness caused his value to plummet to rock bottom. Moreover, the terrifying hidden dangers he carried made his value almost drop into the negatives. Shen Clan needed rank 8s, the more the better. But they were not rank 8s with no rationality. Without rationality, they could not differentiate between friend and foe. These rank 8s were only a burden. They were the laughingstock of others. They might even cause Shen Clan to suffer a calamity because of their reckless slaughter. As for Xinshang's hidden danger, Shen Songxing was worried about it. He did not have any confidence that he could get rid of this hidden danger. Thus, when he took out these 3 invaluable resources to exchange for Xinshang, his sincerity was evident. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, pointing at Xinshang. He is your ancestor, you spent so much effort to save him. Saying so, he paused. Of course, what you can get is not just this. You will also obtain my friendship. Shen Songxing immediately showed an expression of interest. What do you mean? In the current world, earth veins are constantly moving, the 5 regions are united, it will definitely be a chaotic era. Even though Shen clan is in Eastern Sea, it is not a paradise. Eastern Sea has the most resources, its wealth moves people's hearts. Even when the 5 regional walls existed, Gu immortals came here continuously, not to mention in the future. Fang Yuan spoke frankly with assurance. In this situation, what use is the division of righteous path and demonic path? If Shen clan and I join hands, it will be a strong cooperation. Of course, we can hide this cooperation. Your clan has deep financial resources, while I have more freedom. Central continent's strength far surpasses the 4 regions. When they attack Eastern Sea in the future, will Shen clan surrender or remain independent? Even if they surrender, will Eastern Sea's super forces surrender? Thus, there will never be a lack of enemies, but allies like me are extremely rare. It is truly a fortuitous encounter for us to meet here. Fighting is harmful to both of us. Helping each other is a win-win situation. Right in front of us is Paradise Earth's true inheritance and Xinjiang. Far away is Central Continent's Eastern Sea, the situation of the world. Chapter 1923. Fang Yuan's words made Shen Songxing silent. The sea breeze ruffled his clothes, he floated in the air and fell into deep thought. Fang Yuan stopped using his daybreak sword, letting him think quietly. The future of the 5 regions' chaotic war was already foreseen by all the super forces. Shen clan was a super force in Eastern Sea, but in this chaotic situation, they were like a boat in a raging sea. Shen Songxing was not muddle-headed. Just like him, any leader with foresight would be thinking about where their own forces should go. This was a huge change. If they were not careful, the waves of the Great Era would drown all those who did not understand the situation. This naturally included super forces. Looking at history, even in peaceful eras, countless super forces had died. Moreover, with the appearance of venerables in this Great Era, the original order was almost completely overturned. During this period, super forces were continuously destroyed, and the structure of the 5 regions would definitely change beyond recognition. How could they survive in such an era? This was what every Gu immortal with foresight was thinking about. Should he cooperate with Fang Yuan? This was the question Shen Songxing was considering now. In terms of qualifications, Fang Yuan was completely qualified to cooperate with Shen clan. In fact, Xinjiang was a little worried that Shen clan did not have the qualifications, because he was not Fang Yuan's match. But if he rescued Xinjiang and resolved his hidden problem, adding on Shen clan's immortal Gu house, and cooperating with Fang Yuan, Shen Songxing would have confidence. Shen Songxing knew, Shen clan needed external help like Fang Yuan. It might not be possible during peaceful times, but in the future 5 regions chaotic war, Shen clan was likely to face danger. It was a matter of life and death. At this time, Fang Yuan was unreliable. It would be good if he did not kick them while they were down. Shen Songxing was clear about Fang Yuan's demonic nature. But what if Shen clan had to deal with a super force of the same level? For example, Xie clan, Kai clan, Hua clan, Tang clan, and even Song clan. The Shen family was located in the hinterland of the East Sea and was surrounded by behemoths. It was as if they were surrounded. If they didn't find a direction to break out of, if they didn't grow, they would probably become food for others during the 5 regions chaotic war. Under such circumstances, if the Shen family was able to pay a large amount of resources in exchange for a powerful helper like Fang Yuan, what was wrong with that? Fang Yuan had a rank 8 immortal Gu house and many venerable inheritances. He could trample on celestial court time and time again. Not only was the Shen family in need of such a powerful force, but it was also what every superpower needed. If they didn't rope in Fang Yuan now, what would they do when the surrounding forces joined them in the future? In the current situation, Celestial Court wanted to repair Fate Gu, while Fang Yuan wanted to deal with Celestial Court. He needed a large number of low-rank immortal materials. This was the best chance to rope him in. Just like what Fang Yuan had said, this was an opportunity for the Shen family and himself. Both sides had their own needs. Of course, there were still many concerns. Cooperating with a demon like Fang Yuan had too many risks. For example, if he cheated in the future, he would be free. Even Celestial Court could not do anything to him. What could the Shen family do to him? Moreover, they could not establish an information path alliance here. Both sides lacked trust. But Xianxia was extremely fast. Myriad Year Flying Warship was only slightly faster. Fang Yuan did not dare to use Myriad Year Flying Warship to block Xianxia. Using this gap, Xianxia flew out of regret-crying sea area completely. Shen Songxing and Fang Yuan wanted to continue chasing, but they were blocked by an invisible barrier. Damn it! Shen Songxing's expression was ashen. He almost cursed out loud. This was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's method. He had already experienced it before. It was to prevent foreign Gu immortals from roaming around. Thus, every mission had a region restriction. This restriction method did not work on Xianxia, but it obstructed Fang Yuan and Shen Songxing. The two could only watch as Xianxia flew away, turning into a tiny black dot in the sky. It seems he is not coming back. Fang Yuan sighed. Shen Songxing's expression was stiff. After gazing for a long time, he finally recovered his former demeanor. He turned to Fang Yuan and forced a smile. In that case, let's go back first. Fang Yuan consoled. Brother Shin, don't worry too much. Although your ancestor escaped, he will not be able to leave Dragon Whale Paradise. If he wakes up, he will definitely think of ways to contact you. If he still goes crazy, that will be even better. The Merit Obelisk will not let him harm living beings. There will definitely be more missions like this time to eliminate your ancestor Xianxia. Fang Yuan's words were reasonable. Shen Songxing nodded as his expression eased up. Under the Merit Obelisk, the atmosphere was tense and heavy. The two groups were clearly separated. One group was Miao Ming Shen and the rest, including Zheng Luo Zi and Tu Tu Tua. The other group was Shun Clan Group, with Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua as their subordinates. I wonder what is the situation in Regret-Crying Sea. That's right, the other party is Fang Yuan. This demon has defeated Celestial Court time and time again. He is truly terrifying. My clan has 2 rank 8 Gu immortals who can help each other. Especially with ancestor Xianxia, Fang Yuan has nothing to fear. Don't forget, the reason why Fang Yuan could defeat Celestial Court was because he was in the River of Time. But our first Supreme Elder is also restricted by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He cannot fight against Fang Yuan. Sigh. Shen Clan's Gu immortals discussed softly, while Miao Ming Shen's group remained silent. They wanted to teleport back and see the progress of the battle, but they were afraid that the moment they teleported back, they would be implicated by the terrifying shockwaves and die without a trace. No one was willing to take the risk. They were all anxiously waiting for the results of the battle. 2 white lights flashed. Fang Yuan and Shen Songxing appeared. We are back. Why don't I see Ancestor Xianxia? Fang Yuan is still alive. Oh no. The immortals' hearts shook. Their expressions changed. Hee hee, Fang Yuan, thank you for your information. It saved me a lot of trouble. Shen Songxing sighed. Fang Yuan smiled as he waved his hand. This is my sincerity. I said it before. If we work together, it will be a win-win situation. The immortals were shocked again. They were dumbfounded. What the hell is this? The two of you were fighting earlier. Why did you suddenly reconcile? What happened? Where is Ancestor Xianxia? The Gu immortals were shocked. Shen Songxing laughed loudly. I have already reached an agreement with Fang Yuan. We will work together for now. Take out all of your immortal materials. What? Shen Clan's Gu immortals were stunned. Shen Songxing nodded, emphasizing, this is the agreement I made. Hand over all of your rank 6 and 7 immortal materials to him. First Supreme Elder, this? The immortals looked at each other. Shen Songxing's expression turned solemn as he said, this is an order. Shen Clan's Gu immortals were speechless. What was going on? My dear First Supreme Elder, what in the world are you thinking? They were suspecting that the First Supreme Elder in front of them was controlled by Fang Yuan. Shen Clan's Gu immortals dilly-dallied, but they finally took out their immortal materials and handed them to Fang Yuan on the spot. Fang Yuan smiled as he accepted them one by one. He knew that these Shen clan Gu immortals would not hand over all of their immortal materials, but it did not matter. Fang Yuan's Gu refinement deficit was more than half filled. After the Shen clan Gu immortals handed over the immortal materials, Shen Zongsheng looked at Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua. We want them too? Ren Xiaoping could not believe it. His expression was dark. Shen Zongsheng's gaze was cold as he nodded. Shen clan will definitely repay you. Ren Xiaoping almost cursed it out loud. Your Shen clan agreed to cooperate with Fang Yuan. What does that have to do with me? I am relying on you, but you are doing this to me. What the hell? Shen Zongsheng saw Ren Xiaoping's hesitation and smiled. Do you not believe me? Even if you do not believe me, my Shen clan's reputation is not worth your trust? Lord, don't blame me, of course I believe you. I just did not react in time. Ren Xiaoping laughed heartily, enduring the pain as he handed over most of the immortal materials to Fang Yuan. Chapter 1924. Seeing that Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua were not spared, they had to give their immortal materials to Fang Yuan. Miao Mingshen and the rest became nervous. If Fang Yuan extorted them, what would they do? Reject him? I'm afraid it won't work. Miao Mingshen and the rest could not stay in this dragon whale paradise forever. They still had to cultivate in Eastern Sea. Even though it was unreasonable for Fang Yuan to demand immortal materials from them, it was basically extortion. For the sake of the future, Miao Mingshen and the rest would still lower their heads. In this world, strength came first before reason. Right when Miao Mingshen and the rest were mentally prepared, Fang Yuan did not look at them. He turned around and looked at the merit obelisk. Shen Zongsheng also seemed to have forgotten about Miao Mingshen's group. Only Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua looked at Miao Mingshen's group. The former had hatred in his eyes while the latter had complex emotions. Fang Yuan looked at the merit obelisk's surface. Undeniably, the mission to eliminate demonic immortal Shenshang that he had accepted earlier had completely failed. On the merit obelisk, this mission had disappeared. Not just that, Fang Yuan found that his merit points had been deducted by a large amount. The others were not spared either. They all had their merit points deducted. First Supreme Elder, your merit points. Shen clan's Gu immortals cried out in shock. Shen Zongsheng's expression was dark and solemn. His merit points were the most heavily deducted, much more than Fang Yuan's. Even though Fang Yuan fell from first to last, his merit points were still in single digits. Shen Zongsheng's merit points, however, were in the negatives. This situation made Fang Yuan very surprised. After all, in the previous life, such a strange phenomenon did not occur. Brother Shen, it seems that because you destroyed the underwater formation and released Shenshang, the merit obelisk punished you severely. As for me, I slacked off and even took away the underwater array, so my merit was severely deducted, Fang Yuan analyzed. At this time, Shen Zongsheng's expression changed slightly, and a hint of anxiety appeared on his face. I just received a message from the merit monument. I have to return my merit to above 0 within 10 days. Otherwise, I'll be kicked out of the dragon whale paradise, and won't have the qualifications to enter again. But Fang Yuan's heart moved. He had wisdom path attainment. He immediately analyzed the information behind these words. Looks like the dragon whale paradise can still be explored many times. Will we ever have a chance to come in again? But how do I get in? The biggest problem was finding the location of the dragon whale paradise in time. Fang Yuan glanced at Miao Mingshen. Miao Mingshen can sense the blue dragon whale's location. Is this the qualification and opportunity that I have? Before this, Fang Yuan had already made some deductions. Miao Mingshen's method to sense the blue dragon whale was very mystical. Fang Yuan could not see anything wrong with it. After all, Fang Yuan had broad horizons. He cultivated many paths and had high attainment levels in many paths, while Miao Mingshen cultivated space path. His sensing method was different. This was very strange. Because it was too strange, Fang Yuan had to be cautious. He did not interrogate Miao Mingshen about this sensing method. But now, all the clues showed that this sensing method was not his own ability. It came from the dragon whale paradise itself, from the merit obelisk. Shen Zongsheng looked at his merit points as he frowned. The numbers were too glaring. He walked towards the merit obelisk first. Fang Yuan, my time is limited, I won't talk to you anymore. Fang Yuan nodded. Brother Shen, please go ahead. If you need help, leave an information path goo worm under the obelisk, I will help you with all my strength. The immortals behind him had strange expressions as they saw the two getting along so well. Shen Songxing was the leader of the righteous path, while Fang Yuan was the publicly recognized demon of the 5 regions. Was it really okay for the two of them to have such a good relationship and be so open and aboveboard? Shen Songxing heard Fang Yuan's words and smiled at him. He believed in Fang Yuan's sincerity, but he also believed that the price to ask for Fang Yuan's help would be very high. Thus, if he could resolve this crisis himself, he would rather resolve it himself. Shen Songxing quickly took a mid-sized mission and vanished. For Shen Songxing, this scale of mission was the most efficient way to gain merit points. Fang Yuan was the second to approach the merit obelisk. He chose a large-scale mission. A large-scale Immortal Goo recycling mission. At the next moment, he found a new mission on the merit obelisk. This mission required him to recycle the Immortal Goo. It was the batch he had obtained from dismantling the underwater formation. Fang Yuan looked at the mission details. This mission was very rich. It listed the price of each Immortal Goo in detail. Fang Yuan counted the quantity. It was exactly the same as what he had obtained. Next, he looked at it carefully and found that this mission was simply made for him by the merit obelisk. Honestly speaking, when Fang Yuan dismantled the formation and plundered it, he had not looked at the Immortal Goo he obtained. Now that he looked at the mission details, it was much easier and more accurate than if he had thought about it himself. Fang Yuan learned from this that among the Immortal Goo he obtained this time, there were 3 rank 8 Immortal Goo. Most rank 7 Immortal Goo were rank 6 Immortal Goo, followed by rank 6 Immortal Goo. The price of each Immortal Goo was very high. Even the lowest rank 6 Immortal Goo was worth more than 10,000 merit points. The immortals behind him gasped in shock. They also saw the mission on the merit obelisk. At once, the immortals had all sorts of expressions. Some were filled with envy and jealousy. They could not conceal their benefits. According to this exchange, Fang Yuan only needed to hand over 1 rank 6 Immortal Goo and he would obtain more than 10,000 merit points. This huge amount of merit points was far more than what Fang Yuan had accumulated in the past. Alright. They had used their strength to control the refinement path supplementary formation earlier. After the battle started, they had to dodge the shockwaves, expending a lot of immortal essence and feeling fearful. This mission to exterminate the demonic immortal failed. They did not gain anything at all. But look at Fang Yuan. His gains were a large number of Immortal Goo. If he exchanged them for merit points, the value would be unimaginable. There would be no harm without comparison. Chapter 1925. Fang Yuan already had a grand plan to build 3 Immortal Goo houses. Right now, he had already built Myriad Year Flying Warship and Cooking Luck Pot. Only the final Immortal Goo house was left. Even though he obtained Immortal Goo houses like Divine Bean Palace and Dragon Palace during this process. But these Immortal Goo houses were placed in the hands of the clone. They were crucial to Fang Yuan's plans. They were either used to suppress the situation or to change the overall situation. And most importantly, Divine Bean Palace and Dragon Palace were not suitable for Fang Yuan's plans. In Fang Yuan's original plan, he needed an Immortal Goo house to focus on defense. Myriad Year Flying Warship specialized in speed. It made up for Fang Yuan's weakness in movement. It also took care of the strategic location of the River of Time. Cooking Luck Pot was supplementary. Qin Ding Ling had yet to be born when he designed it. Fang Yuan wanted to use it to bully the weak Celestial Court and expand his advantage. As for the 3rd Immortal Goo house, Fang Yuan used it for defense and healing. The battle to repair fate was extremely intense. It would be hard to find time to rest after the battle. Fang Yuan needed an Immortal Goo house that could defend effectively on the battlefield and give him precious time to rest when necessary. This Immortal Goo house could even defend against venerables to a certain extent. Earth path is thick, it is good for defense. I will use these Earth path immortal goo to build the third immortal goo house, it is perfect. Fang Yuan thought about it and made up his mind. Fang Yuan did not know that Wu Shuai's clone already had the method to build an Earth path immortal goo house through the Dream Realm exploration. This immortal goo house was called Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. It was suitable for his current needs. It was just that even though Fang Yuan and the clone had the same attainment level, they needed to communicate their memories to learn from each other. Eventually, Fang Yuan received a large-scale mission to combine 2 sea areas. Who wants to come with me? Fang Yuan was not in a hurry, he turned around and asked. The immortals looked at each other. Me. Miao Mingxin was the first to react, he walked forward. Gui Qiyi and the others who were behind him naturally followed suit. What about you? Fang Yuan asked the Shen clan Gu immortals. Shen clan's Gu immortals were stunned. They had fallen out with Fang Yuan before, so it was hard for them to change their mindset in such a short time. Shen clan's Gu immortals were not like Miao Mingxin's group, the latter had tasted the benefits of working with Fang Yuan. However, their first mission with Fang Yuan had already gone wrong. Shen Xiao shook his head. Thank you for your kind intentions, sir. Let's take a look first. Shen Xiao tactfully rejected Fang Yuan. The other Shen clan Gu immortals did not object to this. Fang Yuan didn't mind. He smiled at the other two and said, Fellow Daoist Ren Xiuping? Immortal friend Tonghua? What do you think? Ren Xiuping's face was gloomy. He didn't say anything and just shook his head. Tonghua, on the other hand, seemed to be startled and had no intention of moving. Regarding their attitude, Fang Yuan had expected it. After all, he had just taken their immortal material inventory. From this, Shen Zongxing's methods could be seen. Shen Zongxing ordered Ren Xiuping and Tonghua to hand over their immortal materials to Fang Yuan. It seemed like he was making their relationship awkward, but the truth was that these two had no choice but to rely on Shen clan. After all, they were still hoping that after leaving Dragon Whale Paradise, Shen clan would fulfill their agreement and compensate for their loss of immortal materials. At the same time, this was also a method for Shen Zongxing to teach Ren Xiuping and Tonghua a lesson. He wanted to make them understand who was the master and who was the subordinate. In Dragon Whale Paradise, you need to listen to my Shen clan, you need to listen even more after leaving. Since you boarded my Shen clan's boat, you want to leave? Hee, it won't be so easy. Fang Yuan naturally knew about Shen Zongxing's scheme, but he did not expose it. It did not matter if Ren Xiuping and Tonghua were taken by Shen Zongxing, they were not Fang Yuan's core benefits. The 5 regional walls were still around, but the super forces were already gathering and accumulating strength. Fang clan took an old ghost by June and Eagle concubine. What was wrong with Shen clan taking in Ren Xiuping and Tonghua? Longevity Heaven was even more overbearing. It directly unified Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Using Huang Jin's super forces as the main theme, it wanted to take in all the Northern Plains lone cultivators and demonic immortals. As for Central Continent, they had already done this. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were the lower echelons of the Celestial Court. They had firm control over Central Continent. Even some Gu immortals and super forces were basically subordinate to the 10 great ancient sects. They were controlled and supervised by them. Eventually, Fang Yuan brought Miao Mingxin and the rest to the mission location. He floated in the sky and looked down. The immortals saw 2 sea areas, one blue and one green. The blue sea was tall while the green sea was low. Large amounts of seawater flowed down from the blue sea into the green sea. The 2 seawater did not mix. At the place where the sea areas intersected, the blue and green seawater collided with each other, creating a sizzling sound. A vast amount of clouds and mist rose endlessly. At the place where the 2 sea areas intersected, there were no fish or insects. Life was rare. It was almost a forbidden land. Evidently, there was a huge problem with the ecology. Fang Yuan sighed. It is not easy to unite the 2 sea areas. We need to consider all aspects. We can explore and gather information on our own. After that, we can discuss and come up with a plan. Miao Mingxin nodded. That makes sense. Fang Yuan looked at Miao Mingxin and smiled at him. Even though his identity was exposed, Miao Mingxin actually cooperated with him. He was able to quickly change his attitude and continue to follow Fang Yuan from a lower position. This showed his magnanimity. The immortals split up and flew around, investigating on their own. Only Fang Yuan stayed on the spot. He used investigative methods while splitting a portion of his consciousness into the sovereign immortal aperture. His greatest gain this time was Regret Gu. In the previous life, he followed Regret Pool's plan and used Regret Gu as the core to construct the refinement path formation. This time, it was not so troublesome. The newly refined dog shit luck Immortal Gu was once Giant Sun Immortal's vital Immortal Gu. It had extremely powerful supplementary abilities. But it had always been at rank 6, it could not be used. Now that it was rank 7, it could finally be used. Fang Yuan had rank 8 cultivation level now. He had higher requirements for Immortal Gu. He needed suitable high-rank Immortal Gu. Rank 6 was too low, rank 7 was barely enough, rank 8 was the most suitable. But Fang Yuan did not have the resources to refine rank 8 Immortal Gu. The investment was too huge, the risk was too high. It was likely that it would all be for naught. After all, he was not cultivating freely, the external environment was very harsh. If he did not stop the Celestial Court from repairing Fate Gu, his situation would only worsen. Right now, he could barely use rank 7 Immortal Gu. Furthermore, these rank 7 luck path Immortal Gu needed to be refined into cooking luck pot again. Rank 7 cooking luck pot could also affect rank 8 Immortal Gu. Ha! Miao Mingxin suddenly shouted, interrupting Fang Yuan's thoughts. Miao Mingxin spewed out an azure light halo. The light spread out, everywhere it went, the shattered space was smoothed out, the space was unified, there was no longer any difference. Lord has amazing methods. Feng Jiang and the rest praised. At this point, the large-sized mission was officially over. Miao Ming has amazing methods, I cannot compare to you. Fang Yuan did not stint on his praise. He had Space Path Immortal Gu and many Space Path methods. He even had killer moves of other paths that could imitate the power of Space Path. But compared to Miao Mingxin, even if Fang Yuan achieved this result, he would have to expend much more than Miao Mingxin. After all, everyone had their own specialties. Miao Mingxin cultivated Space Path, while Fang Yuan had invested very little in Space Path, he had little progress. Miao Mingxin quickly cupped his fists. Lord is too kind, Mingxin is ashamed. Fang Yuan exchanged some more pleasantries. The immortals returned to the merit obelisk. In this mission, Fang Yuan took the biggest share again. Miao Mingxin was second. Fang Yuan's merit ranking rose again. He reached the top. Miao Mingxin and the rest were speechless. They saw that Fang Yuan's ranking kept jumping up and down like a monkey. First place and last place were the two positions that this monkey occupied the most. But Fang Yuan's gaze focused. At this point, the other Gu immortals' merit points also started to accumulate. If Fang Yuan's merit points continued to fall, it would not be easy for him to climb back to first place. He continued to accept missions and complete them. Fang Yuan's merit points continued to rise. It was increasing steadily. Miao Mingxin and the rest were relying on him. Fang Yuan used the advantage of cultivating all paths to deal with the main problem, while they cleaned up Fang Yuan's mess. Missions to clear the black fire appeared on the merit obelisk. Shen Shang escaped regret-crying sea area, but he was still going crazy. He unconsciously harmed the surrounding environment. Fang Yuan was very interested in this strange black fire. He immediately accepted it and went to investigate. But there was still no progress. The black fire was very stubborn. Even if it was just a small lump, it could change shape under the effect of killer moves and last for a long time. Missions to exterminate the black fire appeared one after another. They were completed by Fang Yuan, Shen Songxing, and the rest. Have you noticed, these missions are getting rarer recently? On this day, Shen Songxing dealt with the black fire while conversing with Fang Yuan. Your ancestor, Shen Shang, is probably going to regain his senses. According to the locations of these missions, we can deduce his approximate route. Fang Yuan analyzed. Yes. Shen Songsheng had a look of anticipation. Right at this time, a rank 8 Gu Immortal flew over from the horizon. Who else could it be but Xianxia? Ancestor, this is great, you finally regained your senses. I have already discussed with Fang Yuan, we will work together. Shen Songsheng was overjoyed, he quickly went to welcome him. The light surged and spiraled forward. It was not fast, but it eventually shot into the black fire. The black fire lasted for a while in the yellow light before quickly dissipating. Shen Shang stopped his killer move and said to the immortals, "You saw it earlier, this is my killer move, heal the wounded and rescue the dying." As expected, human path killer moves are quite effective against the black fire. Seeing was believing, Fang Yuan immediately nodded, acknowledging Shen Shang's words. As expected, Shen Songsheng said joyfully, the underwater battle earlier was an Earth Path Immortal formation. It was hard to resolve the problem with Ancestor's body. But if Ancestor's human path Immortal Gu is used, there is hope. Fang Yuan did not relent, he looked at Shen Shang with rapt attention. You have human path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level? Shock flashed across Shen Shang's eyes as he nodded. Indeed. To think that you, Fang Yuan, are also proficient in human path. Different professions were worlds apart, paths were the same. Since Fang Yuan could guess Shen Shang's human path attainment level, he clearly had a lot of attainment in this aspect. The immortals immediately looked at Fang Yuan with peculiar gazes. They sighed inwardly. This is the famous demon, unfathomable. Fang Yuan asked again, do you have a formation diagram? Shen Shang smiled and showed a helpless expression. I do have a formation diagram, but it is incomplete. I think I created it myself, but I cannot remember it completely. What do you mean? Shen Songsheng became nervous. Shen Shang heaved a deep sigh. I lost my memories. Every time I fall into madness, a portion of the memories I have will disappear. So I need to resolve this problem as soon as possible, otherwise, I might not even know who I am. Fang Yuan laughed. Shen Shang, you are quite lucky to have met me. Shen Shang nodded in agreement. This is indeed my luck. It is very difficult to set up a human path immortal move that satisfies my requirements. There are many conditions. First, I need a human path immortal Gu, then I need to deduce and modify the formation diagram, and finally, I need to set up the formation. Setting up the formation requires formation path attainment. Deducing and modifying the formation diagram requires wisdom path attainment, and because it is a human path immortal formation, I also need human path attainment. Any other formation path Gu immortal, even if they have rank 8 cultivation level, would not be able to satisfy my requirements. But it is you, Fang Yuan, who fulfills all 3 requirements. So from now on, I really need to rely on you. Please lend us a hand. Fang Yuan, whatever remuneration you need, just tell me, I and Shen clan will do our best to satisfy you. Shen Songsheng made a solemn promise. Fang Yuan nodded. When Shen Shang mentioned the request of setting up the immortal formation, he realized that this was a good opportunity. Several times, Fang Yuan expended his merit points to exchange for immortal materials from the merit obelisk to help the hairy man Gu immortals advance their immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had a large number of immortal materials, but he still lacked some rare immortal materials. The merit obelisk made up for his final shortcoming. When Fang Yuan had another breakthrough, the first super mission appeared. Get rid of the black fire on the heavenly spine? Fang Yuan was slightly stunned. Why is there still a black fire that has not been dealt with? Some time ago, missions related to the black fire appeared one after another. The Gu immortals completed these missions to clean up Shen Shang's mess. Don't tell me this was not left behind by Shen Shang? Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. It was easy to verify this guess. Using the merit obelisk, Fang Yuan directly teleported to the mission location. At the next moment, he was at the peak of the clouds, at the highest point of the sky. There was no wind, the sun was shining brightly. This is... Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, he raised his head and saw countless black fires burning silently. The scale of the black fires was huge, they were like dark clouds in a storm. The total amount of black fires that Fang Yuan and the Immortals had used all their strength to exterminate was not even 1/10,000th of the black fire in front of him. Chapter 1928. The black fire did not burn in the air, it was attached to the bones. The bones were milky white, they gave off a holy feeling. The bones had a main trunk that stretched from east to west, connecting heaven and earth. It was like a dragon that stretched from the 9 heavens, extending beyond Fang Yuan's vision. And on the 2 sides of the trunk, there were countless neatly arranged branches that extended outwards. They resembled huge elephant tusks. The entire skeleton was like the spine and ribs of a giant, supporting the sky. Heaven's spine. Fang Yuan muttered. The scene in front of him was grand and majestic. He was as tiny as a mosquito under the huge bones. And these bones were like towering trees. The black fire gathered like clouds, covering most of the bones. After Fang Yuan sized them up, he understood some profundities. This heaven's spine is actually a rank 9 bone path immortal material. Just this point alone was already incredible. The heaven's spine should not be a human bone, which Gu Immortal had such a huge body. Since it was not a human bone, it had to be a beast bone. But how could there be such a ferocious beast that could reach the 9th transformation level? This was impossible. Rank 9 was the level of Gu Venerables. Only humans had ever appeared. Throughout history, there were only 9 of them. The other races at most had rank 8 cultivation level, or were immemorial desolate beasts or immemorial desolate plants. Were there still rank 9 desolate beasts and desolate plants in this world? Only such existences would leave behind such an immortal material after death. Other than that, was it created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable? Fang Yuan was filled with doubts. The possibility of this was very small. Because Fang Yuan had already seen through the use of Heaven's Spine, it only had one use. It was to reinforce this dragon whale paradise. If Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wanted to reinforce this paradise, he could use Earth Path methods or even Sound Path methods. This was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's specialty. Why would he seek Bone Path? Also, why did Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable make such arrangements to reinforce Dragon Whale Paradise? It is as if Dragon Whale Paradise is not safe and can collapse at any time. But the truth is, the blue dragon whale is a legendary immemorial desolate beast. Its strength is at the peak of the world. There are very few existences that can threaten it. If its life is in danger, would it be useful to strengthen the dragon whale paradise? The biggest question is, why is there such a huge black flame on Tianxiong's back? This was obviously not caused by Xianxia. If Xianxia was able to leak the black fire of such a scale, how could he have possibly come back alive and kicking, and taken the initiative to ask to be sealed? What is the connection between the black fire here and Xianxia's black fire? Fang Yuan continued to calculate. During this process, he saw a rib branch completely melt in the black flames. The black flames that filled the sky were corroding fiercely, continuously destroying the sky's spine. What would happen if Heaven's back was completely destroyed? Fang Yuan didn't know, but he was sure it wasn't something good. He tried to control Myriad Year Flying Warship and controlled the Daybreak Swords to attack the black flame. Just as he expected, the black fire was like a sea, and his attack was like a stone thrown into the sea, unable to cause even the slightest change. Fang Yuan tried for a while and gave up helplessly. Even a person like him felt powerless. This was the difficulty of a super mission. Fang Yuan thought about it before leaving this place, returning to the starting island and going to the underwater formation. Xianxia was still awake, so Fang Yuan told him about the situation of Heaven's back. Do you have any impression of this place? Fang Yuan asked. If I leave behind my human path inheritance, the clan will benefit from it. It will be my repayment to the clan. Shen Songxing was silent. Shen Shang continued, I cannot pass the inheritance to you in the underwater formation. After all, that is a formation that Fang Yuan personally set up. But here, it should be safe. I will not pass the human path Immortal Goo to you directly, because I still need them. I will impart to you my cultivation experience, as well as the killer moves and Immortal Goo recipes that I created. Shen Songxing said solemnly, I will not let down ancestors' good intentions. Shen Shang smiled bitterly. My memories are very fragmented, my memories are limited. Let's start from the beginning. I once cultivated Sound Path, but in an accident, I refined Heal Injury Immortal Goo and saw the hope of Human Path. In order to cultivate Human Path, I did many things secretly. These things went against the rules of the righteous path. The clan protected me and helped me conceal them, but I could not hide them from Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Lord Paradise Earth found me. I was not his match. I could not even take one attack from him. But Lord Paradise Earth didn't kill me, nor did he imprison me. Instead, he gave me a chance to atone for my crimes on account of my many years of saving lives. He also promised me that if I could grasp this opportunity, I might be able to achieve my goal and successfully cultivate Human Path. Thus, I came here and cultivated in the underwater formation that Lord Paradise Earth set up. My memories of cultivation are already completely blurry. I only remember that during this process, I obtained the help of the underwater formation and broke through time and time again, making steady progress. I started from Heal Injury Immortal Goo and gradually expanded. I created Heal Injury, Light Injuries, Heavy Injuries, Fatal Injuries, Emotional Injuries, 5 Laborious Injuries, 7 Injuries, and other killer moves. Finally, one day, I created the killer move Accumulated Injuries. From this killer move, I deduced the Immortal Goo recipe of Scar Injury Immortal Goo. I refined it and replaced it with my Vital Goo. With this Immortal Goo, any attack that causes damage to me will turn into injuries. The accumulation of injuries can increase the power of the Mutual Injuries killer move. In the previous battle, the reason why I forced Fang Yuan to retreat was because I used the Mutual Injuries killer move to injure him. Please remember, Scar Injury Immortal Goo is the core of my Human Path inheritance, while Mutual Injuries is my main offensive method. Shen Songxing's mind was shaken as he listened. Shen Shang's Human Path true inheritance was so profound that it shocked him both physically and mentally. Ancestor, this true inheritance that you created has great potential. It might be able to create a brand new path in Human Path. Shen Songxing praised sincerely. Ha! Shen Shang laughed proudly, patting Shen Songxing's shoulder. I'm afraid I won't be able to do it. I will leave the inheritance to you. If you want, you can cultivate Human Path in the future. If you have no intention of doing so, you can choose a suitable inheritor. Southern Border. Moral Paradise. A female immortal wore a purple silk dress. She was beautiful and mysterious. She walked down the mountain step by step. Her skin was white as snow. Her hair hung down to her waist. Her eyes were like deep pools. Her brows were shrouded in sorrow. It was the leader of the Celestial Court, the person in charge of Star Constellation Chessboard, the #1 Wisdom Path great expert in the world, Fairy Myrtle. Right now, Fairy Myrtle was covered in sweat. She had a haggard expression, but her eyes were shining brightly. She was in high spirits. At the foot of the mountain, Lu Wei-yin had been waiting for a long time. Lady Ziwei, it seems you have gotten what you wanted. Chapter 1929. Dragon Whale Paradise. Under the Merit Obelisk, Fang Yuan and Shen Songxing stood side by side, staring at the obelisk. The super mission to clear away the black fire was still there, but tomorrow was the final 300-day time limit. Fang Yuan's merit points were at the top of the list. This was a huge sum. After he found out that the black fire mission was too difficult, he only chose large and mid-sized missions to gain merit points. Miao Mingshen's group had been assisting him, they had also gained a lot. After Xianxia and the rest realized the difficulty of the super mission, they wisely learned from Fang Yuan. Their merit points had accumulated to a considerable extent. 300 days passed in a flash. It feels like we just arrived here yesterday. Xianxia smiled bitterly. This was a true treasure land. By completing all sorts of missions, Gu Immortals could directly obtain Immortal Gu recipes, and all sorts of killer moves. Even a rank 8 Gu Immortal like Xianxia was enjoying this place. He did not want to leave. But there was no choice. Once the time limit was up, they would be kicked out of Dragon Whale Paradise. It is a pity that we have not explored all of Dragon Whale Paradise's secrets yet. Fang Yuan sighed in regret. There were still many mysteries about Dragon Whale Paradise. The black fire was a crucial point. Where did this black fire come from? Why were there so many changes? Why could it not be seen what path it belonged to? Why were human path methods so effective against it? Other than the black fire, where did the heavenly spine left behind by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable come from? What was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's true intention? What agreement did Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable and Xianxia make back then? Xianxia cultivated human path inside the underwater formation, but he was somehow infected by the troublesome black fire. Also, other than Xianxia, Fang Yuan did not see any other Gu Immortals. Dragon Whale Paradise did not have any Gu Immortals? And where did the Immortal Gu in the Merit Obelisk come from? If they were all produced naturally, the quantity would be too much. Xianxia was silent for a while before saying, "We can only explore these secrets in the future. Fortunately, we've already exchanged for titles. Once the blue dragon whale is born, we'll be able to sense it and come back to explore." Fang Yuan nodded. This was indeed a delightful discovery. Just as he had deduced, Miao Mingshen was able to find the exact location of the blue dragon whale because of this name. He didn't know who had secretly transferred this title to him. Among all the titles provided by the Merit Monument, there were very few titles that could be transferred out. There was another discovery, which was also related to titles. After exchanging for this title, when the Gu Immortal leaves Dragon Whale Paradise, they can teleport to any location within 100,000 li. This was the excuse that Fang Yuan used to deceive Miao Mingshen and the others, but in fact, it really existed. At this moment, the words on the Merit Monument suddenly floated and changed. Small, medium, large, and even super quests had all disappeared, leaving only one ultimate quest. Ultimate mission: leave with the blue dragon whale and return successfully. This is... Xianxia was shocked. Fang Yuan frowned. Don't tell me, there is an ultimate quest above super quests? The description is very vague, but I'm afraid the difficulty is much higher than clearing away the black fire. At this time, the words on the Merit Monument changed again. Xianxia stared with wide eyes as he repeated, "The time limit for the mission is not fixed. After accepting it, you can stay in the paradise for an unlimited period of time." Don't be fooled by the vivid scene in front of us. What if it is an illusion? Speaking of which, we have not seen the true appearance of the blue dragon whale from start to finish. The three immortals sighed. The blue dragon whale had many secrets. The blue dragon whale was transformed by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It had an immortal aperture and could cultivate as a legendary immemorial beast. It had intelligence that was not inferior to ordinary people. But the Gu Immortals did not see the blue dragon whale contacting them during their exploration. The blue dragon whale's movements were also very mysterious. When did it appear, how did it disappear, and where did it go during this process? The world did not know. The three Gu Immortals here, even though they had gone to the Dragon Whale Paradise, did not know about it. Fang Yuan sighed internally. He had wanted to take the blue dragon whale and the Merit Obelisk for himself. But the truth was he was thinking too much. This was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's grand arrangement. It had a mysterious motive. Like Northern Plains' crazed demon cave, it was personally created by Limitless Demon Venerable. It was also a grand arrangement. Fang Yuan could only go to the 8th layer. He could not enter the core 9th layer. Wait, crazed demon cave? Crazed demon? Fang Yuan's heart jumped. The crazed demon cave created by Limitless Demon Venerable had demonic sounds that could cause living beings to go crazy. In Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's Dragon Whale Paradise, the black fire could also cause living beings to go crazy. Was there any connection between the two? Thinking about it, there are actually many living beings that have gone crazy in Dragon Whale Paradise. For example, the Tiger King Salamander that I killed earlier. Fang Yuan thought. These living beings were incurable when they went crazy. Fang Yuan could not find out the reason, he could only exterminate them. Other than the fact that they did not emit black fire, they had the same problem as Xianxia. From this, one could see how strong Xianxia was. Even if this person was struck by black fire, he would only go crazy for a period of time. Relying on his deep human path foundation and Dao marks, he would be able to hold on until he regained his sanity. Even Fang Yuan did not have the confidence to do this. He asked himself, even though he had many Dao marks, they were not the accumulation of human path. Currently, Xianxia is probably the #1 human path cultivator in the 5 regions. Even old man Jing Yuan of the Celestial Court cannot compare to him. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but feel some anticipation. The Fate War was not far away. Maybe Xianxia's appearance could bring some trouble to the Celestial Court. The 3 immortals could not find the blue dragon whale. They bade farewell. In this trip to Dragon Whale Paradise, they had great gains. But the one with the most gains was undoubtedly Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was alone. He transformed into Qi Si Ancestor's appearance and returned to Qi Si stealthily. The formation in the depths of Qi Si was still operating. Inside the formation, he saw Wu Shuai who was guarding this place. Wu Shuai went to southern border to trade dream realms with Qi clan. Qi Chu Yu saw the chance to raise the price. Wu Shuai did not want to lower himself to Qi Chu Yu's level. He wanted to settle the score later. He wanted to continue the transaction. But unexpectedly, the loss of the dream realms was discovered by Wu Yong. He flew into a rage and found Qi Chu Yu to have a private discussion. Qi Chu Yu naturally denied it. Even if it was exposed, he would not admit it. But after being warned, Qi Chu Yu could only restrain himself and temporarily cut off the dream realm transactions. Wu Shuai had no choice but to return to Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan met with Wu Shuai and learned about the current situation. Chapter 1930. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The sky had already disappeared for several months. The whole grotto heaven was filled with black poisonous smoke. A vast amount of poisonous smoke covered the sky. The smoke clouds rumbled endlessly and condensed into the shape of dragons from time to time, spreading poisonous smoke to wreak havoc in the world. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was already filled with mournful cries. The future was bleak. Star Collection City was the #1 city in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. It was also the largest gathering point of humans. Star Collection City's walls were tall and there were many towers in the city. Jean Budu was standing on the highest tower, looking at the surging poisonous smoke in the sky. He had an exhausted expression and his body was covered in injuries. Behind him, a female combat beast warrior was healing him. My main body adjusted the time flow of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven to become faster, causing calamities and tribulations to descend frequently. In this Grotto Heaven, any calamity or tribulation will turn into a beast calamity. However, before the previous beast calamity was exterminated, another beast calamity arrived. These beast calamities spread all over the place, involving the strength of all the Gu immortals in the Grotto Heaven. After accumulating, they actually fused into one, turning into this monster. Sigh. This time, my main body miscalculated. Jean Budu's brows were tightly furrowed. He was deeply worried. The combat beast warrior who was healing him consoled, "Little Du, you should rest for a while. You have already fought for 3 days and 3 nights without resting. If this continues, even if your body is made of steel, you won't be able to endure it." Jean Budu sighed deeply. "I am now the strongest combat beast warrior. I need to give it my all. If I were in the battlefield, everyone's sacrifices would be much lower." Little do, you have already done well. If you had not sensed something amiss and informed everyone, allowing the cities to gather the commoners in advance, we would have suffered great losses. Little do, you are truly our savior, you saved the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. The combat beast warrior said. Even though she was a senior combat beast warrior, she admired this junior, Jean Boudou. During this period of time, Jean Boudou had convinced everyone in the Grotto Heaven. Not only was he strong in combat, but more importantly he cherished civilians, sacrificed himself for others, and fought on the front lines selflessly. Today, Jean Boudou had become a great hero, a moral model, and an idol of the people. But in fact, Jean Boudou just wanted to protect his assets. Be it him or Feng Yuan's main body, they had long regarded the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven as their own. Although the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had preserved most of its vitality because of Jean Boudou's timely warning, the amount that had been lost was enough to make Jean Boudou's heart ache. It's coming again. Jean Boudou's expression tightened as he suddenly said. The beast warrior beside him also tensed up, hurriedly looking up at the sky. The poisonous smoke churned intensely in the sky. A dragon roared, and a huge dragon made of poisonous smoke descended. The huge dragon's body was extremely huge, it was 800 feet long, and the huge dragon head was like a small mountain as it crashed towards Star Collection City on the ground. Once it crashed, more than half of Star Collection City would be instantly destroyed, and after the poisonous smoke spread, hundreds of thousands of civilians would die. Of course, Jean Boudou would not allow such a situation to happen. With an eagle cry, an arrow-tailed eagle flew out of his immortal aperture. More importantly, he didn't use any form of transformation at all. He was able to achieve such a shocking result with just his own attacks. This scene caused the long-held concept of cultivation of the beast warriors to crumble with a loud bang. In an instant, everyone was at a loss. At this time, Feng Yuan slowly spoke, his voice clearly transmitted to everyone present. Little Du, where are you? Father is here. The immortals were shocked again. Jean Boudou flew out, his face full of joy, tears streaming down his face. Father, you finally came out. Quickly save this world. In the next instant, the entire Star Luo city was in an uproar. So this mysterious person was Jean Boudou's father, no wonder he was so powerful. This was a hidden expert. We're saved. We're definitely saved. Feng Yuan sighed and said with a pained tone, I did not expect such a huge disaster to happen during my seclusion. Unfortunately, I was isolated from the outside world during my seclusion. If I had known earlier, I would not have let these poisonous smoke dragons wreak havoc for so long. With that, Feng Yuan made his move again, quickly dissipating the poisonous smoke. But there was just too much poisonous smoke. It spread throughout the entire Grotto Heaven. Very soon, poisonous smoke surged in from other places. Father, the situation is now under control. Let's go down and rest first, said Jean Boudou. All right. Feng Yuan nodded. Chapter 1931. Celestial Court. Star Constellation chessboard was half a foot off the ground. It rotated slowly between Fairy Myrtle and Feng Kim Hong, letting out dazzling starlight. Specks of starlight were dazzling, they were like blue fireflies, jumping around the two at times and entering their minds at other times. The two girls sat cross-legged, their eyes were closed and their brows were tightly furrowed, they were thinking about some difficult problem. The starlight slowly disappeared, Star Constellation chessboard flew into Fairy Myrtle's hands. Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes, but Feng Kim Hong did not open his eyes, he fell to the ground and fainted on the spot. This child. Fairy Myrtle was not nervous, she sighed. She knew Feng Kim Hong's condition like the back of her hand. Feng Kim Hong was only a Gu master, he was not a rank 8 great expert like Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle's original deduction plan was very suitable for Feng Kim Hong. But Feng Kim Hong insisted, He did not want to implicate Fairy Myrtle because of him. After all, Fairy Myrtle was an important person in Celestial Court. When Feng Kim Hong slowly woke up, he found he had already left the deduction secret room. He had returned to Central Great Hall. Huang good job. Duke Long looked at Feng Kim Hong, feeling extremely gratified. You actually modified the pure dream reality seeker physique. This physique no longer has any drawbacks. You are indeed the fated great dream immortal venerable. Feng Kim Hong was a little embarrassed from the praise. Master, there is a reason for this. Do you still remember the killer move Shatter Dream that disciple created not long ago? Using the result of Shatter Dream, I was able to successfully modify the pure dream reality seeker physique. The entire process was completely dependent on Lady Ziwei's calculations, and I only played a minor supporting role. Fairy Myrtle smiled. Little Huang, you're too humble. It's precisely because you provided us with the correct direction that we were able to successfully calculate it. If not for that, even if I divined it many times, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to find anything. Duke Long said with deep sincerity, Huang this perfect pure dream reality seeker physique is extremely important to you. It is a crucial opportunity for your future accomplishments. Remember, you must use the pure dream reality seeker physique to ascend to immortality in the future. Feng Kim Hong had never seen Duke Long so serious. He quickly nodded and replied, Yes, Master. I will keep this in mind. Duke Long nodded. Go ahead. I have something to discuss with Fairy Myrtle. Disciple will take his leave. Feng Kim Hong immediately left obediently. This time, Huang was able to obtain the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique thanks to you. Duke Long said to Fairy Myrtle. That was indeed the case. Fairy Myrtle was not only the main factor in the deduction, even the original pure dream reality seeker physique was obtained from searching Spectral Soul's memories. Without this foundation, no matter how much inspiration or direction Feng Kim Hong had, it would be useless. Fairy Myrtle smiled. This is my duty. If not for you capturing Spectral Soul alive, I would not have been able to soul search him. Speaking of which, the source of little Huang gratitude is still you, her master. Duke Long shook his head. I am ashamed. As a master, I have taught very little. I know nothing about Dream Path, but thankfully, Huang has extraordinary talent in Dream Path. It is my honor to be able to do something for the future great dream immortal venerable. How has your practice of equal treatment been? Fairy Myrtle's expression turned solemn. There is no problem with benevolence goo. As for the killer move, I have already used it several times. Did you find anything strange? Duke Long asked. Fairy Myrtle denied. No. Duke Long thought about it. In that case, equal treatment is effective. But why are we not seeing any results? Fairy Myrtle frowned. Using equal treatment to deal with Spring-Autumn Cicada was our plan from the start. Looking at Feng Yuan's recent actions, he has made ample preparations and plans. For example, in the battle for the River of Time, or in the battle for Dragon Palace, he had the initiative. He must have revived again, but why does no one on our side have the previous life's memories? Equal treatment's effect was as its name suggested. Once Fairy Myrtle used this killer move, the state of the person she saw would change at the same time. For example, after Fairy Myrtle used equal treatment, she saw Feng Yuan's revival. At the same time, Fairy Myrtle saw Duke Long. Then when Feng Yuan used Spring-Autumn Success to self-detonate, his memories would return to his past body. Duke Long would also receive the same treatment. His memories would enter his past self's mind. We do not know what happened in Feng Yuan's previous life. Earlier, we guessed that we could not borrow benevolence goo to create equal treatment. But now we have this method in our hands. In the end, Feng Yuan's rebirth changed this result. In the previous life, we did not construct the killer move equal treatment. Or did I encounter a mishap in my previous life and did not use the killer move equal to all? Fairy Myrtle was in a predicament. Some time after Duke Long woke up and understood the situation, he proposed to use the killer move equality to deal with Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada was refined by his first disciple, Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Duke long knew the method to deal with this cicada. And when Feng Yuan revived, Fairy Myrtle could easily deduce it. It was around the time when Celestial Court attacked Langya Blessed Land. The Feng Yuan before this and the Feng Yuan after this had a different style of doing things, and the success rate was also entirely different. Before Celestial Court attacked Langya Blessed Land, Feng Yuan failed to retrieve the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle and was tricked by Lu Wei-yin. And after that, Feng Yuan made ample preparations to deal with Celestial Court's attack. Celestial Court's side was countered time and time again. They could not use their advantages and their disadvantages were magnified, but Feng Yuan was the complete opposite. Duke Long pondered, actually, there is another possibility. In my previous life, equal treatment was successfully activated by you, but other than Feng Yuan, you did not see anyone else. Or maybe this person is not a loyal Gu Immortal to Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with light. If that is the case, who is the key person? Longevity Heaven. Buzz buzz buzz, orange-yellow light flickered continuously, covering the entire sky of Longevity Heaven. Next, an aura that was on the brink of death grew rapidly. It soon filled the entire world and shook everyone's hearts. Bing Sichuan's frown deepened. Then what are you waiting for? Do you want me to find a way to contact Feng Yuan personally? In the previous life, Langya sect joined Longevity Heaven. Thus, Longevity Heaven easily obtained a way to contact Feng Yuan from the land spirit of Langya. But in this life, Feng Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land and even the 4-variant human alliance. Longevity Heaven had nothing to do with it. Next, with the help of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's owner, Jean Budu, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was successfully fused into the sovereign Immortal aperture. Different from the previous life, Feng Yuan had made ample preparations in this life. He made detailed deductions. After annexing the Grotto Heavens, he split them up and placed them in different areas of the sovereign Immortal aperture. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had several large gathering places. They each kept a portion of the Beast Calamity True Inheritance. Feng Yuan placed Sacred Eagle City, Qingming Valley, Spirit Spring Forest, Mountain Cliff City, and Star Collection City in Mini Western Desert, Mini Southern Border, Mini Central Continent, Kokitahara, and Mini Blue Heaven. Of course, other than these, there were also a large number of resource points in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven that were placed by Feng Yuan. Time was needed to digest these Grotto Heavens. The ecological aspects needed time to reach a balance again, and the patience of Gu Immortals to adjust them. Feng Yuan obtained myriad beings assimilation transformation again. At the same time, the Qilin Heavenly Spirit was left in the largest original location. Feng Yuan obtained over 200,000 transformation path Dao marks from this. In the previous life, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven only provided him with 100,000 transformation path Dao marks. But in this life, Feng Yuan made arrangements in advance. He had enough time and thus triggered the second Grand Tribulation. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's original owner barely survived the first Grand Tribulation before dying. When Feng Yuan found Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, it was already close to the second Grand Tribulation. After passing the second Grand Tribulation, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven gained over 100,000 Dao marks. Thus, Feng Yuan's gains in transformation path Dao marks were twice as much as in the previous life. Dao marks were naturally something that one should have as many as possible. Oh, Bing Sichuan woke up and still wants to cooperate with me? Feng Yuan only smiled when he received this news. Even though Longevity Heaven could not contact Feng Yuan directly, they immediately thought of a way. They knew that Southern Border's righteous path had been extorted by Feng Yuan before. They definitely had a way to contact Feng Yuan. After discussing with one of the Southern Border super forces, they paid a certain price to obtain this method. Bing Sichuan immediately contacted Feng Yuan, expressing his desire to cooperate with Feng Yuan again. In the previous life, Fang Yuan was still a little bewildered. But in this life, Fang Yuan was well aware of it. Bing Sichuan's plan is to gather all the forces that he can use to snatch Fate Gu. However, I also need these people to attack Celestial Court and probe it for me, drawing away their firepower. There were many things in Celestial Court that made Fang Yuan wary. For example, Genesis Lotus painting path method in the tower, or the match between the two venerables in Imperfection Regret Pavilion. Fang Yuan agreed to cooperate with Bing Sichuan. This made Bing Sichuan suspicious. Why did Fang Yuan agree so easily? I'm afraid he is suspicious, he just wants to see what I do next. Bing Sichuan frowned. He felt that he needed to find a chance to fight alongside Fang Yuan to show his sincerity. But after thinking for a while, Bing Sichuan did not find any suitable targets. In the previous life, he did not have such a problem. Be it the Stone Lotus Island in the River of Time or the battle for Dragon Palace, he could work together with Fang Yuan to resist them. But in this life, Fang Yuan changed a lot after rebirth. He obtained Dragon Palace in advance. Celestial Court in the River of Time suffered a crushing defeat. It had not recovered yet. It did not dare to step into this forbidden zone created by Fang Yuan. Celestial Court. Qin Dingling looked at Feng Jiugu, a faint smile on her face. Speak. Why did you come looking for me? Qin Dingling admired this outstanding junior, the future Dao guardian of Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Feng Jiugu hesitated before speaking. I want to borrow Senior's rank 8 Luck Path Immortal Gu, Responsive Luck. Qin Dingling was surprised for a moment, and then she understood. Okay, I promise you. Saying so, she handed Immortal Gu to Feng Jiugu. Feng Jiugu could not help but be surprised. Qin Dingling said, I know you are creating a new killer move. This responsive luck Immortal Gu will be of great help to you. Otherwise, with your nature, you would not ask to borrow this Gu worm from me. Feng Jiugu nodded, receiving Immortal Gu. That is correct. He had already created 80% of Destiny Song. He found that rank 8 Fate Armor Immortal Gu could not contain the Grand Destiny Song. He needed a Luck Path Immortal Gu as the core. According to Feng Jiugu's understanding, Responsive Luck Immortal Gu was the most suitable for him. Qin Dingling looked at this Immortal Gu and sighed. I did not create this Responsive Luck Immortal Gu's Immortal Gu recipe. I had secretly read Giant Sun Immortal's manuscript. In the future, when you use this Gu to deal with Northern Plains Gu Immortals, you will be giving them a taste of their own medicine. I will give this Immortal Gu to you. Feng Jiugu thanked Qin Dingling, saying, This Gu is not complete yet. I need to go to the River of Time and observe the past and present, observing the paths of all living beings. Qin Dingling frowned. According to what I know, even though Celestial Court is working hard, they have only built one-time path Immortal Gu house. If you want to go to the River of Time now, you are courting death. Let me see your luck. I want to see if there are any opportunities hidden within. At this crucial moment, if Central Continent and the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals went to the other 4 regions, they would be provoking the 4 regions' super forces. The Celestial Court could only reprimand Fang Yuan for his crimes. At the same time, they contacted the 4 regions' Righteous Path forces, hoping that they would uphold the Righteous Path spirit and punish this demon. The 4 regions' Righteous Path responded, but few of them took action. Even if they took action, it was all bark and no bite. In the previous life, Fang Yuan made his move in Central Continent's territory, thus he was obstructed not long after. In this life, Fang Yuan made his move in advance and immediately reaped great rewards. The wave of Gu masters swarming into Central Continent was effectively stopped. No one was willing to lose their lives just to participate in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Furthermore, the 4 regions' super forces had already stopped their own Gu masters from participating in the convention, causing this Central Continent Refinement Path Convention to be much quieter. Central Continent, Guai Sect. As one of the registration locations for the Refinement Path Convention, this place was bustling with noise and excitement. The Refinement Path Convention has finally begun. Strange, why do I not see anyone from the other 4 regions? Luo Sheng sighed. In the previous Refinement Path Convention, he had lost to a Northern Plains Gu master due to an accident. This time, he made a comeback. He wanted to see a Northern Plains Gu master as his opponent. Luo Sheng was anxious. He wanted to prove himself. But Central Continent is too big. The 5 regions are too big. There will always be geniuses. He glanced around and found that 3 of the people present were strong opponents for him. One was an old man who had been famous for many years. He was also a Refinement Path Master. The other was a young man and a girl with bright eyes. The former had shown brilliantly in the previous Refinement Path Convention, while the latter was a rising genius in the last 10 years. The competition in this Refinement Path Convention is going to be so intense. I need to make good use of this opportunity. I cannot miss it. I need to prove myself. I need to make my wife and son hold their heads high. Boom. At the next moment, a huge ancient year beast descended from the sky, crushing the entire registration hall into pieces. All of his grand ambitions vanished into thin air and vanished into thin air. Those young Gu masters with bright futures and talented girls who were the center of attention died on the spot. They were crushed into meat paste, their blood and bones mixed together. Even their corpses could not be identified. In the sky, Bai Ningbing's figure flashed. She was in charge of moving. After arriving at the location, she released the ancient year beast. As for the result, Feng Yuan had already said that she did not need to care. Earlier, Feng Yuan had sent variant human Gu immortals to kill the participating Gu master groups in the 4 regions. Now, he ordered Shadow Sex immortals to infiltrate Central Continent and use ancient year beasts to destroy the competition locations, causing many tragedies. Countless elite Gu masters were sacrificed. After learning of this, Celestial Court immediately spread the truth. So there really are immortals in this world. The culprit behind all of this is Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan, you killed my father. I will definitely take revenge for this. Sigh. Even though I am rank 5, if I do not become a Gu immortal, I will still be an ant. Immortals are high above us. Why should I lose my life for a mere Refinement Path Convention? I will go. I will definitely go. If we do not participate in this convention, isn't that what Feng Yuan wants to see? Some were fearful, some were shocked, some retreated, while some were firm in their confidence. This is inciting the anger of the people, accumulating their will. In the previous life, Feng Yuan did not know the motive behind Celestial Court's actions, but in this life, he was very clear about it. Feng Yuan ordered to gather all of his subordinates. Celestial Court and Central Continent's Gu immortals accumulated their anger and hatred. They were about to attack when they found that Feng Yuan's subordinates had disappeared. Didn't Feng Yuan want to destroy the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention? Why did he stop? The 4 regions' super forces that were watching the show were very puzzled. And in a secret meeting in southern border, Wu Yong analyzed a portion of Feng Yuan's thoughts. Feng Yuan gained an advantage. If he continues, Celestial Court will be able to deduce everyone's location. His subordinates will suffer huge losses. Will Feng Yuan still take action? Someone asked. Of course. Wu Yong said without hesitation, but before that, we need to make a move secretly. In the previous life, Feng Yuan personally took action and wreaked havoc everywhere, but after a while, he was marked by the Killer Move People's accusation. He could only hide and let Bai Ningbing and the rest take action. But in this life, Feng Yuan had been hiding, ordering his subordinates to wreak havoc and slaughter everywhere. But the others were not like Feng Yuan. They did not have wisdom path methods to defend against Fairy Myrtle's deductions. Thus, Feng Yuan only ordered Bai Ningbing and the rest to attack once before ordering them to hide. This Refinement Path Convention was just the beginning. Chapter 1934. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was in full swing, but Feng Yuan's group was nowhere to be seen. Fang Yuan's order to retreat was so thorough that the 5 regions' Gu immortals had a misconception that Fang Yuan's massacre earlier was just a facade. What is Fang Yuan doing? The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention is still going on. Why don't you make a move? You are little demon venerable, don't tarnish your reputation. The 4 regions' super forces criticized silently. They were very anxious, hoping that Fang Yuan would take action and lead the way for them. But Fang Yuan, who had always been at odds with Celestial Court, unexpectedly hid himself and did not move at all. The 4 regions' forces were about to feel resentment. They could only watch as the days passed. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention went through layers of selections. All sorts of refinement path elites started to compete on a higher level. The number of major competition venues in Zhongzhou State was also greatly reduced. In every venue, Celestial Court arranged several Central Continent Gu immortals to guard it. Under such a situation, Fang Yuan sent orders again. Bai Ningbing, Bing Yuan, and the Gu immortals of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven moved out. Central Continent, Xianwu Mountain Range. Bai Ningbing, you are the accomplice of a villain, you will get retribution. A female immortal of Spirit Affinity House was guarding this place. She left behind some harsh words before leaving. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, you escaped quite quickly. Xianwu Mountain Range was a super resource point of Spirit Affinity House. It had a huge area. It was known as a treasure trove of immortal materials. In case anything unexpected happens, I need to act quickly. Bai Ningbing started to loot. Central Continent, Prisoner Valley. This is the place. Steel Rush Warrior looked around. Frost Butterfly Warrior was with him. Activate. Activating the killer move, a large formation appeared in front of them. Transformation. The 2 rank 7 Gu immortals from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven did not hesitate. They used their most proficient methods. One turned into a giant with a bull head and human body. The other turned into a miniature person in butterfly clothes. Cold air permeated the surroundings. Immortal killer moves were activated one after another. The formation lasted for a while before collapsing. Southflower thistles. The entire valley is filled with immortal materials. The Steel Rush Warrior was pleasantly surprised. The Frost Butterfly Warrior was even more straightforward, directly freezing the Southflower thistles and frantically harvesting them. Zhongzhou State, Red River Beach. The Central Continent Gu immortals who rushed over were furious. They arrived too late and saw nothing but ruins. There was not a single crimson fire stone left on the beach. It was too clean. Fang Yuan didn't make a move, but once he did, he shook the world again. Almost all of his Gu immortals were sent out. Even the hairy man Gu immortals were no exception. These people received Fang Yuan's orders. They did not attack the tightly guarded venue of the Refinement Path Convention. They attacked the resource points with weaker defenses. Every time a resource point was breached, this group of people would carry out inhumane looting. After plundering, he even used a killer move to carry out destructive destruction. For a time, the entire Zhongzhou state was set ablaze, and major resource points were robbed and destroyed. Every time Fang Yuan succeeded in a place, he would publish the impact of that place's capture in jewel yellow skies. The Gu immortals of the 5 regions were in an uproar. How can Fang Yuan have so many subordinates? So many Gu immortals, he has already surpassed an ordinary super force. Central Continent did not completely give up on the defense of the resource points. In fact, many of the resource points were guarded by experts. At once, battles of all sizes erupted. Gu immortals fought rapidly. Once they found out that a resource point had strong defenses, the attacking side would wisely give up and choose to attack another location. Anyway, Central Continent had so many resource points, why would they fight to the death in one place? Western Desert Earth Path Gu Immortal Shurgan Dang attacked, destroying the Earth Chi Rock Forest and obtaining a large number of round Kuan stones. Forgotten Daoist successfully stole the Spirit Lake spring water, even though this resource point was guarded by Ancient Soul Sex expert Yang Feng. Xiao Hu Qi, Xiao Shirang, and Pai Shuihan worked together and succeeded, but they could not divide the loot evenly. they started to fight. The Zhongzhou state was in a state of war and chaos. Fairy Myrtle stayed in Celestial Court. Each day felt like a year. Finally, Old Man Zheng Yuan spoke. The initial accumulation of human will is complete. We can use the first human path killer move. Fairy Myrtle was overjoyed. She quickly asked the old man to make a move. Old Man Zheng Yuan nodded his head and stood up shakily. Then, a majestic and mighty aura suddenly exploded from his body. Immortal killer move, People's United Hearts. The accumulated human will was quickly expended. There was not much left. At the same time, all of Central Continent's Gu Immortals, Gu Masters, and Mortals were covered in a layer of light. The light flashed for a moment. It was like an illusion. But Central Continent's people soon found out something special. Their minds were connected. They could sense each other's true intentions and thoughts. The fear of being attacked, the pain and hatred from the death of their friends and family, the worry for their lives, and the anticipation for their future. There had never been a moment like this where the hearts of Central Continent's people were tightly connected. Free Scholar, who was hiding in the Gu refinement area, was discovered, but he still took revenge, killing the Central Continent Gu Immortal guarding it. Southern Border's secluded Immortal Zheng Qing's identity was also exposed, but he had no enmity towards Central Continent and Celestial Court. He was sent out politely. What a great human path killer move, People's United Hearts. It is truly mystical. Shen Shang used Jewel Yellow Skies to communicate with Fang Yuan. His exact location was unknown. Fang Yuan only knew that he had already left Eastern Sea. He might be somewhere in Central Continent now. What did you comprehend? Can we counter these human path killer moves? Fang Yuan asked. He had already told Shen Shang about the other human path killer moves in his memories. Shen Shang sighed. To deal with these killer moves, the fastest way is to destroy the human wills. Without the human wills as a foundation, human path killer moves cannot be used. But I deduced that these human wills should be stored in Celestial Court. Then what else can we do? Fang Yuan asked. Shen Shang sighed again. Then we can only break the killer moves directly. This is very difficult. I need a lot of time. Don't worry, since I promised you, I will do my best. I also do not want to see Celestial Court repair fake Gu. Fang Yuan continued to wait patiently. Wu Yong led the Southern Alliance Immortals. They suddenly appeared in front of Hairy Foot Mountain. Follow me, let us destroy infallible blessed land and take away all the success Dao marks. We will make Celestial Court fail on the verge of success. Wu Yong took the lead. We will follow Lord Alliance leader closely. The Southern Alliance Immortals responded in unison. Their morale soared as they followed behind. Celestial Court immediately received the information. Fairy Myrtle's expression was grim. Her eyes shined with cold light. Wu Yong. Chapter 1935. Myriad year-flying warship floated in the sky. Fang Yuan looked at the formation in front of him with a smile. He had come to Yitian Mountain again. This time, he would definitely capture all the dream realms here. The timing was perfect. On one hand, Wu Yong and the rest led the Southern Alliance experts to attack Central Continent. Southern Border was in its weakest state in history. On the other hand, the great battle in Central Continent had just begun. This might be the last period of free time for Fang Yuan. Different from the previous life, I have taken the initiative and defeated the Celestial Court. The secret of my rebirth is widely known. The Celestial Court will definitely target me. Their methods and arrangements are definitely different from the previous life. I should let the 4 regions Gu Immortals take the lead and investigate the situation for me. Fang Yuan had a good grasp of the situation. At this point, Fang Yuan's rebirth advantage was almost gone. His previous life's memories could not be used as a reference for an existence like the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court was not stupid to the point of not making any changes. If Fang Yuan charged at the front, he might fall into the swamp of battle and be unable to escape. He might even die. After all, the Celestial Court's foundation was unfathomable. Fang Yuan could not be sure that the immortal venerable methods in his memories were all the trump cards of the Celestial Court. Immortal killer move, refinement rain formation. Light rain started to fall from the sky. The rain quickly seeped into the formation. There were naturally goo immortals guarding the formation. The goo immortals were in a panic. The formation could not resist it. The outer edges had already been refined by Fang Yuan. Even though this formation was set up by Qi Chuyu, Fang Yuan had secretly conducted dream realm transactions with Qi Chuyu, entering this place many times and obtaining a lot of information. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment and wisdom path attainment, together with refinement rain formation, could counter this formation. This demon Fang Yuan did not attack Central Continent. He actually returned to southern border. What do we do? Call for help. Almost all of our rank 8 goo immortals were brought to Central Continent by Lord Wu Yong. Even so, we still have to inform the lords of this news. The southern border goo immortals discussed for a while, but no one dared to go out and fight Fang Yuan, nor could they ask for reinforcements. They could only activate the immortal formation and make some changes. The immortal array kept changing, causing Fang Yuan's refining efficiency to drop significantly. However, Fang Yuan was secretly delighted. The changes in the formation allowed him to see the mysteries contained within it. With the help of the light of wisdom, deciphering these mysteries was a piece of cake. Central Continent. The Southern Alliance's goo immortals had already entered the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Wu Yong and the others received this information. What? The dream was attacked? It's that thief, Fang Yuan. Does he even see the big picture? Why are you still attacking us at this time? The Southern Alliance goo immortals were furious. Wu Yong was silent for a while before saying, "Of course he can see the big picture." Lord Wu Yong, what do you mean? Bada's expression was dark. Fang Yuan's actions had already severely harmed the benefits of Southern Border's righteous path. Everyone knew that these dream realms had huge value. Furthermore, as the Great Era approached, they would become more and more important. Wu Yong smiled instead. If Fang Yuan did not see the big picture, he would have attacked the dream realms long ago. He would not wait until we make a move in Central Continent. He might even want to use us as cannon fodder. In fact, Fang Yuan did not intend to find trouble with Southern Border's righteous path. After spending some effort, Fang Yuan took away all of the dream realms here. Yitian Mountain saw the light of day once again. The traces of goo immortal battles were engraved here. The entire mountain was covered in wilderness. There were no signs of life. It was no longer the scenery of the past. Fang Yuan began to rush towards Central Continent. While moving, he turned these dream realms into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. In the upcoming battle, these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies would be his trump card. In the previous life, when his pure dream reality seeker physique bodies self-detonated, it was blocked by Feng Kim Hong. In this life, Feng Kim Hong probably also had this ability. But there was only one Feng Kim Hong, and he was only a mortal goo master. Fang Yuan, however, had the initiative. He could choose any battlefield he wanted. Celestial Court, Central Great Hall. Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, and Qin Dingling were guarding the central area. Old Man Jing Yuan was also invited in. The latest news, Southern Border's goo immortals have broken the first formation. They are going to the second formation. Fang Yuan appeared on Southern Border's Yitian Mountain. He broke the formation and took all the dream realms. Fairy Myrtle suddenly said. Duke Long said solemnly, Fang Yuan will not continue to cause trouble in Southern Border. He will definitely rush to Central Continent to join the battle. It seems that we will have to face the dream realms. Fairy Myrtle nodded. We are truly fortunate that Feng Kim Hong created the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. They can suppress this dream path method of Fang Yuan. Duke Long chuckled. You think this is luck? No, this is the effect of fate. Celestial Court will not lose this battle. They cannot lose either. Right at this time, Fairy Myrtle suddenly gasped in surprise. The deities of Southern Frontier have broken the second formation. They are going to the third formation. So fast? Qin Dingling was also very surprised. Inside the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, the Immortals' morale rose greatly. Chichuyu, good job. As expected of Southern Border's only formation path Great Grandmaster. With Chichuyu here, why would we worry about the formation not breaking? Just earlier, when the Immortals entered the second formation, Chichuyu said, "Wait." Next, he observed for a while before directing the Immortals to quickly and ingeniously break the formation. Chichuyu, who was praised by the Immortals, shook his head. To speak the truth, I did not see through this formation, I obtained information from Fang Yuan. The Southern Border Immortals' expressions froze. Chichuyu continued, with my methods, I can see through it quickly too. But I would have to use a forbidden technique to damage my lifespan. It seems that Fang Yuan has definitely been reborn. He probably passed this formation in his previous life. He knows about it like the back of his hand. Everyone nodded, agreeing with this. But they did not know that the profundity of this formation was actually Chichuyu himself who told Fang Yuan. In his previous life, when Fang Yuan rushed to Hairy Foot Mountain from the Emperor City battlefield, the Immortals thought of using the 5 regional limit formation to break the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. But without the complete formation diagram, and setting up a formation in the enemy's formation, it was extremely difficult. Fang Yuan used his wisdom path and formation path attainment, working together with Chichuyu and Black Extremity, they deduced together and quickly deduced the complete formation diagram. During this process, in order to let Fang Yuan and Black Extremity understand the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, Chichuyu and Black Extremity told them about their experiences in breaking the formation. Since Wu Yong told the Southern Border Immortals to retreat, it showed his sincerity and determination. Fang Yuan teaching them this time could be considered returning the favor. Knowing this situation, Wu Yong had a complex feeling. He sighed. It seems that Fang Yuan has already arrived in Central Continent. Fang Yuan understood Wu Yong. Wu Yong also understood Fang Yuan. The two had an indescribable tacit understanding. Even though normally, they would want each other to die immediately. In fact, in the previous life, in order to break the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, Fang Yuan asked for dream realms from the Southern Alliance. Wu Yong did not hesitate, he gave the order to let them go. Fang Yuan teleported back to Southern Border, the defensive formation opened and allowed him to take away the dream realms inside. But later, when Fang Yuan used these dream realms to turn into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, they were blocked by Feng Kim Hong. They could not break the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Using Fang Yuan's guidance, the Southern Alliance's Gu Immortals broke 2 more formations. Their efficiency was simply shocking. Celestial Court reacted, Fairy Myrtle frowned as she thought of a solution, but suddenly, a rainbow appeared above Celestial Court. Rainbow light filled the sky, rank 8 Immortal Gu House Calamity Luck Altar shot out from within. Celestial Court, we are here. Bing Sai Chuan shouted with high morale. It was almost an extravagant hope for Western Desert's side to kill the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. They had to kill them in one blow, not giving the Celestial Court a chance to teleport and heal. But it was easier said than done to kill these rank 8 powerhouses in one blow. Not just Fang Dichang, Most of the Goo Immortals realized this. Western Desert's morale started to plummet. Fang Dichang gritted his teeth. This won't do. Immediately, he activated Divine Bean Palace and charged to the front line. Everyone, let me do it. The Western Desert Immortals were energized. They quickly made way and looked at Divine Bean Palace with expectant gazes. The Celestial Court's Goo Immortals saw an immortal Goo house towering like a mountain, grand and imposing, rumbling as it charged over. Their hearts jumped fiercely. The same phrase flashed in the Immortals' minds: Divine Bean Palace. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Life Spring Lightning. Divine Bean Palace shook fiercely. Countless lightning coiled around the palace like snakes and dragons. The lightning condensed and quickly formed jade-green lightning balls that bombarded the surroundings of the palace. Rumble, the Celestial Court's Goo Immortals frantically dodged, not daring to face it head-on. Even the transformation path Zhang Fei Xiong had returned to his human form, flying around in a sorry state. Myriad Life Spring Lightning had life in death and death in life. It was a combination of destruction and rebirth. After the explosions, Dao marks were carved on the battlefield, creating a favorable environment for oneself. How can we fight this? It was the Celestial Court's Goo Immortals' turn to feel helpless. It is an immortal Goo house created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable after all. Sigh, how did it end up in the hands of Western Desert's Goo Immortals? The Celestial Court's Goo Immortals were furious and helpless. They wanted to retreat. A white and fat Celestial Court Goo Immortal was Zhao Shanhe. He was looking at Yu Zhuzi. Yu Zhuzi nodded at him. The two suddenly gathered together. At the same time, the other Celestial Court's Goo Immortals surrounded the two of them, defending and coordinating with them. Zhao Shanhe was a Food Path Goo Immortal. Yu Zhuzi was an Earth Path Goo Immortal. The two of them used a move at the same time, sitting and eating the mountain empty. The killer move engulfed the whole battlefield. None of Western Desert's immortal Goo houses could avoid it. After using this move, pillars of starlight descended from the sky, vanishing in a flash. At the next moment, all of the Celestial Court's Rank 8s retreated from the battlefield. Only Western Desert's immortal Goo houses were left in the chaotic battlefield. Although the Western Desert Goo Immortals repelled Celestial Court, their expressions were unsightly. Because they found that the auras of many Goo worms in the immortal Goo houses were weakening rapidly, they fell into the abyss and died one after another. Not only that, the Goo Immortals in the immortal Goo houses were also affected. Many of their immortal essence started to dissipate. This was caused by that move just now. What killer move was it? Not only the immortal Goo houses were affected, even the Goo Immortals inside were not spared. It should be the profundity of Food Path. Because of this, our immortal Goo houses are hard to defend against. The Western Desert Goo Immortals discussed and soon guessed most of it. Food Path had been lost for a long time. Western Desert's Righteous Path had very few Food Path Goo Immortals. Their defense in this aspect was much weaker. It was a shortcoming. Most importantly, Celestial Court's Zhao Shanhe was clearly an expert in this aspect. This won't do. Celestial Court fights and retreats. Every time they create a chance for Zhao Shanhe and Yu Zhuzi to use their killer moves, they can continue to bleed us and consume our strength. Everyone, we must hurry and rush to Emperor City as soon as possible, forcing Celestial Court's Goo Immortals to fight to the death with us. There, they won't retreat so easily. Fang Dichang analyzed and encouraged them. The Western Desert Goo Immortals expressed their agreement. In a short period of time, they had no way to break Celestial Court's teleportation killer move. They could only use this method to restrain Celestial Court. Zhao Shanhe and the others returned to Celestial Court again. The injured went to the healing formation to recover, while the rest were resting and at the same time communicating with each other on how to cooperate better. After a fierce battle with Western Desert's immortal Goo houses, these Goo Immortals had no losses. Flesh Whip Immortal, who was the most heavily injured, had almost recovered and was full of vigor again. Different from the previous life, because these Goo Immortals woke up in advance, they not only had comprehensive immortal Goo, but also had a certain degree of cooperation with each other. Immortal Goo houses are hard to deal with. Among them, Divine Bean Palace is the toughest. What are you worried about? In a few more rounds, Western Desert's side will collapse. They won't be able to reach Emperor City. Feng Yuan and Qi Si Ancestor have not made a move? Quickly make a move, we can't wait anymore. The Gu Immortals were all experts, they were famous for a period of time, they were extremely confident and full of fighting spirit. In fact, the cause of this situation was Feng Yuan's fault. After Feng Yuan was reborn, he won repeatedly and defeated Celestial Court, which made the will of the stars feel an intense crisis. So many Gu Immortals woke up in advance. In the future, with new refinement path research results, we might be able to push forward the restoration of Fate Gu. Next is Emperor City. Western Desert's Gu Immortals are charging towards Emperor City with great momentum, but after our continuous attacks, they have lost their morale. Emperor City itself is heavily guarded. It is also protected by the human path methods left behind by Venerables. Even if it is destroyed and our elites are wiped out, it is not a problem. After 100 years, there will be even more outstanding talents emerging. Finally is Hidden Dragon Cave. Even though Eastern Sea has many rank 8 Gu Immortals, they do not have enough killing intent, they only want to take advantage of others, they are not a threat. Just the formation and Old Man Beifeng cannot defend against them, but it is more than enough to stall for some time. During this period of time, we just need to reinforce them once to stabilize the situation there. A Gu Immortal asked, "So, Fairy, you mean?" Fairy Myrtle looked at Calamity Luck Altar inside the Qi wall. "We will deal with Longevity Heaven first. Celestial Court is stable and Fate Gu is preserved. No matter how bad the situation outside is, we will not lose." After pausing for a moment, she continued, "Other than that, we can preserve Senior Qinsong's life and prevent Feng Yuan and Qi Si Ancestor from suddenly attacking." Good. These are the words of an experienced strategist. I do not feel at ease keeping Calamity Luck Altar in the headquarters. After all, they are Giant Sun's descendants, who knows if they will cause trouble. We will listen to Fairy. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals listened carefully and approved of this plan. Thus, the Immortals stopped using teleportation to attack, they entered the Qi wall and attacked Longevity Heaven's side ruthlessly. Celestial Court's Qi wall was left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. After so many years, other than the 3 paths created by the 3 Venerables, the rest of the Qi wall was still sturdy. More importantly, the Qi wall still had its own spirituality. To Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, they could freely enter and exit the Qi wall. But to Longevity Heaven's side, it was a huge restriction and restriction. The Qi wall created a hemispherical battlefield. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals attacked Calamity Luck Altar with their backs against the Qi wall. Once Calamity Luck Altar counterattacked, these Gu Immortals would quickly retreat and enter the Qi wall, using the Qi wall to block Calamity Luck Altar's attacks. Because of this, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were able to display their full offensive power. Calamity Luck Altar's surface was covered in cracks. As a rank 8 Immortal Gu House, Calamity Luck Altar's body was extremely sturdy. It was also created by Giant Sun Immortal. When it charged around, it had an obvious advantage. It was simply unreasonable. But from start to finish, it was blocked by a Gu Immortal. This person was Duke Long. His body was expanding bit by bit, his face was like iron, his body was muscular, the purple gold dragon scales on his body had shocking defensive power. Transformation path killer moves were unleashed as he willed it. Each move was domineering and fierce, firmly blocking Calamity Luck Altar. Be it Calamity Luck Altar or Celestial Court's Gu Immortals killer moves, he did not move at all, he was like a giant pillar that supported the sky. All the rank 8 killer moves were nothing more than a light breeze. In the previous life, Duke Long fought with Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals for Dragon Palace. Even though he succeeded, he was heavily injured. When the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention started, Duke Long was still injured, his battle strength was not as strong in the beginning. But in this life, because Fang Yuan plundered Dragon Palace in advance, Duke Long was in perfect condition, he could not advance an inch in Calamity Luck Altar. Duke Long is actually so strong. Bing Sai Chuan's expression was dark. Bull Demon, Flower Lady, and Five Elements Grandmaster were desperately repairing Calamity Luck Altar. We cannot go on like this. If we do not break through this obstacle, we will not be able to get close to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Mao Li Chiu shrunk its body, sprawling on the ground as it complained in dissatisfaction. Bing Sai Chuan struggled for a while before sighing, "There is no other way, use Call of the Ancient." Calamity Luck Altar suddenly stopped moving. It suddenly exploded with a golden halo. The halo was dazzling, even Duke Long had to squint his eyes. Swish, 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 the sound of surging waves resounded in the battlefield. Next, the phantom of the majestic river of time appeared in the sky above Calamity Luck Altar. This is... Duke Long's heart shook. Next, under the shocked gazes of the Celestial Court Gu Immortals, Northern Plains Gu Immortals walked out of the river of time. "Come, take a thunderbolt from me." The tall new heir Bao Xiong laughed wildly. "To think that I could use this move to come to the future and participate in this battle, I am truly fortunate." Hey Fan smiled lightly. "Wow, this is such a huge scene. Oh heavens, I better hide." Lu had a white face. He had a crafty expression as his figure vanished. Chapter 1940. What's going on? These are the famous experts of Northern Plains in history. They were actually summoned here. The Celestial Court Gu Immortals were all surprised. Duke Long said solemnly, "Everyone, pay attention. This is Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Time Path Killer move, Call of the Ancient. It can summon Gu Immortals closely related to you from the upper part of the River of Time to fight for you. This is interesting." Flesh Whip Immortal licked her lips. Her battle intent surged as she shouted and rushed forward. "Let me." Zhang Fei Xiong turned into a giant and collided with Flesh Whip Immortal towards Calamity Luck Altar. But at this moment, Calamity Luck Altar was guarded. New Air Bao Xiong roared and used an immortal killer move. Lightning balls flew everywhere and exploded fiercely. For a moment, Flesh Whip Immortal and Zhang Fei Xiong were blocked by the lightning and their offensive was thwarted. Zhu Ke Air shouted and activated a movement killer move. She drew a beautiful red rainbow in the air and went around to the back of Calamity Luck Altar. "Don't even think about succeeding." A male immortal walked down from the Phantom River of Time and blocked Zhu Ke Air. His face was like jade, he was elegant and had a smiling gaze. It was Dong Fangyu. Boom boom boom. Zhu Ke Air and Dong Fangyu fought fiercely. Immortal killer move, sitting and eating the mountain empty. Far away, Zhao Shanhe and Yu Zhuzi joined hands again and successfully used their killer move. The killer move was not very effective on Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was indeed created by Giant Sun Immortal. Its defense in the food path was also quite strong. Yi Xiaozi's killer move followed. Wooden stakes appeared out of thin air and formed a circle, trapping Calamity Luck Altar. Yi Xiaozi shouted again. Countless green vines grew from the wooden stakes and coiled around Calamity Luck Altar, spreading upwards in an attempt to touch the Phantom River of Time. It is useless. This Phantom River of Time cannot be attacked. Only by destroying the foundation of Calamity Luck Altar can this move be stopped. Duke Long was about to make a move. Another Celestial Court Gu Immortal suddenly teleported to the Phantom River of Time. This Gu Immortal had the appearance of a boy with shiny black hair and a small tuft of sharp hair on the top of his head. It was Whirling Boy. The boy's aura surged out violently, forming a huge hole above his head. The hole emitted a terrifying suction force, constantly rotating and strangling anything that came in. However, the illusion of the River of Time remained unmoved and unaffected. The other Northern Plains Gu Immortal who had just walked out was sucked into the hole before he could react. I've finally gained something. The boy of whirling space laughed and increased his grinding speed. The one trapped inside was an expert of the 22 family, Farmer 22. He looked like an old farmer. His trousers were rolled up, his hands and feet were stained with mud, his back was bent, and his face was filled with deep wrinkles. Now that he was trapped, he sighed. I'm going to die as soon as I get out. Is it worth it? Among all the Northern Plains Gu immortals, I am the worst at fighting. Whirling Boy's little face puffed up as he tried his best to grind and kill the 22nd farmer. Farmer 22 was protected by a faint yellow halo. Even though this halo was thin, it was very sturdy, firmly resisting the frenzied grinding of the rotating hole. Another Gu immortal walked out of the illusion of the river of time. Seeing that Farmer 22 was trapped, he wanted to save him. But Celestial Court's Gu immortal Zhou Xianxia arrived in time and blocked this person. Yelu Ko also walked out. His skin was dark and his gaze was like a hawk's. He looked around the battlefield and immediately found the weakest Gu immortal in Celestial Court, Xianxia. Xianxia's weak state could not be concealed. Yelu Ko smiled coldly as he charged towards Xianxia. Your opponent is me. A flirtatious female immortal blocked Yelu Ko's path. Yelu Ko looked at the female immortal, feeling a threat to his life. Who are you? The female immortal smiled charmingly, but her words were filled with killing intent. The person who will kill you, Wan Zi Hong. The two fought, golden light shot out and flower petals flew. Figures were either flying in the air or fighting on the ground. Explosions continued to resound, sparks flew everywhere and intense light flashed. Northern Plains historical Gu immortal experts fought against Celestial Court's members. Rumble. Zhang Fei Xiong's flesh was lacerated by new air Bao Xiong's attacks. Crack crack crack. Flesh Whip immortal whipped Yuan Ben fiercely. Yuan Ben's white bone-heavy armor was already broken. He was forced to retreat. Farmer 22 was still resisting, but Whirling Boy gritted his teeth, refusing to give up. Around the two who were in a deadlock, several Gu immortals were also fighting. The Gu immortals started to get injured. The air was filled with a thick smell of blood. Even after using Call of the Ancient, I am still at a disadvantage. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth. His heart was getting heavier. The trump card he was hoping for did not allow him to turn the situation around. It only saved him from defeat and kept the situation in a deadlock. In the previous life, Celestial Court's Gu immortals woke up in a hurry from the immortal graveyard. Despite Fairy Myrtle's urgent deployment of immortal Gu, their battle strength was still lacking. But this life was different. These Celestial Court's Gu immortals had very good battle strength and condition. They could fight evenly with Northern Plains experts and even suppress them. After all, Celestial Court's Gu immortals had a lot of cooperation. While Northern Plains historical experts had just been summoned, they would at most hear about each other. How could they have the chance to fight side by side? This cannot go on. The longer this Call of the Ancient lasts, the more experts it will summon to fight. Fairy Myrtle frowned. She was worried but also glad. Thankfully, she wanted to deal with Longevity Heaven first. This killer move was really troublesome. If they used Star Cast too many times, they would lose Qinsong and the Celestial Court's members would be scattered outside. Longevity Heaven might succeed and charge out of the Qi Wall. After all, there were not many Gu immortals left in Celestial Court. Yuan Qiongdu and the rest had to control the Refinement Path battle formation. The true main force to stop Calamity Luck Altar was only Duke Long. Duke Long stared at the phantom river of time for a long while before retracting his gaze. He sighed internally. He still could not break this killer move. It was like the support of the future killer move that he had used against Red Lotus Demon Venerable. If I cannot break it directly, I can only destroy Calamity Luck Altar. Thinking of this, Duke Long slowly clenched his fists as he walked into the battlefield. Yi Xiaozi suddenly spat out blood. The backlash of the killer move caused him to be heavily injured. He had been cooperating with Duke Long's investigation, trying his best to restrain Calamity Luck Altar. But how could a rank 8 Immortal Gu house be so easily restrained? Yi Xiaozi had no choice but to retreat into the Qi Wall. while Calamity Luck Altar became restless, wanting to break through the Qi wall. Duke Long silently walked towards Calamity Luck Altar. "Everyone, stop this person," Bing Sichuan ordered coldly. He was from the same generation as Giant Sun Immortal, and most of Northern Plains experts were Giant Sun Immortal's descendants. They naturally listened to him. New Air Bao Xiong was the first to attack. Hundreds of lightning balls smashed towards Duke Long. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions occurred. Smoke and dust rose as New Air Bao Xiong laughed maniacally. "Have you tasted my power?" A figure gradually walked out of the smoke and dust. Duke Long had an indifferent expression. His body was straight like a spear. His purple gold dragon scales were still shining brightly. Only a trace of dust was left on them. New Air Bao Xiong was furious. He stared with wide eyes as his aura surged. "Take this." He raised his hands above his head. Countless lightning bolts gathered into a huge dark blue lightning ball. The surface of the lightning ball was covered in lightning. It was pitch black inside. New Air Bao Xiong threw it towards Duke Long like a meteor. Duke Long finally shifted his gaze, but he only took a glance at the lightning ball. He waved his hand. Rumble. Air currents surged and formed into a giant hand. With a slap from the back of the hand, the lightning ball was sent flying away easily. New Air Bao Xiong's powerful killer move was broken by Duke Long just like that. At the next moment, Yu Yang Zi, Lu Hui, and Lu 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 attacked one after another. Duke Long charged towards Calamity Luck Altar without even looking. As long as Calamity Luck Altar was destroyed, Call of the Ancient would definitely break apart. Boom. Calamity Luck Altar was smashed to the ground by Duke Long's punch, sinking into the ground. A fist pit appeared on the surface of the Immortal Goo House. A large number of goo worms died. Even the Immortal Goo were damaged. The killer moves of the Northern Plains experts engulfed Duke Long like a torrential storm. But even after the continuous attacks, Duke Long was still standing. There was only a layer of soot on his face. How can this be? How can this person be so strong? He is Duke Long, Red Lotus Demon Venerable's master. Someone recognized Duke Long's identity. The Northern Plains Goo Immortals gasped in shock. This was an old monster. But at the next moment, the morale of the Northern Plains people surged again. They had brave natures. The stronger Duke Long was, the more excited they were. Behead this old thing. Protect Calamity Luck Altar and charge out of the Qi wall. The Northern Plains Goo Immortals roared as they attacked without any regard for their lives. These Northern Plains lunatics. Brute force. The Celestial Quartz Immortals could only retreat and avoid the attacks. Facing the desperate attacks of the Northern Plains Goo Immortals, Duke Long could not ignore them anymore. He snorted lightly, "Annoying vermin." The moment he said that, the aura around him changed. Qi currents surged and spread in all directions. While Duke Long's body was like a mountain, his aura rose rapidly. The killer move was prepared in an instant. Duke Long waved his hand. Whoosh! The air was forcefully pushed away as 5 grand Qi waves swept forward. Wherever they went, the dazzling killer moves of the Northern Plains experts crumbled one after another. They could not stop the Qi waves. It was the immortal killer move, Qi Current Scissors. Duke Long pointed at the sky. Immortal killer move, Qi Breath Mountain. Rumble. A translucent mountain made of air currents suddenly formed, as if the sky was falling, and quickly came crashing down. The Northern Plains Goo Immortals escaped in panic. Some of them could not dodge in time and were smashed into Calamity Luck Altar by the pressure of Qi Breath Mountain, turning into meat paste on the spot. The entire Qi Current Mountain pressed down on Calamity Luck Altar. The ground was shaking intensely. Calamity Luck Altar had been restless, but now, it could not move. Duke Long used 2 moves. The effect was immediate. He suppressed the entire battle. Bing Sichuan's expression was ashen. His heart sank to rock bottom. He realized that they could not break the Qi wall with their own strength. Ignoring the other Goo Immortals, just Duke Long alone was an insurmountable obstacle. Bing Sichuan had other trump cards. In the previous life, he had asked Limitless to turn around and restrain Duke Long. The latter could not move and had to leave the battlefield for a while. But in this life, Calamity Luck Altar was too far away from Imperfection Regret Pavilion. This method could not be used. In the previous life, Calamity Luck Altar had to charge to Central Great Hall before Limitless could turn around. Chapter 1941. Giant Sun Immortal had once told Bing Sai Chuan clearly, if the plan to attack Celestial Court failed, Longevity Heaven would have no hope of obtaining Fate Goo. They had to ask for reinforcements from the crucial person. Then who is the crucial person? Bing Sai Chuan asked this question on the spot. Giant Sun Immortal answered him, whoever destroyed 88-point Xinyang Tower is the crucial person. By then you will know. Longevity Heaven's original plan was to refine Fate Goo. They needed to snatch Fate Goo. But different from the previous life, Bing Sai Chuan encountered a huge setback this time. Without a choice, he could only ask for help from Fang Yuan. After receiving Bing Sai Chuan's letter, Fang Yuan was already in Central Continent, hiding in Defy's formation. This formation was created by Shadow Sect. It was left for Defy to use as their base. But after the heaven-defying Goo refinement on Etian Mountain, Shadow Sect vanished. Defy was also saved by Fairy Z Wei and uprooted. This formation was left empty. In the previous life, Fang Yuan used this formation to trap Zhou Xiong Xin. But now, the situation was different. Fang Yuan retreated early. To guard against people's accusation, he did not fight with Zhou Xiong Xin. As a result, Zhou Xiong Xin survived and became one of the main forces of Celestial Court. Defy's formation was also preserved. To think that Longevity Heaven would encounter such trouble. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered as he thought rapidly. He did not know about the situation in Celestial Court. Bing Sai Chuan's letter had already described their predicament. Compared to the previous life, Fang Yuan soon found out that the key to Longevity Heaven's setback was that the moment they entered, they were teleported into the Qi Wall. It should be because of Qin Ding Ling. In this life, with a luck path Goo immortal like her, Celestial Court broke through Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements and even ambushed Longevity Heaven. Fang Yuan understood. This is a new change. There is also call of the ancient killer move. It turns out that once Calamity Luck Altar is activated, it can be teleported immediately. In the previous life, Bing Sai Chuan used this to trick Duke Long. Before obtaining this information, Fang Yuan had been thinking about Celestial Court's method of large-scale star cast, trying to find a way to break it. The more important Fairy Myrtle was, the more she wanted to preserve this method, the more Fang Yuan wanted to destroy it. By now, Fang Yuan had already deduced that this formation was in Heavenly Court. The core was star constellation chessboard, and there were countless stars scattered in White Heaven. By now, Fang Yuan had already deduced that this formation was inside Celestial Court. The core was star constellation chessboard, and there were countless stars scattered in White Heaven. The formation's power would be projected onto these stars, using them as a medium to create a large-scale star cast tactic. In the previous life, Qin Song's appearance was very short. He died after escorting Heavenly Court's Goo Immortals to Hidden Dragon Cave. In the previous life, Qin Song's appearance was very short. He died after escorting the Celestial Court Goo Immortals to Hidden Dragon Cave. Without this crucial clue, Fang Yuan's deductions encountered a bottleneck. But now, he had already realized something. According to Bing Sai Chuan's information, even though Fairy Myrtle did not participate in the attack, she also appeared outside the Qi Wall to observe the situation. This is a bit strange. Such a large-scale star cast should have used up all her energy, but she is still able to do it with ease. Someone is helping her. Who is it? Who is the other Wisdom Path great expert? Or is it the cooperation of others that allowed the large-scale star cast tactic to succeed? Fang Yuan quickly cut off this train of thought. Now was not the time to think about this. He had to make a decision quickly. As a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal, the current Fang Yuan was like a chess player playing against Fairy Myrtle. Both sides had their own chess pieces. Fairy Myrtle clearly had the upper hand, not only in her Wisdom Path attainment, but also the unity of Celestial Court, or the current situation. She had a clear advantage. Fang Yuan seemed to have a huge amount of manpower, but they were all fighting for themselves. He could only influence the people of the 4 regions and add fuel to the fire. Even though he had many subordinates, far more than in the previous life, there were few who could reach this level. Fang Yuan considered the entire central continent battle situation. Infallible Blessed Land battlefield, southern borders Gu Immortals fought and broke the formation, but the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was least afraid of this. The subformations were endless. Hidden Dragon Cave battlefield, Eastern Seas Gu Immortals were trapped in the formation, trying to break it. However, Old Man Bei Feng could hold on for some time. As for Emperor City battlefield, Western Deserts Gu Immortals were still on the way, their morale was low. Celestial Court battlefield, Longevity Heaven was at a complete disadvantage. Ever since Celestial Court schemed against them, they had lost the initiative. Of the 4 main battlefields, the most important one is Celestial Court battlefield. Fate Gu is in Celestial Court. To win this battle, we need to destroy Fate Gu. Fang Yuan thought, just like Fairy Myrtle's analysis, both sides knew where the most important place was. In that case, Celestial Court battlefield cannot be lost. Longevity Heaven's performance is too disappointing. I was hoping that they could block some of the attacks and trigger Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's painting path method for me. Fang Yuan knew that he had to reinforce Bing Sai Chuan. Even though Bing Sai Chuan had his own benefits, he had deceived him and ignored him in the previous life, he would do the same in this life. For the sake of the big picture, Fang Yuan had to reinforce him. Celestial Court battlefield. Immortal killer move, Chaotic Dragon Fist. Punches after punches caused Calamity Luck Altar to shake intensely. The fist force caused countless Gu worms to die instantly. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Mao Liqiu shouted, "Let me out. Let me restrain him." Bing Sai Chuan had a cold expression as he shook his head. "No, you are not his match. You will be courting death if you go. You are different from them. The Gu Immortals of Celestial Court will target you." Duke Long ignored the generations of Northern Plains experts. Only the other Celestial Court Gu Immortals resisted them. The people of Celestial Court were clear that only by destroying Calamity Luck Altar could they stop this call of the ancient killer move. But once Mao Liqiu joined the battle, it would be different. This was a general of Longevity Heaven. It had the strength to fight. Killing Mao Liqiu would weaken Longevity Heaven. Why not? Immortal killer move, world-shaking dragon hammer. Duke Long shouted as he raised his fists above his head, before slamming them down like a hammer. Calamity Luck Altar's surface exploded, countless Gu worms were destroyed, fragments flew everywhere. A small hole appeared on Calamity Luck Altar. Even though it was only the size of a finger, it could penetrate both inside and out. Duke Long shouted, "Longevity Heaven, only death awaits you." This result was decided the moment you wanted to attack Celestial Court. The Gu Immortals of Celestial Court cheered, their morale rose to the peak. Duke Long's might has reached such a level. Bing Sai Chuan sighed, even he felt a sense of helplessness. Why is Fang Yuan not here to reinforce us? 5 Elements Grandmaster shouted, showing a trace of anxiety on his face. According to what I know, Fang Yuan is only rank 7, even if he loses to Celestial Court he is only using the River of Time. If he comes to reinforce us, can he really change the situation? Even if he takes out Myriad Year Flying Warship, the other side has Duke Long. Bull Demon's voice buzzed, expressing his doubt. Indeed, from the current situation, just 2 rank 8 Immortal Gu houses could not resist Duke Long. Duke Long's battle strength was too shocking. And what was even more unbelievable was that after a while, Duke Long was getting stronger. This was simply illogical. Mao Liqiu snorted coldly, "That lad took away Reverse Flow River in front of me, at least with that killer move of his, even if he is only rank 7, he can resist Duke Long and share some of our pressure. Fang Yuan will definitely reinforce us." Bing Sai Chuan smiled, "I don't know much about him, but I believe in Lord Giant's son Immortal." The moment he said that, the Gu Immortals of Celestial Court started to retreat. With the Qi Wall as their support, they retreated smoothly. Soon, only Duke Long was left in the battlefield. Fairy Myrtle made urgent arrangements, frowning deeply. Quick, we need to reinforce them. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield, the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation is about to collapse. Hidden Dragon Caves formation is also facing destruction. Zhou Xiongxin and the rest were shocked. Someone asked, how did the situation turn for the worse? Fairy Myrtle said solemnly, Fang Yuan made a move. Even so, the continuous unceasing formation should not have collapsed so quickly. He showed up personally? Let's kill him. Let's get rid of this disaster for the world. The Gu Immortals of Celestial Court were excited. Earlier, Fang Yuan had repeatedly lost to Celestial Court. Many Gu Immortals were furious. Fang Yuan used the initiative to expand his advantage in the River of Time. After Celestial Court lost the initiative, they fell to the Stone Lotus Island. They were at a huge disadvantage. Now that the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was held, Fang Yuan had to attack. The battlefield was in Central Continent. The Gu Immortals of Celestial Court wanted to see how much advantage Fang Yuan could make. But Fairy Myrtle shook her head. Fang Yuan did not show up. I'm afraid he only sent his subordinates. The Gu Immortals of Celestial Court were stunned. Just his subordinates could cause 2 immortal formations to collapse? Fairy Myrtle explained. In Hidden Dragon Cave, Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace appeared. The other party used a large number of dream realms to corrode the formation. The Immortals realized they knew about Fang Yuan's dream realm methods. They had already expected this. Dream Path was ahead of the current generation. It was natural for the formation to be broken. But we are inside the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Feng Kim Hong is guarding it. Immortal Killer Move, Sitting and Eating Mountain Empty. During this time, Zhao Shanhe and Yu Zhuzi worked together again, using this powerful killer move. So what if you have an immortal Gu house? Yu Zhuzi snorted coldly. The immortals in the southern border Immortal Gu house were all hit by this move. Their expressions changed as their Gu worms and immortal essence were rapidly expended. Wu Yong's pupils shrunk. He retreated instead of advancing. Protect me. Bada and Chi Chu Yu immediately surrounded him. The Immortal Gu house was at the periphery. Stop him. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were all people with rich battle experience. Wu Yong looked like he was about to use a powerful killer move. He immediately attracted all of their attacks. Chi Chu Yu and Bada resisted with difficulty. They soon could not hold on. One of them was a Formation Path Gu Immortal, while the other had just advanced to rank 8. How could they be the match of the Celestial Court's Immortals? In terms of strength, Celestial Court was clearly superior to the deities of Southern Frontier. Thankfully, Southern Border's side had an Immortal Gu house, and Jean Budu's 5-colored smoke fog was a huge hindrance to the two sides. It more or less evened out the gap between them. But Celestial Court's Gu Immortals knew that the stronger the attack in this smoke fog, the greater the backlash they would suffer, but they were still fearless. They charged towards the 5 regional limit formation without a care in the world. The deities of Southern Frontier's formation lasted for a while before showing signs of breaking apart. Wan Zihong suddenly shouted, flower petals fluttered. She actually forced the Southern Border Immortal Gu house in front of her to retreat, opening up a path. Zhang Fei Xiong followed closely behind, turning into a bear-head giant and slamming into the 5 regional limit formation. Boom! With a loud sound, the formation shook intensely. A vast number of Gu worms died, and Jean Budu also suffered a backlash. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah, so painful. The formation spirit was still in charge of the formation. It cried out in pain. Its body suddenly became much more illusory. It was no longer as solid as before. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were not much better off. They also suffered huge backlash, but they gritted their teeth and tried their best to destroy the 5 regional limit formation. Oh no, the Southern Alliance cannot defend against Celestial Court's fierce attacks. Jean Boudou gritted his teeth. The main power of the 5 regional limit formation was the 5-colored smoke fog. Even though its defense was strong, it would not last long against these Gu Immortals' fierce attacks. But even so, I will fight to the death. I need to stall for time. Jean Boudou was determined to fight to the death. Everything was for the big picture. Even if he had to sacrifice this clone, he would not hesitate. Sacrifices had to be made. Clones were only pawns. They were just more useful. Central Continent is going to be busy now, huh? Strange. Where did Dragon Palace go? What? Are you expecting to fight with Feng Yuan? Let's go. Earlier, Dragon Palace used that move to take away Old Man Beifeng. Did you see it? It is a dream path killer move. The Eastern Sea Immortals did not dare to stay here for long. Feng Yuan's demonic might was awe-inspiring to rank 8s. After all, the Celestial Court was defeated by Feng Yuan time and time again. And now, Dragon Palace's method shocked these Gu Immortals who did not know about it. Di Zongxing has already been released. It will definitely cause chaos in Central Continent. It will create a great opportunity for us. No, don't forget how the Celestial Court Gu Immortals appeared before the battle. I don't want to have more than 10 Celestial Court rank 8s appear around me when we are on the move. The Eastern Sea Immortals were talking as they retreated. They frowned at this point. With a loud sound, Calamity Luck Altar was pushed back dozens of steps. A deep trench was created on the ground. The front that Duke Long slammed into had completely caved in, forming a terrifying crater. There is no time to repair such a wound. Bing Sichuan's heart sank. Bull Demon, Flower Lady, and 5 Elements Grandmaster's actions of repairing Calamity Luck Altar paused. If Calamity Luck Altar was destroyed, Longevity Heaven's troops would definitely be defeated. They would die without a proper burial. But just as Duke Long was about to continue attacking, a black light flew out of the river of time. The black light followed the hole in Calamity Luck Altar and shot into it, turning into a young and handsome Gu Immortal with black curly hair that reached his waist. This young Gu Immortal waved his hand. Dark light surged and rapidly repaired Calamity Luck Altar's damage, forcefully saving Longevity Heaven from defeat. Bing Sichuan's body shook. 7th Prince. Duke Long snorted coldly. So it is Giant Sun's son. Chapter 1944. This is the Central Continent's Imperial Emperor City? Yi Fan followed the group as they walked through Imperial Emperor City, and he looked back and sized up the surroundings carefully. He was a southern border Gu master. He had heard of Emperor City long ago. This was the largest mortal city in the whole of Central Continent. No, more accurately speaking, the entire 5 regions. Here, rank 3 Gu masters were very common, and in southern border and other places, rank 3 Gu masters were usually clan elders or clan elders with high authority. This was the first time Yi Fan had come to Emperor City. Emperor City was indeed worthy of its name. The layout was strict and grand. It did not disappoint Yi Fan. But compared to immortal Gu houses, Emperor City pales in comparison. Thinking of this, Yi Fan looked up at the sky. In the sky, there were several immortal Gu houses floating quietly. There was a pavilion that was small and exquisite. There were countless bird cages hanging on the beams. Birds were chirping inside. It was Heavenly Lotus Sex Canary Pavilion. There was a manor with exquisite structures. It had white jade tiles and gray-green roof tiles. It was filled with cold energy. It was like the roar of a dragon. It was Ancient Soul Sex Frost Dragon Manor. There was also a 7-story building with fluttering curtains. This was Wind Cloud Manor's wind-sweeping building. There was also a camp with huge flags. It was Combat Immortal Sex Edge Link Camp. Other than that, there was Illusion Garden, Yu Yang Palace, Sun and Moon Temple. Yi Fan had become Lu Wei Yin's disciple. He learned a lot of information about Gu Immortals from his master. He could recognize most of the immortal Gu houses. These immortal Gu houses were not as huge as Emperor City, but they were even more dazzling. Everyone in the city was discussing and paying attention to them. At this time, a youngster beside him sighed. It seems that the rumors are true. The world is going to change. Immortals are going to fight. A chaotic great era is coming. The distance between mortals and immortals is not so far. This is our plan, don't you think? Brother Yi. Yi Fan looked at the youngster and nodded. You are right, Brother Hong. Like in the previous life, Yi Fan and Hong Yi got to know each other in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. They became sworn brothers. Hong Yi smiled. This Refinement Path Convention is truly grand and unprecedented. Let those Gu immortals in the sky fight. That is not something we can interfere in. That makes sense. This time, let's go all out. Yi Fan patted Hong Yi's shoulder. The two brothers were full of fighting spirit. Hong Yi said, I have a feeling that the final victor of this Refinement Path Convention will be one of us. Xianxia's ears twitched as he heard every single word of Yi Fan and Hong Yi's conversation. Although the two of them were mortals, Xianxia's attention was always on them. The 5 regions' chaotic war in the future might give these two youngsters a chance to become immortals. Xianxia was a human Dao quasi-supreme master, so he had a superior intuition toward the human race. On the Celestial Court's side, People's United Hearts and other human path killer moves had already been used to get rid of Free Scholar, Zhengqing, and the rest. However, Xianxia still managed to sneak into the venue of the final competition in disguise, and he was never suspected at all. He was a rank 8 Gu immortal after all. He was also a human path quasi-supreme grandmaster. Xianxia inspected the surroundings as he became secretly excited. My earlier guess was not wrong. This Emperor City is indeed one of Central Continent's main human veins. Mountains had mountain ranges, land had earth veins, and humans also had human veins. Emperor City was created by primordial origin Immortal Venerable back then. After so many years, its location has been constantly shifting, but it has always been the largest gathering point of Central Continent's human veins. This place produces many geniuses precisely because it is the main human vein of Central Continent. There are also the human path methods set up by the past immortal venerables of the Celestial Court. I can vaguely sense their existence. Fang Yuan used his rebirth as a reason to urge Xianxia to take action and do his best to break the venerable's human path methods. This challenging task in itself stimulated Xianxia's strong ambition and fighting spirit. Fang Yuan and the rest could not find any traces of human path killer moves. But in Xianxia's eyes, there were traces that he could follow. Thus, he disguised himself and sneaked into Emperor City, finally finding the opportunity to break the venerable killer move. The human wills collected by the Celestial Court are stored in the Celestial Court. The defenses there are too tight. Without entering the Celestial Court, I cannot destroy the human wills. Without destroying the human wills, I cannot take drastic measures. But, if I take action here, there will be an excellent effect. The Celestial Court collects human wills. Emperor City plays an important role in this process. It is equivalent to the largest transfer point. If I destroy this place, the efficiency of the Celestial Court's collection of human wills will fall greatly. But Xianxia did not intend to destroy it. He had a greater intention. He wanted to follow the clues and use Emperor City as a starting point to counter the Venerable's human path killer move. He could even reverse engineer the profundity of the Venerable's human path methods and learn them. Xianxia was bold because of his skill. He was not satisfied with the reputation brought by breaking the Venerable killer move. If he could learn the Venerable's human path methods from it, it would be a huge improvement to him. If I improve my human path methods, I might be able to get rid of the hidden danger of my frequent insanity and black fire. Hairy Foot Mountain Battlefield. 5-colored smoke billowed endlessly. Southern Border's Gu Immortals and the Celestial Court's main forces had been fighting for a long time. Bay Pavilion, Flying Sand Pavilion, and Unfixed Manor were already in ruins. They retreated to the back lines to recuperate. At the front lines were Southern Border's 4 rank 8s, as well as the 2 rank 8 Immortal Gu houses, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building and Great Space Temple. The Celestial Court's main forces were unharmed, their morale was high. Zhao Shan he began to prepare his killer move again, his aura surging. Zhang Budu quickly shouted, "Block him! He is going to use that move again." Wu Yong and Yi Haofang gritted their teeth. They wanted to charge in, but were stopped by Yi Xiaozi and Whirling Boy. At that time, Fang Dichang would have no cards to play. He could only wait for reinforcements. Hairy Foot Mountain Battlefield. Immortal Killer Move, 3 men becomes tigers. Zhou Xiong Xen used an information path killer move. Flying tigers formed into a group and pounced at Wu Yong. Wu Yong waved his hand, sending out countless wind blades to block the flying tigers. Beside him, Zhu Ke and Yi Xiaozi attacked together. Wu Yong sighed and wisely retreated. If it was before, he might have been able to contend with them, but now that the human path killer move had amplified him, Wu Yong could only retreat. Speaking of which, he had tried to use unlimited wind repeatedly, but was always interrupted by Celestial Court's side. He could not gain the precious time to use the killer move. Thankfully, we have an Immortal Gu house that can act as a fortress and gain some time to rest. Oh no. Wu Yong had just returned to Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building to rest when his expression suddenly changed. His departure caused Qi Chuyu's position to become slightly more prominent. Maybe other regions' Gu Immortals could not make use of it, but Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were all experienced in battle. Qi Chuyu quickly retreat. Wu Yong quickly transmitted. Even without his warning, Qi Chuyu already felt something amiss and started to retreat. "Where do you want to go?" Wan Zihong restrained Qi Chuyu. Wu Yong could not be bothered to rest, he flew out. Zhou Xiong Xen suddenly appeared above Qi Chuyu's head. He opened his palm and pressed down. Immortal Battlefield Killer Move, Rumor Cage. This was the fastest battlefield killer move in the world. Its creation speed was the fastest in the 5 regions. Qi Chuyu could not dodge in time and was trapped in the battlefield. Zhou Xiong Xian, Zhang Fei Xiong, and Zhu Ke entered the battlefield, while the other Gu Immortals stayed outside, blocking Wu Yong, Yi Haofang, and Bada's reinforcements. Qi Chuyu is in danger. Quick, we need to break through this battlefield as soon as possible. Wu Yong and the rest were extremely anxious. However, Rumor Cage Battlefield had already shrunk to a point and vanished. Finding it would take a lot of effort, not to mention the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were blocking it with all their strength. Immortal Killer Move, Sitting and Eating the Mountain Empty. While the Southern Border Immortals were doing their best to rescue Qi Chuyu, Zhao Shanhe and Yu Zhuzi cooperated again, their killer move heavily damaging several Southern Border Immortal Gu houses. The Southern Border Gu Immortals could not attend to them. In the Rumor Cage, Qi Chuyu was on the verge of death. This was an information path battlefield, so naturally, Zhou Xiong Xen was the main attacker, while Zhang Fei Xiong and Zhu Ke had transformation path attainments, so they transformed into information path immemorial desolate beasts to assist in the fierce attacks. Suddenly, Wu Shuai joined the battle. Human path killer move, Peerless. This killer move had once been used on Duke Long. It was of great help. This time, it was used on Zhou Xiong Xen. Zhou Xiong Xen was amplified by human path killer moves to begin with. This time, he was strengthened in all aspects. The power of each move rose sharply. Qi Chuyu glared angrily, but in the end, he couldn't hold on and was devoured by the information path tigers. The Rumor Cage battlefield was dispelled, and Zhou Xiongxin and the rest rejoined the battlefield. But Wu Yong and the other southern border Gu immortals could only see some of Qi Chu Yu's broken limbs. An array formation grandmaster of a generation, the Qi family's first supreme elder had died in battle. Southern borders Gu immortals shook intensely, such a painful sacrifice had happened in front of their eyes. Grand Elder Qi Chuanyo. He actually died in battle. In the previous life, even though Longevity Heaven's side fought their way into Heaven Overseeing Tower, they could not threaten the Immortal Graveyard. But now that the Qi Wall was broken, there were countless ways to attack. They could reach the Immortal Graveyard. Duke Long abandoned Calamity Luck Altar and flew up, blocking Myriad Year Flying Warship's path. And behind Myriad Year Flying Warship, Qin Ding Ling chased relentlessly. In an instant, Fang Yuan fell into a pincer attack by Duke Long and Qin Ding Ling. Don't panic, I will help you. Protect this person, he is the crucial person that Ancestor Giant's son mentioned. That's right, even if we die, we need to protect his life. The surrounding northern plains immortals quickly gathered towards Fang Yuan. Bing Sai Chuan did not hesitate, he immediately sent Calamity Luck Altar to reinforce Fang Yuan. Right now, they had a common enemy. Celestial Court, they needed to cooperate sincerely. Since Fang Yuan was helping him, Bing Sai Chuan also needed to help Fang Yuan resist the pincer attack of two experts from Celestial Court. Bing Sai Chuan did not have a good choice. If he allowed Fang Yuan to be killed by Duke Long, not only would he lose a strong battle strength, Myriad Year Flying Warship, this rank 8 Immortal Gu House, would also be ownerless. Facing the situation of being attacked from both sides, Fang Yuan's expression was calm. However, just as he was about to use his methods to resist the enemy, a surge of fire qi filled his heart. He was burning with rage. Next, a surge of dejection qi surrounded his body, causing his defenses to weaken like an avalanche. There was also a lump of old qi that entangled his body and mind, causing his lifespan to shrink continuously. There was also poison qi that spread from inside to outside. It was a fatal threat. Unlucky qi covered his head, causing his luck to decline rapidly. Foolish qi filled his mind. Some of the results that he came up with were simply too stupid. Frost qi filled his body. His movements became sluggish. All sorts of qi surrounded his body. Fang Yuan's strength fell rapidly. In just a few breaths of time, he was only comparable to a rank 7 Gu Immortal. After a while, he would not even be comparable to an ordinary rank 6 Gu Immortal. Duke Long saw that Fang Yuan's aura was collapsing rapidly. All sorts of qi currents were coiling around his body. He was overjoyed. This is Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's method. Fang Yuan broke the qi wall. That is why he encountered this move. He had cultivated Primordial Origin's qi path true inheritance. He immediately recognized it. But at the next moment, Duke Long saw a faint light shoot out from behind him. It was like a chess piece that entered Fang Yuan's body. In an instant, Fang Yuan's aura dissipated. It was as if the earlier scene was just an illusion. Duke Long's body and mind shook. He quickly turned around and saw that Limitless Demon Venerable's silhouette had left his seat for the first time in Imperfection Regret Pavilion. He was standing at the side of the pavilion and looking over. Duke Long's pupils shrunk slightly. At the crucial moment, Limitless Demon Venerable took action. He cleanly dispelled all sorts of qi currents from Fang Yuan's body. The Northern Plains immortals saw this and felt relieved. Bing Chuan was a little suspicious. So Fang Yuan also has a method to make limitless demon venerable turn around. But how did he do it? I did not even see what he did. Immortal killer move, dragon roaring wave. Duke Long opened his mouth and let out a grand dragon roar. The dragon roar surged forward, spreading in all directions. Immortal killer move, body flicker. At the next moment, Duke Long teleported along the dragon roar, arriving in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was still standing at the head of the ship. The two were only an arm's length apart. On one side was Red Lotus Master, the Dragon Man ancestor, Duke Long. About 1.5 million strength path Dao marks. Just by relying on the Dao marks themselves, Fang Yuan could block Duke Long's killer move. Duke Long's dragon claw landed on Fang Yuan's left arm, but it felt like it was hitting a mountain. Duke Long had just had a bad feeling when Fang Yuan's right fist had already smashed forward. Boom! With a loud sound, Duke Long felt like he was a paper boat in a raging sea, or like a mountain had crashed into him. An unimaginable force caused him to shoot forward at a speed that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Duke Long's entire body was like a meteor. He landed on the ground at lightning speed. With a loud sound, the ground shook intensely, dust and smoke rose into the air. The entire place was silent. This time, shocked expressions appeared on the faces of Northern Plains and Celestial Court's Gu Immortals at the same time. Everyone's gazes were focused on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, who had transformed into a bandit monkey, stood proudly at the bow of the ship, looking down at the deep pit below. This change was also different from the previous life. I have so many Dao marks on me, but the Starlight Pillar can still forcefully teleport me. Amazing! However, this distance is probably the limit, right? Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. Next, he saw that the other Northern Plains Gu Immortals who passed by the Immortal Graveyard were also forcefully teleported away. But they had completely vanished from Celestial Court's battlefield. They were likely directly sent out of Celestial Court. Fang Yuan looked at other places. Some Northern Plains Gu Immortals had already succeeded. They either destroyed resource points or Immortal Gu houses. He immediately had a realization. It seems that even though the formation obtained star constellation Immortal Venerable's help, its power is limited. I can only make Celestial Court focus on defending a few important areas. Even so, it was enough for now. Celestial Court finally stabilized the situation and did not suffer huge losses. Inside Imperfection Regret Pavilion, Limitless Demon Venerable's silhouette turned around and looked at star constellation Immortal Venerable. You are quite generous, using 3 chess pieces at once. But this way, you will be at a disadvantage in this chess game. Saying so, Limitless Demon Venerable's silhouette smiled as he returned to his seat and sat down leisurely. Back then, I used the threat of destroying Celestial Court to force you to accept this wager. Over 1,000,000 years have passed, our powers have intertwined in this chessboard, we have always been in a deadlock. Now, I have only lost 1 chess piece while you have lost 3. If I attack now, you will be in trouble. Limitless Demon Venerable's silhouette smiled as he pointed at a spot on the chessboard. When he retracted his finger, a new chess piece appeared on the chessboard. This chess piece contained Limitless Demon Venerable's silhouette strength. It occupied one of the 3 spots where star constellation Immortal Venerable's chess piece had lost its position earlier. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's silhouette smiled lightly, saying nonchalantly, "Back then, your main body wanted to obtain my Celestial Court's Heaven Path Foundation. Thus, you made a wager with me. This chess game is connected to your Dao field, Crazed Demon Cave. In your later years, The more chances you win, the more Heaven Path Foundation you will obtain. It will be beneficial to the evolution of Crazed Demon Cave. That's right, that is the case. Limitless Demon Venerable's silhouette admitted greedily. This was an open scheme, there was no need to conceal it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's silhouette smiled again. The current situation is not up to me, so what if you obtain some Heaven Path Foundation? Times are different now, your main body is already at the end of his lifespan, he is no longer around. Chapter 1949. It seems that to destroy the Celestial Court's immortal graveyard, I need to destroy this teleportation formation first. Fang Yuan's gaze was like lightning as he stared at the formation. Myriad-year flying warship under his feet moved at will as it shot out like a giant flying sword towards the formation. At the center of the formation was Fairy Myrtle, who was guarding it. Seeing Fang Yuan's attack, she could not help but suck in a breath of cold air as she felt immense pressure. Fang Yuan with me here, how can you do as you please? Duke Long shouted as he stood up and blocked Myriad-year flying warship. Seeing this, Fairy Myrtle let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, we have Lord Duke Long here. Boom. Fang Yuan and Duke Long collided fiercely. Duke Long was sent flying again while Fang Yuan and Myriad-year flying warship were also sent flying back by 1,000 steps. The aftershocks of the collision stirred up countless winds and clouds, creating huge chi waves. The aftershocks were vast and unending, resembling hurricanes. The rank 8 Gu immortals who were swept away by the aftershocks were sent flying. Even Calamity Luck Alter was unable to move. Bing Sai Chuan and the rest who were in the room could not stand steadily. Their bodies were shaking intensely. Subconsciously, everyone moved away from Fang Yuan and Duke Long. Fang Yuan is blocked. As expected, only a monster can block a monster. Let the two of them fight it out. Only Qin Ding Ling gritted her teeth and braced herself as she flew over, still intending to assist Duke Long. Duke Long and Fang Yuan fought again. A storm was brewing and thunder was rumbling. Because of Heavenly Dragon's last stand, Duke Long was constantly getting stronger. And Fang Yuan had many Dao marks on him. He even had the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Myriad-year flying warship, thus he had a slight advantage. Duke Long continued to retreat. The two were getting closer to the teleportation formation. Immortal Killer Move, Self-Moving Dragon Chi Wall. With no other choice, Duke Long let out a low cry and spread his arms. A majestic invisible wall of chi appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan steered the Myriad-year flying warship to charge forward. After forcefully advancing a few dozen steps, he was finally blocked by the chi wall and could barely move forward. Duke Long had already cultivated Primordial Origin's Chi Path True Inheritance. He naturally knew about this killer move. Moreover, this killer move seemed to have been modified. Fang Yuan could faintly discern that there were still countless streams of qi moving within the qi wall. These streams of air were all in the shape of a rotating dragon. The dragon's head was constantly revolving around the dragon's tail, forming a whirlpool. These dragon-shaped air currents were very mysterious. They could disperse the external impact force and greatly increase the toughness of the air wall. Although Duke Long's self-revolving dragon qi wall was not as solid as the Yuan qi wall, it was resilient and became an obstacle for Fang Yuan. Although Fang Yuan could use unlimited Qi Si to break the Yuan Qi wall, that was because he had modified the killer move based on his understanding of the Qi wall. Right now, Fang Yuan's understanding of Duke Long's Qi wall killer move was limited. It was impossible for him to replicate his previous success. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. Since he could not break this move, he might as well use brute force. He turned into a bandit monkey again and stretched out his hands, pushing forward. Immortal Killer Move, Strength Path Giant Hand. Rumble. The air within a few hundred meters was pushed away. Two translucent hand imprints the size of a mountain crashed into Duke Long's Qi wall with a crushing force. Inside the Qi wall, Duke Long raised his head and stretched out his arms, trying his best to maintain the Qi wall killer move. The celestial quartz Gu immortals dodged. No one wanted to experience the feeling of being captured by Dizongxing. Every time it roared, it would set off an earth-shattering sound wave, violently assaulting everyone's eardrums and hearts. Its body was too huge. Even if it suffered countless attacks, it was not a big deal to its body. It stared at the attacks of the celestial quartz Gu immortals as it charged into the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation and started to destroy it. The celestial quartz immortals felt a sense of helplessness. Against Dizongxing, even if they used their full strength, they were like mice trying to shake an elephant. What do we do? At this rate, the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation will not last for long. Attacking the enemy will definitely save it. We will fight back with attack. The celestial quartz immortals were experienced. They immediately thought of a countermeasure. Whirling Boy and Jun Shenguang were the vanguard, followed by Zhu Ke, Zhao Shanhe, and the rest as the main force, charging towards the 5 regional limit formation. Right at this time, Dizongxing opened its mouth as an immortal Gu house flew out. This immortal Gu house was shining with orange gold light. It was mighty and domineering. It was the rank 8 immortal Gu house, Dragon Palace. A plume of smoke flew out of Dragon Palace like a dream. Dream Path Killer move? The celestial quartz immortals recognized it. They were shocked and quickly dodged. Wherever the dreamy light smoke went, the celestial quartz immortals retreated, opening up a path for it. The light smoke wrapped around the 5 regional limit formation and quickly retracted. The celestial quartz immortals quickly used their methods to attack the dreamy light smoke, but the Dream Path Killer move was unrivaled. The celestial quartz immortals' efforts were all for naught. The 5 regional limit formation was directly kept into Dragon Palace. Zhan Budu kept the formation and landed on the floor of Dragon Palace, meeting Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai immediately used Dragon Palace's methods to heal his injuries. The celestial court was a strong enemy. Even though they were at a disadvantage, they still had the strength to retaliate. The celestial court's main force used the correct tactic, forcing Zhan Budu to retract the 5 regional limit formation. This formation had already suffered countless attacks. It was in a critical state. Not only did Zhan Budu need to heal his injuries, this 5 regional limit formation also needed to be repaired urgently. Without the formation supply, even though the 5-colored smoke was still lingering in the battlefield, it was like water without a source. It started to dissipate rapidly. Under Wu Shuai's control, Dragon Palace did not fight with the celestial court's main force. It followed Dizongxing and charged into the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Hold on. Hold on. The Gu immortals controlling the formation shouted. The atmosphere was tense and solemn. To protect Hairy Foot Mountain and infallible Blessed Land, they had to maintain the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. However, be it the 5-colored smoke or Dizongxing, they both posed a fatal threat to this formation. After entering the formation, Dizongxing's strength rose sharply. It was also restricted by the 5-colored smoke. After all, it was a legendary immemorial beast born in Central Continent. It was not a life form of the 9 heavens. Immortal Killer move, Unlimited Wind. While Celestial Court's main force returned to reinforce the formation, Wu Yong finally found the chance to permanently expend his Wind Path Dao marks to unleash an inextinguishable hurricane. The hurricane surged and exerted pressure on the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation like in his previous life. It made Celestial Court's situation even worse. Emperor City Battlefield. The more stars there were, the greater the power of this move. Back in the Northern Plains bloody battle, Yi Lui Kun Xing used this move to gain unparalleled might. Almost no one could stop him. Leader Stars cluster targeted stars and used stars to begin with. On top of this foundation, Fang Yuan also had both Star Path and Formation Path Grandmaster attainment level, as well as the support of the Light of Wisdom. He modified the killer move before the battle. With all these factors added together, he achieved this amazing result. He destroyed the teleportation formation. Even Duke Long was very surprised. In Duke Long's eyes, Fang Yuan had already become unfathomable. On myriad-year flying warship, Fang Yuan stopped the falling star rod tree transformation and returned to his human form. Immortal killer move, myriad self. Bam bam bam, a vast number of Fang Yuan clones appeared again, filling the sky and spreading out like locusts. Celestial Court's side immediately felt troubled. They had suffered from a lack of manpower in this battle. Although the will of the stars had awakened many rank 8s of Celestial Court in advance, the teleportation formation was destroyed. These main forces were still trapped in Hairy Foot Mountain battlefield. Distant water cannot quench present thirst. Duke Long sighed and used a method helplessly. Chi Path Killer Move, Chi engulfing mountains and rivers. In an instant, an incomparably majestic pressure descended from the sky, covering all directions. All living beings turned silent, heaven and earth became silent. Fang Yuan clones were directly destroyed. Calamity Luck Altar was also pressed on the ground. It resisted the strong pressure with much difficulty. Cracking sounds could be heard. The Tengu houses of Celestial Court's immortals within the range of the killer move were even worse. They were directly destroyed and turned into ruins. Fang Yuan and myriad-year flying warship were also not spared. They were enveloped by Chi engulfing mountains and rivers. Their speed fell sharply. They fell from the sky like they were carrying a mountain range. Fang Yuan laughed. He was not shocked but happy. He was already familiar with Duke Long's Chi engulfing mountains and rivers. In the previous life, during the battle for Dragon Palace, Duke Long used this move to secure victory. But at this moment, Duke Long had no choice but to use this move to resolve Fang Yuan's myriad self. He was too passive. He could not even take care of Celestial Court's immortal goo houses. Immortal killer move, immemorial year monkey transformation. Fang Yuan suddenly transformed again. His Dao marks turned into more than 1,500,000 time path Dao marks. Myriad-year flying warship was a time path immortal goo house. Now that it was activated by Fang Yuan, its power surged and it flew out like a flying sword. It was as if Chi engulfing mountains and rivers did not exist at all. There was a wedding procession coming from the south. The groom was riding a horse. There was a mortal goo house behind him. The bridegroom was riding on a horse. Behind him was a sedan. This mortal goo house was usually taken out for weddings in central continent. The sedan was decorated with flowers of all colors. Behind the sedan, there was a group of porters carrying the bride's plentiful dowry. There was a tea house. There were many people on the street outside. The upper floor of the tea house was filled with guests. They were eating breakfast while looking at the street outside the window. The tea house's banners to attract customers were fluttering in the morning wind. There was also a painting depicting dusk. At a corner of the street near the city gate, There was a stall, a blind old goo master who might have wisdom path goo worms was acting as a fortune teller, predicting the future of a woman. No matter if it was early in the morning or at night at the side of the city gate or in the downtown area, the scenes of the people in Imperial Emperor City living and working in peace and contentment formed numerous scenes. Undeniably, this was a painting path method. It was filled with the profundities of human path. Immortal killer move, peaceful life. Emperor City actually has Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerables method. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had once lived in Emperor City as a mortal for some time. Don't tell me, this is not a story, but a fact? Painting path is truly profound. Central Continent's goo immortals were overjoyed. Western Desert's side had a bad feeling. Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City were connected, forming a huge immortal goo house. The center was naturally Divine Bean Palace, while the periphery was the former Emperor City. The earth trench surged over like the mouth of a giant beast, instantly destroying Emperor City's foundation. But Emperor City was completely different. It floated in the air, unmoving. The countless people in the city gasped in shock. They hugged each other happily, they jumped around, they actually managed to escape from death's door. A large number of people cried tears of joy, they knelt on the ground and worshipped the paintings. Suddenly, new paintings appeared in many places. The content of the paintings was the scene of these people kneeling and worshipping. This killer move, peaceful life, seemed to be able to absorb strength from mortals to strengthen itself. The power of the paintings continued to accumulate, flowing back into Divine Bean Palace. Genesis Lotus will control this power. He controlled Divine Bean Palace even more firmly. He looked at Fong Dichang with a smile that was not a smile. Fong Yuan, I need to thank you for bringing Divine Bean Palace here. You saved the human world from a calamity. This was the arrangement of Genesis Lotus' main body. In the previous life, Divine Bean Palace was not brought by Fong clan, thus Emperor City was destroyed. Fong Yuan's luck path advantage had already been compensated by Qin Dingling, and Demon Judgment Board had Guiyue Fangzheng, who countered Fong Yuan in terms of luck. Thus, theft path methods were not the correct way to change the situation. Fong Yuan. At this moment, Guiyue Fangzheng, who was in charge of Demon Judgment Board, had a complex feeling. To him, was Fong Yuan his blood brother? Not really. Fong Yuan's body had changed. His soul was also that of an otherworldly demon. Was he a stranger? Also not. Childhood and youth memories could not be erased. The two of them had been companions in the past. Was he angry? Fong Yuan toyed with him, disregarding his life and arranging for him to stay in Langya Blessed Land. He definitely had a sinister scheme. Was it hatred? Of course. Fong Yuan slaughtered his own clansmen. It was the shadow and nightmare of Fangzheng's childhood. Then what else? After experiencing so many things, Fangzheng started to understand Fong Yuan. Sometimes he even admired Fong Yuan. In the world, one had no choice. Fangzheng gradually understood his own incompetence. He had self-awareness. The so-called A-grade aptitude was just a form of narcissism. Fangzheng was already maturing. Other than understanding and admiration, Fangzheng even felt a trace of gratitude towards Fong Yuan. He was thankful to Fong Yuan for the setbacks, the pain, and the hardships he had gone through. These were all wealth. They helped Fangzheng grow until now. If not for the chaos of war in Langya Blessed Land, how could Fang Zheng have fused the cultivation experiences of Demon Judgment Board Lord and created the killer move Blood Kin Vengeance? In the past, Fang Zheng had dreamed of this day he would be able to fight Fang Yuan and take revenge personally. But now that the moment had truly arrived, Fang Zheng's emotions were very different from what he had expected. He did not feel the joy of revenge, but he felt gratification. His emotions were very complex, very complex. Duke Long, Song Xianzi, Fang Zheng and Qin Ding Ling, besides them, there is also Fairy Myrtle. Fang Yuan's expression became increasingly solemn as he fell into the encirclement. As Duke Long grew stronger, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals cooperated better and better. Fang Yuan's thoughts were all used to maintain the battle. His judgment of the entire situation was slipping. Be it activating killer moves or controlling myriad year-flying warship, they were extremely taxing on his mind. Fang Yuan had to take care of the overall situation. He had to look after all the battles and secretly influence the Gu Immortals of the other regions. In fact, Duke Long and the rest were the same. As the battle became more intense, they activated their killer moves more frequently. The stronger the killer move, the more steps it would take and the more Gu worms it would involve, the more thoughts and concentration they would have to expend. If Fairy Myrtle recovers, be it joining the battle or taking care of the overall situation, it would be disadvantageous to me. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. Ha! Duke Long laughed loudly. He had already learned of the latest battle situation on Hairy Foot Mountain. Fang Yuan, no matter how many times you rebirth, it is useless. Use all your methods, it will be too late if you don't. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He had also learned of the latest battle situation. In Emperor City battlefield, he lost his clone Fang Dichang. Divine Bean Palace defected to the enemy. In Hairy Foot Mountain battlefield, Feng Jioga appeared and used Destiny Song with unparalleled power. Even Di Zongxing fell into a disadvantage. Celestial Court's foundation was truly too deep. Fang Yuan was not just fighting with Duke Long and the rest, he was fighting with the millions of years of accumulation of Celestial Court. The outside world was not worth relying on. All the pressure was shifted onto Fang Yuan's shoulders. Duke Long was in a dangerous situation. He had no choice but to approach Fang Yuan again in an attempt to engage him in close combat. When he engaged Fang Yuan in close combat, Fang Yuan would have to stop using the five-finger fist heart sword killer move and use other methods to fight Duke Long. This demon has actually modified the five-finger fist heart sword to such an extent. Casually canceling the killer move does not cause any backlash. Perhaps I should say that he has separated each sword into individual parts, Duke Long thought quickly. Five-finger fist heart sword was Bo Qing's trump card. How could the Celestial Court not know about it? Duke Long naturally knew a lot. If Fang Yuan did not modify it, he would definitely be targeted. Duke Long's Dao marks were inferior to Fang Yuan's, so it was difficult for him to use a defensive killer move to resist Fang Yuan's various sword Dao methods. His best choice was to dodge. Thankfully, in terms of battle experience, he was far more experienced than Fang Yuan. And most importantly, as long as he did not die, as his lifespan decreased, he would continue to grow stronger. Five-finger fist heart sword has been modified by me and can be cancelled at will. But the thoughts involved have increased greatly. causing me to be unable to use other offensive methods when fighting with Duke Long. Also, Duke Long is getting stronger. Fang Yuan was anxious. Earlier, he could suppress Duke Long and Song Xianxia because of his tactical advantage. When Fang Yuan attacked the Immortal graveyard, the Celestial Court had no choice but to defend and take a beating. But now that the Immortal graveyard was destroyed by Fang Yuan, there might still be some slumbering Gu Immortals left, but Duke Long no longer had any burdens or restraints. Thus, Duke Long could advance and retreat at will. He immediately displayed his original battle strength and style. Fang Yuan fought Duke Long. The two inevitably fell into a deadlock. Duke Long was happy to see this situation, but it was very disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. Thus, with a turn of his dragon head, Fang Yuan opened his mouth and spat out a waterfall. Immortal killer move, Myriad Thought Sword Waterfall. The sword waterfall rumbled with a grand aura. Every drop of water was a sword thought. Immortal killer move, Swordsman. Sword thoughts surged and collided, forming human-shaped warriors that looked like Fang Yuan. They were all wielding swords. Countless swordsmen charged forward. This move was created by Fang Yuan after he advanced to Human Path Grandmaster. It contained the profundities of Sword Path and Human Path. This was the first time Duke Long had encountered this killer move. He quickly retreated. Fang Yuan took the chance to escape, crashing towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Outside Heaven Overseeing Tower, Calamity Luck Altar was destroying the Refinement Path formation with ease. Nine Dragon Protection was a strong defense. Clear Dragon Vision was used for scouting, Dragon Claw Strike, Chaotic Dragon Fist, Spiraling Dragon Fangs, and World-Shaking Dragon Hammer were used for offense. These four methods covered close combat, mid-range, and long-range combat. Among them, World-Shaking Dragon Hammer had the power to break through all obstacles with a single strike. Dragon Roaring Wave and Body Flicker were normal movement methods, while long-range teleportation had the outstanding killer move Dragon Gate. There were also Dragon Descendants to make up for the lack of group attack methods. And the strongest method of this combat system was Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. As for Chi Path, there were Chi Wall and Self-Moving Dragon Chi Wall as defensive methods, Chi Breath Mountain, Hidden Dragon Chi Explosion, Chi Engulfing Mountains and Rivers, Giant Chi Hand Explosion, and Chi Current Scissors as offensive killer moves. Compared to Transformation Path, these offensive methods were much more effective at long range. The Purple Gold Dragon form Chi was a jack of all trades. This killer move was so outstanding that it helped Duke Long in all aspects. Of course, the most important thing was movement. Reverse Insect Dragon was almost specially prepared to deal with battlefield killer moves. And this Chi Path trump card killer move was Triple Chi Retraction. Duke Long's two combat systems took into account offense, defense, movement, and many other aspects. They had no weaknesses or gaps. What was even more precious was that these two combat systems could complement each other. For example, Transformation Path offensive methods were stronger in close combat and mid-range combat, but weaker in long-range combat. Chi Path offensive methods were the exact opposite. In comparison, trump cards were not needed. One or two of each set of these methods were enough. In a real battle, the most practical methods were still those normal killer moves. For example, even though Duke Long had Triple Chi Retraction, he had not used it since the start of the fight with Fang Yuan. The entire battle was intense. Fang Yuan was not an idiot. Duke Long did not have the chance to use it. Spectral Soul was extremely weak. He turned into a translucent soul ball as he floated in front of Fairy Myrtle. Let's go, let us go out and watch a good show. Fairy Myrtle held the soul ball with both hands as she walked out of Soul Suppression Hall. At this moment, Wu Yong, Wu Shuai, and the rest also appeared in Celestial Court's battlefield. What's going on? Where is Fairy Myrtle? Duke Long was furious. Central Heaven Gate was still activated. It actually transported these enemies here. Duke Long could not contact Fairy Myrtle. His heart sank. He wanted to destroy Central Heaven Gate. But at this time, Feng Yuan charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower again. Duke Long was seething with anger. He could only block Feng Yuan and give up on his original plan. Gu Immortals walked out of Central Heaven Gate. Follow Lord Wu Yong. To think that Celestial Court would be like this. Kill, kill, kill. Heaven Overseeing Tower is there. Follow me. Chapter 1960. Come, take a look, this is high-quality silk. Tonghulu, 3 skewers for 1 skewer. Sir, what do you need? In a shop that sold gu worms, a waiter welcomed Hong Yi with a warm expression. Hong Yi first looked at this waiter, before carefully looking at the layout and decorations of the shop. He frowned inwardly. Everything is so lifelike, what is going on? I heard you sell scholar gu here? Hong Yi asked. Yes. But Lord, this scholar gu is a rank 5 gu worm. The waiter was hesitant. Hong Yi smiled lightly, no longer concealing it. He released his rank 5 gu master aura, causing a commotion in the shop. The waiter was shocked. The shop manager was also attracted over. He cupped his fists and welcomed Hong Yi, personally taking out scholar gu for him to take a look. It is indeed scholar gu. Hong Yi looked at it carefully. His suspicions deepened. Can I test it? Sir, go ahead. The shop manager immediately lent scholar gu to Hong Yi. Hong Yi activated his primeval essence, injecting it into scholar gu. This scholar gu immediately broke free from Hong Yi's fingers, flying out and turning into a pale-faced scholar on the ground. The young scholar bowed to Hong Yi, saying respectfully, "Student pays respects to master." Hong Yi nodded, feeling great interest. This scholar gu was very rare. It was a human path gu worm. Hong Yi had only heard of it in rumors. Hong Yi took out a wisdom path mortal gu and an information path mortal gu from his aperture, throwing them to the scholar. Try using them. The scholar received these 2 gu worms. He did not need to familiarize himself with them. He immediately used them and was very familiar with them. Especially when it came to some small activation habits, it was as if Hong Yi was the one using them. Sir, what do you think? The shop manager smiled and asked. Hong Yi nodded repeatedly. Very good, I want this gu. The shop manager was overjoyed. Thank you, 600,000 yuan stone. Hong Yi could not help but raise his brows. This price was not expensive, it was simply too cheap. The price of a rank 5 mortal gu was between 100,000 and 1,000,000 yuan stone, but this kind of scholar gu was a very rare top-tier rank 5 gu. Its price had to be above 1,000,000 yuan stone, and there was no market for it. But here, it was only sold for 600,000 yuan stone. Hong Yi had many fortuitous encounters. He was wealthy. He immediately paid for this scholar gu. Walking out of the shop, Hong Yi's heart was in turmoil. This place is like Emperor City, but isn't there a great battle between immortals around Emperor City? Here, people lived and worked in peace and contentment. It was peaceful and peaceful. What's going on? Also, on the surface, this place looks no different from reality, but if you look closely, you will find a large number of human path gu worms here. Scholar gu was only one of them. Furthermore, these human path gu worms were gathered in such a large amount, but to these people it was very normal. As for fire path, water path and other paths gu worms, they were instead rare. It is like human path is the mainstream of gu master cultivation here. It's really strange. I don't know what Brother Yi has found out about this time. Let's quickly meet up with him. After Yi Fan and Hong Yi were chased into the painting by Genesis Lotus Will, they discussed and split up to explore this place. Yi Fan also discovered what Hong Yi discovered. But at this moment, in an alley by the side of the street, Yi Fan saw an unexpected person. Master. Yi Fan was shocked. He had also bought a human path rank 5 gu worm from the shop. It was called Hero Gu. After leaving the shop, he went to a corner and secretly used it. It was different from when he used it in the shop. Hirogu actually turned into his master's appearance. Don't be surprised, my disciple. It is fate that brought us together here. Lu Wei-in smiled. Yi Fan heard of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's great name. He realized that he had also become a disciple of Paradise Earth's faction. But he did not feel joy, he was already numb from shock. Lu Wei-in waved at Yi Fan. Time is limited, let's talk while walking. Yi Fan quickly followed. The two followed the flow of people on the street and moved forward. Lu Wei-in explained in detail. This Genesis Lotus True Inheritance is extremely valuable. It is split into 3 parts. The first part is this contented lifestyle killer move. The second is the luck of the son of human path. The third is the rank 8 immortal goo house created by Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City, Divine Emperor Palace. Lu Wei-in paused before continuing. Of these 3 parts, we will take the second part first to make you the son of human path. Yi Fan asked, Master, what is the son of human path? What should I do? Lu Wei-in answered, Central Continent is different from the other 4 regions. It uses a sect system. Human path is the most prosperous and has the greatest accumulation. Emperor City has always been the greatest gathering point of Central Continent's human vein. Why are there so many talents here? It is because of human relations. As long as you absorb the strength of the human relations, it will greatly boost your luck. You will gain the favor of human path and become the son of human path. To do this, you will need Hong Yi's help. He is my sworn brother. How is this related to him? Yi Fan was shocked. Lu Wei-in said, Fang Yuan is also connected to his luck, but his luck is different from yours. You are someone favored by the heavenly Tao, while he is one of the sons of human path in Central Continent. He is favored by human path. You can use his relationship to take advantage of the situation. Under Xianxia's manipulation, you will gain the recognition of the human relations. With the identity of the son of human path, we can use Fang Yuan's strength to plot for the first part of the true inheritance, or even the third part. Divine Bean Palace Painting. Fang Yuan, Fang Yuan. A voice entered Fang Dichang's ears intermittently. Fang Dichang had already stopped using Karma Divine Tree. He was activating Wisdom Path killer moves while thinking about how to escape when he heard this voice. It is Xianxia's voice. He learned of my identity from my main body? Fang Dichang hesitated. He had some guesses, but he did not answer immediately. Sure enough, Xianxia's voice continued. Fang Dichang, I have already learned of your true identity from your main body. I did not expect Fang Yuan to have such a method. He could plant a clone in a Western Desert superforce. I will help you escape now. How are you going to help me? Fang Dichang was puzzled. Xianxia smiled. You should know that I have been trying to unravel the Venerable's human path methods. I have already grasped the key. That's right. Fang Dichang nodded. Xianxia continued. Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City have fused into one. I have been hiding and have not been discovered by Genesis Lotus Will, so I am still unraveling human path killer moves. Fang Dichang asked directly, So what? Xianxia explained patiently, This is a great opportunity. I have already gathered the human will of the 4 regions and infused them here. Originally, I could not interfere with Emperor City. I could not interfere with the venerable methods from the inside. I had to infiltrate silently. But now, Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City have fused into one. You have refined Divine Bean Palace before. Your authority is just lower than Genesis Lotus Will. Right now, you have Karma Divine Tree Killer move. You can use it to shake the entire Immortal Goo House and cooperate with me to spread the venerable methods to amplify everyone's power. This means you want me to cooperate with you to unravel the Venerable's human path methods? Fang Dichang hit the nail on the head. Xianxia smiled. We are helping each other. On the other hand, if Fang Yuan endured Duke Long's attacks and focused on killing Celestial Court's main force, that was also a choice. But if he chose to do that, he would definitely suffer heavy injuries from Duke Long. Fang Yuan was not willing to do that. After all, he and the other 3 Regions Gu Immortals were only fighting together because they had no other choice. Sacrificing himself for them was too stupid, the risk was too high. Thus, Fang Yuan and Duke Long were fighting each other. Meanwhile, Feng Jioge was the core of Heaven Overseeing Tower's defensive line, resisting Dragon Palace and Di Zongxing. The battle strength he displayed time and time again surpassed the expectations of both sides. Old man Zheng Yuan narrowed his eyes. Now, it depends on who can break this stalemate. The crucial point lies in Fate Gu. Celestial Court has already obtained the success Dao marks, but the refinement path formation has been destroyed. Can Yuan Qiong Du repair Fate Gu alone? Master, if we interfere now, maybe we can snatch Fate Gu? Spectral Soul smiled. Snatch it for what? Don't think that the 2 sides are fighting intensely, they are actually still holding back. This is a very deep matter. Past venerables have been aiming for this battle. Let's plunder this immortal treasury and take back the door of life and death. Song Yan was already lifeless. Che Wei's injuries were still very severe, but he used all his strength and could barely crawl towards Fate Gu. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.